of his mind. Like, so yeah, they looked really good yesterday. I think they probably back to their old form.
100% agree. I think both of the matches today are going to be insane. Well, let's see how it plays out.
Thank you, Danny, and shout out to the man in the NYXL jersey. I actually had stock in that company once. It paid out $0 in the end. So let's talk a little bit about who is going to be making money today, though, as they guarantee a spot in the playoff bracket. Are you going Crazy Raccoon or SSG?
Crazy Raccoon, it's going to be a 2-0, and it will feel like a 3 or a 5-0.
What she said. What she said, indeed.
2-0, 2-0. I think we get a game 3. Let us know in the chat what you think as we get it started on the stage.
We have got regional champions, world champions, rising contenders, established giants. All of them want to leave Paris as the top dog at the halfway point of the season.
Rising, crowd united and vibing. Whatever is next, we riding. Got the whole unit, we sliding. Tonight, no turning back, don't cut on no slack. Nobody surviving. Prepare, could be any minute. If we can do what we do, then we can win it. Or this is the end, like a life sentence. Move like a general, keep it consistent. Don't let them up till they are finished. We're going in like we back for pensions. Tension is rising. Tension is rising.
And just like that, we're back. Let's just take a quick look in the rearview mirror. Day 1 of the Overwatch Champion Series 2026 mid-season championship here at the Esports World Cup had absolutely everything.
Bonjour tout le monde, bonjour Ian.
Bonjour.
We did everything. We've had the best players in the world, the best teams in the world here on stage, because that's what EWC is all about. We've got long series, we got fans from all over the world. On a eu des longs matchs très disputés, 3 maps, et des fans qui viennent soutenir leurs superstars du monde entier.
There was one thing missing yesterday that I absolutely adore about the Esports World Cup, and that is the key crushing. That changes today. Now we start off with a couple of winners matches, and then we move into elimination territory.
Ooh, elimination territory. I'm absolutely excited because, yeah, before that, you would lose, you would get a second chance, but we don't do second chances anymore. Effectivement, c'est un peu le monde des bisounours. Tu perds, tu rejoues le lendemain, mais là, il y a 4 matchs éliminatoires qui nous attendent, and I can't wait for it.
Me too. That is to come, but we start today with the teams that picked up a dub yesterday. Let's welcome the first of them onto the stage. It's Crazy Raccoon! I love this organization's name. I adore it. They arrived in Paris as the overall #1 seed, and yesterday they looked every bit the team to beat. The Champions Clash winners opened their campaign with a clean 2-0 win, advancing without dropping a map and reinforcing their status as the standard the rest of the field is measured against.
And it's so hard to stand strong against the favorites, but Space Station Gaming, they don't care. They can do it. The North American pillars, resilient and above all, consistent. L'expression même de la constance de l'autre côté de l'Atlantique, as now their new test moves to the international stage. But now, can they face Titans and can they be the new Giants?
Sugar Bron, always smiling with his team behind him. Crazy Raccoon wants to continue their run as tournament favorites. SSG want to show the rest of the field they're a genuine championship threat. Let's do it.
Crazy Raccoon and SSG taking the stage. This is day 2. My name is Jaws, joined by Moxie to lead you through this next game. SSG Moxie with their first win on the international stage yesterday of 2026.
Yes, but not a dominant one. It went 3 maps. They did get tested by JD Gaming, so there's still a lot of question marks for this team, especially because they have one strategy. The desk talked about it. The players talk about it at length. This team relies so heavily on that Cat Cassidy to be able to win them fights for lethal. Crazy Raccoons, though, you look at the evolving composition strategies from this team, it feels like we're sort of just seeing the very tip of the iceberg from the Crazy Raccoon camp. We had Jumbin on the Domina. Yesterday, Heesang started picking up the Symmetra as well.
Okay, there was a quote one time said by me that Domina was not good. Johnny remembers all too well.
Do you want to keep with that, or will you change?
No. My tune has changed slightly. I think Domina's all right. Domina's all right. I think we saw a lot more than what I expected, at least, in terms of heroes being picked in the tank role the other day. We also saw Lip and Max come in for that series.
Yes. Fan service, some could potentially say.
I was about to say that. I'm not sure we're going to see Lip here, although I would love to, trust me.
Yeah, I think the Lip service might be put to bed in terms of getting to see him play, especially with how close that new Junk City did go down to. As we can have a look and see, it will be Control first up. Nepal on the cards as we have a Diva ban and a Bastion ban. So SSG still free to rule the skies with that Cat Cassidy once more.
Best of 3 here in this match as well. Yeah, Bastion being banned. So eventually we will see the Cat, obviously, as well. What are your expectations for SSG here?
I mean, SSG have to know that this Cat Cassidy will be targeted by Crazy Raccoon. They also have to expect something like dive at some point, right? Jim said he played the Domina yesterday on Village. There's a chance that Crazy Raccoon want to run that composition back yet again, since it worked out really well for them, giving a tank gun, letting them shoot, put more pressure on that Cassidy and the Cat. Does do a whole lot of good, being able to box them totally out of just taking spaces. Also takes a lot of the pressure off of Heesang and Stalker, right? You don't just have to have your DPS dealing with the other team's DPS. It frees them up to be able to look at things like Hawk and that backline when Ultraviolet is alone.
All right, we're going to see Domina locked in early on for Junbin.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hawk on the Mauga, no Diva, although Mauga, especially on Control, I don't mind it here. Nepal, I think, is definitely a map that Mauga serves quite well. Village especially.
There is an absence of Cassidy, so Space Station,
no, you lied.
As I said it, there we go. I was trying to say, you're changing your tune in regards to the Domina, but Space Station remains static with the Cat Cast.
Oh, it's just so good, though. We've seen so many nice plays already, a lot of highlight clips you saw in the intro a little bit earlier on. Domina for Junbin. It's going to be tough against the Mauga. Domina's shield, obviously, it can be broken apart individually. Those small little screens, of course, you'll see it here. Very easy pickings for the Mauga normally.
Oh, well, Lethal, Admiral already split, actually. Admiral got Lethal onto the high ground, now he's playing the off angle.
Yeah, on the height is exactly where you want to be. They've actually forgotten a lot of this space with Crazy Raccoon. They're trying to pick off Hawk first, and they've done so very well. It's going to be a flip for SSG, of course, but look at this. Domina, Junbin, asserting dominance in the front line.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Crazy Raccoon, right? Junbin just provides the shield for Stalker to be able to hide behind, then goes, puts the pressure onto Lethal, forces him to totally back up to the fight. So Space Station got a flip, but Crazy Raccoon's flip it back just as fast.
Can they actually just make this stick? I mean, look, they're trying to put the Cassie in a position where he can succeed again. Nice little flashbang in, Scorch your own life, but a better boot there from Heesang, gets the trade.
Great concussive from Heesang, and without Lethal, Station pretty toothless in this fight. They'll go for a point flip contest at least, but Crazy Raccoon won't give that up easily.
Look at the shield dance as well from Junbin. Hawk's going to fall too. He only just got back to the battle, although Crazy Raccoon, they will end up getting, Station, they only end up getting 13%, so a fairly quick fight here for Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, you get 4% off of that flip, but Crazy Raccoon get more than 4% off of the kills they were able to secure with the Vara outside of the point itself. So that's a very valuable trade. Yet again, Space Station wanting to rely on this Cassie to open up the space, but Lethal's just been denied the time to be able to build up the ultimate. You just have to get the Cass into position and hope that you can take them out with your primary alone.
Panopticon available for Junbin. They got this OC as well. They've also got Rush. I mean, they've got a whole use of tools that they can use to win this fight. Junbin's going to try and just force Hawk away from the point already. And look at that. That's almost a double boot there, getting him out of the way of UV and Admiral's heals.
Yeah, I mean, Junbin's just also not in position for Lethal to be able to farm off of. So we talked about Space Station being so reliant on this one strategy, and Crazy Raccoons have denied any time to be able to build it. We're about to hit Lost Fight territory. This is the first Skyrim they've had.
Yeah, SSG have space though. They've got the high ground at least. Lethal even more so, elevated to the skybox. But look at the entirety of Crazy Raccoon just hiding away, almost baiting them in. Lethal suspended outside of the map. Headshot onto Stalker, but a quick reposition there is the Panopticon straight on the point. This High Noon's just way too late. Even gets booped away. There's 2 seconds left on it. Couple of bodies on the other side of the point, but the fight's already done. It feels like Sugar Free with the spree ends up getting one. They get shut down instantly by Stalker. And there's no one left for SSG to try and contest.
Great play from Crazy Raccoon. Like, only allowing one Deadeye to be built up, the whole hiding to force the Carcassy to flank all the way around the side of the map. The moment you scout out that you start taking some of those pot shots from Lethal around the side, you just ignore the Carcassy and walk point, because point will give you all the cover that you require to be able to hide away from the impact of that Deadeye. You drop your rush, you burn your ult bank, and yes, you find trades, but you still have your Sojourn up with that overclock. The moment that they run out of resources to be able to try and survive it, you're running the cat, you don't have the Lucio to be able to provide the sound barrier, it's just done. Crazy Raccoon looking just as dominant, and as we said, they're changing their strategies up as opposed to Space Station, who just keep doing the same thing.
Even more so, I'd even argue. I mean, look at that. Hawk not getting a single limb in that last round on the Mauga.
Okay, now we're changing things up as we head to Sanctum. Ultraviolet on the Wuyang. Chorong's actually going to match him, so poke for poke.
That is not still funny. I hate to portray the sign. It is not still funny. We've moved past that level of comedy. Hawk on the Orisa now, but still Junbin holding this high ground with, I mean, the Dominus shield really is just so large here. Yes, you can chunk through the individual sections of it, sure, but Lethal and Hawk are just taking so much poke damage by the time they do actually chunk through it. Junbin's going to reposition, but oh my god, Lethal sniped out of the sky. They get a trade onto Heesang, sure, point unlocks.
Crazy Raccoons are making it impossible for Space Station, though, to be able to cleanly work around this Dominus shield early on.
Hang on,
Space Station should get the first split, though. Great picks from Hawk and Ultraviolet.
Yeah, decent damage from Admiral too. I mean, look at this rush timing for SSG. 20% away.
Heesang actually swaps onto the Shion, so you know that you won't be able to employ the Pharah into this retake with Space Station being able to focus you down. You're looking for flanks, you're looking to try...
Heesang. Okay, not going to test the mental of SSG just yet in that small room. A couple of players, UV waiting on the wing, waiting in the wings too, healing up Sugar Free when he needs it. Chorong the same though. However, Sugar Free now eventually forced away, but Heesang bites the dust already.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons waiting for that timing. If they can find a pickup of a flank, or if they can build up that rush to be able to match Admiral, only then will they commit to this fight. Space Station just punishing that hesitation.
Well, there's the rush. In fact, she's going to get matched as well. Now Sugar Free can take an off angle if he so chooses. In fact, maybe even goes for a flank here too through that mega health pack. Junbin trying to force his way into the engagement. UV takes a headshot from Vigilante, then going down as Junbin has to cut back 10% away from the Panopticon as well. But Hawk's just running and gunning. Sugar Free out of the mix already, but SSG remain in control. There's actually a tidal blast on Heesang. What is this? Straight to the backline, but Innocent Suzu from Apple makes sure he doesn't end up falling on his back. Chorong also falls. The flip came through, sure, but CR, they got no bodies to fight this with, it feels like.
Yeah, they're so split at this point too. Chorong just does not have the tidal blast to be able to supply the survivability.
What is my wrist doing here?
Well, that's the second time he's taken that route.
Nice little flank. He's got Terror Surge in his back pocket too.
Yeah, he's had the Terror Surge for the last fight as well. That's why Crazy Raccoon had to go for that crazy rotation from their side of the map all the way on to point. as Space Station, Hawk just threatening the presence of that Terror Surge, getting too close, not having the Susie to react.
Trying to blast on Sugar Free this time, mixed with the Spree as well. Just invincibility almost. How do you deal with that if you're anybody that's not Kiriko?
Yeah.
You hit the Suzu, that's it. But there's only like half a second of invulnerability. Like, good luck. This is final fight now for SSG.
Yeah, Space Station proving to be much more fluid with this composition, right? Not allowing that dominance to be able to set up defensively as lost by territory, but Space Station just threatened the choke.
Tron gets the touch on the Cat's going to have to go for it yet again, but Sugar Free ends him with the bike. Little dash away from Lethal 2 has unleashed the OC. Stalker shuts him down as the point now has to be contested by CR. Jumping straight to the back, Stalker lands a nice little two-piece, taking out Ultraviolet as well. Hawk from across the way, snipes Heesang somehow, but still the fight is contained in this small room.
Oh, Admiral has the rush built up, but Space Station down. Both UV and Sugar Free want to hold off on using it before the team regroup.
Heesang Genji at this point? Okay, a big switch up from Heesang.
I mean, it feels like he's just going to try and run at them, right? Jumbin's more static. You have to rely on the Genji being able to put the pressure on the off angle instead of your tank.
Get the Cat to airdrop you in, I guess, but better for holding the point here with the Genji, that's for sure. There's the dash into the front line. Hawk's already used that spear spin, but is pretty low. A brief stun. Lethal dies. Jumbin still playing in this front line, holding this front door, so the rest of SSG can be picked apart one by one.
Beautiful denial, actually. Heesang just jumps into the rush versus rush and holds deflect. So nothing Space Station can really do. If they try to take advantage of their rush, all of the damage just gets bounced right back at them, and Crazy Raccoon hold.
Turning this round on its head almost. Crazy Raccoon are up to 70% already.
Yeah, that was the rush fight too. That, if your Space Station was your big try to get through these choked moments, now you're just looking for a pick early from Lethal, but you're denied those angles. It just gets to hold you at the door.
I mean, they've been looking at now find a fight. SSG have taken so long as the Sugar Free doesn't getting catnapped here. He's put into line of sight of the rest of Crazy Raccoon. What a pick off. And Stalker follows that with a triple. I mean, headshots Lethal straight up. Oh, this looks so good for SSG, but they're just going to falter at the final hurdle on this control point. There's no one left alive. Hawk spawns the Doom, but it's too little, too late. Crazy Raccoon, a comeback on Sanctum. That's a 2-0 on control.
Yeah, we just see that dominant composition being so good at holding the ground, holding those chokes, especially, right? Every time Space Station tried to just walk out of their side of the map into those angles, you've also been able to build up all your perks, so you get the opportunity to reposition your shield once every cooldown, which is a huge game changer for Domino. One of the main criticisms of this tank has been how static that shield is, how easy it is for players just be able to walk right past it without a care. But once you are able to get those repositions, it becomes so much easier to be able to shut down any opportunity.
Live tire reaction. It's my favorite part of the show so far. I'm going to be honest with you, Moxie. Okay.
I will
live
say,
reaction, Cam.
This is good for Space Station. They put up good fights, and we're also seeing them move away from purely the Cat Cassidy.
It's definitely a better look. I spoke to Christopher and a couple of the guys before they jumped on the stage this morning. Got the usual chit-chat out of the way about how bad flights can be across the world. But he was saying they were under no illusion that this was going to be an easy game. They know it was going to be very tough. Obviously, you're facing Crazy Raccoon. Of course, it's going to be difficult. But still have a level of confidence coming in, and especially after yesterday, being able to take a win like that, they're not beaten down so early. And you can see how much of a fight they're already putting up against CR. And I don't imagine we're going to see any changes here in substitutions. I think we're going to just continue to see Junbin playing.
Yes.
Same with Heesang, Stalker, of course.
Yeah, I would imagine Crazy Raccoon will keep the same, especially off of how close Sanctum territory for Space Station. It was, if they could just get their foot through the door, they got so close. That catnap is so brutal onto Sugar Free. 92% to Spree. They're able to scout out the Xion flank, pull him out of position, and everyone jumps on him from Crazy Raccoon. Like, that's the coordination that these teams have. the moment a catnap comes through, like Jim was so good at drawing.
I hate to interrupt the point, but
It's a brilliant
that
sign.
is incredible. Banana. Epic.
We have plenty of banana peels, actually, in the green room. You,
Oh,
you go
right.
through a whole
So what
bunch
are you-
of bananas.
How much Mario are you playing? How many?
Well,
That's
we
my
get to
fault.
see a Winston.
Got to get that potassium in the morning, you know.
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Winton. See, another good
Oh,
one.
there we go. See, I summoned
Huge
it.
W. We've got to get a little montage at the end of the event of all the good signs.
I'm sure if Kellen has his way, he'll for sure break out the Winston.
The Winston
one map.
is coming eventually.
Although I don't know if they do it today versus Liquid, since lower bracket run, Winston, pretty large risk. But that's
That's
a
how
later
they've been
match.
getting it done, though. I'm jumping to the defense of Kellen, as I always will. That's how they've been getting it done in North America, is the Winston. It's their own style of play. They've been not even forced into it. They're just happy to kind of take that.
Was that a handcrafted Ramatra Pachimaru plush?
What I'm gathering here. Oh, damn. Beautiful.
Wow, we have people who are artists. We have
Who knew?
people who are brilliant at sewing, apparently, and we have the best of the best when it comes to playing Overwatch. And Crazy Raccoon, they are currently the best. They have the title to prove it. They're defending that Champions Clash first place finish. They're also having to defend against their performance stage 2. Like, they beat Zeta, they got that curse off of their backs, and then instantly back to stage 2, Zeta start taking wins. So it's an awkward position for Crazy Raccoon to find themselves in. They have to look for
Dominant
the
ban. We
yet
see it.
again, and yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
well,
fair enough.
it's Atlas.
Yeah.
Teams have played Domina, not just Crazy Raccoon. Attack was trying to play a whole bunch of Domina yesterday, actually, which was punished. Crazy Raccoon, they'll target out that jetpack cap. They're more than happy to remove it. They know that that leaves SSG without a lot of engagement opportunities. It's not just things like the Deadeye that they were using the cap to get people into position with when we saw on Nepal. They were literally just dropping lethal into high ground angles.
Yeah.
So that Crazy Raccoon had to spin all of these different plates, right? Keep the point, look at the tank, try to find picks on the backline, not lose someone early to an angle that Acasti is suddenly on top of, where you have no opportunity to be able to react to it. And with how wide Flashpoint is, with the amount of hallways and doorways and peak positions, it's just so vulnerable. If something slips past your vision, and you will instantly be punished.
Christopher, a moment ago there, you saw just behind the gang, making sure they're all locked in for this Atlas. Atlas has been the most popular so far of the Flashpoints. Been the most popular second map choice as well.
Well, would you go to Ravasra against Jumban?
No.
Exactly.
Anywhere Jumbo can play ball.
I feel like Atlas is just like the greater of the evils of the Flashpoint maps at the moment.
Right.
Like you avoid the worst wrecking ball on Saravasa. You just want to stay well clear of that map.
Yeah, no Domina. So let's have a look and kind of talk about this backline then. No jetpack cat. You can still run things like Wu Yang too. I like the Kiri Wu Yang comps. I really do, especially with the Xion. It's a pseudo tracer in a way where the Xion, especially with ult, can get in there. She's not only protected with the Tidal Blast, but then knocks people down, insta-kills them.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of engage potential. It's just not as fluid as it is, no pun intended, with the Tracer. The Tracer obviously can just manually kind of blink. The Xion's only got, like, the dash, but with the ult can then, like, triple dash into the backline. So a little more setup required, but Wu Yang can create a lot of value too, especially, to be fair, if you look on the flip side, if you're Crazy Raccoon playing it against someone like Hawk, you are just farming the ult off of the Malga.
It's the pressure too, right? The pressure of ranged poke that the Xion is sometimes lacking when you're trying to set up on those angles, that the Wu Yang is able to sort of cover for. as we'll have a look. No Wu-Yangs, just Kiriko and Lucio. Both teams looking for engagements. Mauga versus Hazard, though, is the difference maker. Crazy Raccoon and Hisang on that Symmetra, allowing Crazy Raccoon to very quickly reposition on top of Space Station.
Yeah, the TP for Hisang, it feels like it's going to be more of a disengage than an engage. You've got so many people that can kind of do it themselves. Jim, Choro, even Stalker.
Means that Vigilante gets to hold on to that Suzu too, right? Instead of having to burn it on stopping Hawk Slam.
Oh, nice little bite connection there on to Stalker, but this backline unfazed. Vigilante and Choron just bandaging up those wounds, and Hawk goes way too far deep. Look at that little turret that was lasering him in the back as well. Nice little early pick off onto the tank.
Great sim TP as well to go put pressure on the high ground, but Lethal can't sit there for free. Look for an exit trade to stop Crazy Raccoon from holding close, as they'll be able to cap first. They do lose Vigilante though. That's a very good pickup from Lethal before he falls.
No pick off, surely. Got a lot of mobility. Oh, they're trying to get him. Well, Sugar Free's surely going to get out. He can hear the they're on a different point.
Yeah, we're playing on a different point, guys. First, still has to be locked. As Hawk's already threatening that presence, Space Station seeing the absence, wanting to try to find an in, but Jumpin already has the first downpour ready to go.
Well, Sugar Free can hear everything that's going on right now, but isn't actually a factor in the fight until he pops his head around this corner. He's going to look for an execution bit of damage first. Jumpin, the only person inside. There's the downpour straight onto Hawk again, who's kind of trapped in the small corridor once more. Ultraviolet going in for the rescue, but quickly shut down. Stalker again on fire.
I mean, great pick from Crazy Raccoon, right? Identifying they're doing way more damage to Hawk, which Ultraviolet will be able to translate into a much faster rush charge. So, aggressive downpour, totally isolate out the Kiriko, force all of those cooldowns, then jump on top of UV, get the kill, and allow you to have the rush match.
Here he comes again. Shoron looking for yet another pick-off on to Sugar Free. Point's going to get capped in the meantime. A little bit over an extension there from Crazy Raccoon. Sound Barrier does end up hitting 4, though. This should be a means to an end for this fight. Space Station with no beat of their own, and that's jumped in with a trip.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, just aggressive Sound Barrier. Ultraviolet, before he can even react with the rush, you lose Admiral. And Hawk, he's had enough. He knows the mouth not getting set up Lethal to be able to take advantage of stuns, to be able to build into rail charges. Instead, it's onto the Ramatra. Good way of slowing things down, trying to allow Lethal and Sugar Free the opportunity to find these picks. As Crazy Raccoon do have to worry about a double support ult fight from Space Station.
Oh, Lethal sniping Hisang before the fight even really started. Same with Jumpin. That's a very good opening pick. Sure, you burn the OC, but you're still happy with that, even though, you know, Sugar Free ends up going down, sure. Ideally, you're not losing anybody else, as Crazy Raccoon are getting corralled like sheep currently. Hawk, the Shepherd, trying to push them back all the way over towards that very nasty edge if you're against a Lucio player. April taking a fair too many shots, though. This Sound Barrier narrowly helping him escape.
Yeah, Sound Barrier forced, actually. Later rush, but Ultraviolet sucked down.
Wasn't quite a rush jacks there, but not able to utilize that whatsoever. This really early fight win from SSG, and they burn Spree too to try and win.
Space Station tried to do so much to guarantee that they got that first point cap. So they can just sit, play slow, stop Crazy Raccoon's engagement. Because if they disengage with the Sim TP, Space Station still have point control, right? They're still building up to that 100% as Jumpin. Playing a little bit like Winston, just jumping up onto the rooftop.
Looks like old Doom, just like stalling out on the roofs.
Sugar Free actually swaps onto the Tracer, so you have that pinch potential. Goes all the way around the side of the point, pulling Crazy Raccoon's attention, allowing Space Station to navigate through these chokes. Still not on the point though, is the issue.
Yeah, another downpour, so as soon as they come in, the downpour's going to connect. It's a tale as old as time. Going to try and get Hawk out of position first. There's the downpour, and it connects. Hawk is still Nemesis form though, but Avril caught unawares. That violent leap connecting straight with his dome. Oh boy, Moxie, this is all falling apart for SSG.
It's just cut and dry from Crazy Raccoon at the moment, right? You get the downpour onto Hawk. Hawk's just shut down completely, can't do anything but watch as Crazy Raccoon blow right past him, hit that vulnerable back line, And Space Station, yet again, have no chance of putting percent on the board. Match point now for Crazy Raccoon to close out this series as Space Station just flipping through the hero book at this point. Sugar Free trying to work out, what do I need to do to give my team this in? He thinks Farah might be the answer.
Just try anything at this point. You're down to 2 rounds already. Oh, look at the beat. It feels almost disrespectful at this point. This point's not even unlocked yet, and we're sound barriering in. Like, come on.
Well, Hisang's about to have Sim Wall, right? So you can't even punish the lack of sound barrier with Lethal's overclock. Something that Space Station were able to punish last time by getting that early pickup on Hisang at the start of the OC. Ultraviolet at least takes Stalker down, so Space Station don't have to worry about walking into an OC before Admiral has beat, but you do yet again have to walk into an established hazard.
All right, Lethal on and off angle. Immediately checked. Has got Admiral by his side. Hawk once more trying to pressure point, but Junbin's not having any of it. Just happy to take the 1v1 when he's got that spike guard up. A little bit better defensive tool there, doing damage while you're holding the block. Admiral does end up falling despite that rush coming out. Hawk trying to make his presence known in the backline, but only presence now is 10 feet under, shut down by Hisang. And the fight just about over, and maybe this map and series too.
Crazy Raccoon with overclock and downpour, you can't imagine that they'll play all that defensively, right? 25% left. With how quickly Flashpoint burns out and a Sim TP, you're just looking to catch Space Station before they can set up Lethal.
Got to get a big touch. Junbin down, poor Hawk on another hero. He's back on the hazard this time around. Sound barrier is going to connect, but Crazy Raccoon happy to just back off. Downpour, not sure who it connected with, but it doesn't really matter. Junbin's already inserted himself into the conversation. Taken to the sky, Lethal snipes out Stalker. Might just be what Space Station required to get this flip and at least hold for more than 20% or so. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to come back with the sound barrier.
Yeah, it comes at the cost of Space Station's whole ult bank. So right now they need picks and they need them now. Crazy Raccoon going low, but not low enough. No deaths to dissuade Shorong from just sending the team forward with one-sided beat.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like an inevitability here that Space Station are just going to get flattened. This beat is going to be too much. Everybody cowering right now for Space Station on this high ground. They're going to get a nice little wall there on Junbin, but the beat connects with him. Green over health dissipating now as Hawk is on the pursuit, but Lethal's already dead. Hawk needs this kill desperately, and he's going to get it. But meanwhile, his team are falling around him. Admiral down, Lethal to follow, like Crazy Raccoon is still in this. A stick on the back of Hawk, a downpour of his own is going to connect with the point, but who does it actually manage to secure? Junbin back on the Hog, maybe to be the big difference maker, but it's all Stalker. A snipe onto Sugar Free. OT as Crazy Raccoon secure the point. Ultraviolet out of resources, out of time, as Space Station lose control of not only the map, but of the Series 2. A 3-0 on Atlas, and Crazy Raccoon come up with the dub.
It's the same issue as on Route 66. Like, Crazy Raccoon, they're so good at just keeping up that pressure, keeping up that tempo, forcing you to have to take fights when you're not ready for them, and putting the pressure onto Ultraviolet as well, understanding how close he was to that rush, forcing the overtime so that SSG have to burn all of the rated utility on just holding the point, so you don't have blinks, you don't have recall to be able to be aggressive and try to find kills on Crazy Raccoon's backline. In the meantime, you just watch as Ultraviolet's health bar tanks.
Yeah. Like I said, Christopher and the rest of the team under no illusion that this was going to be a tough game. But little did they know what kind of beast was waiting for them behind this door. Crazy Raccoon, they do look like on another level. They want to claim this trophy here, ideally at the mid-season. I mean, going into this year, you're expecting this team to be incredibly strong. The DPS lineup, even the Lip not having the best of showings yesterday, is still ridiculous. It's still Crazy Raccoon. SSG were the ones that needed to really level up this tournament and level up the rest of the year. I believe they're on that course, but can they continue? Crazy Raccoon, however, they're going to move on in that upper bracket. We've got Junbin actually down on the stage with Ian for a brief interview.
Thanks, guys. You are right. They roll on and looking as impressive as we expected them to coming into Playday 2 here. I've standing by with Junbin and Maddox, our translator. Junbin, coming into this tournament, it's always tough as #1 seed. because there's high expectations from the fans and yourself. Do you feel any relief to have locked in that playoff spot nice and early?
일단 준빈 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 일단 탑시드로 이렇게 대회에 다시 오게 되시면서 사실 팬들의 기대감이나 이런 것도 굉장히 클 텐데 그런 점에서 이제 플레이오프를 이렇게 좀 빨리 진출하게 된 거에 대해서 좀 안도감을 느끼시는지 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 솔직히 저희 조를 봤을 때 플레이오프까지는 안정적으로 갈 수 있다고 생각했고 이제부터 힘든 경기가 될 것 같은데 잘 준비해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, looking at the groups initially, I thought, well, I think we're guaranteed for playoffs. But that being said, looking further, I think there are going to be a lot of tougher matches ahead. So we'll prepare for that for sure.
Yeah, plenty more to come in this tournament. When you look at your own performances here, at Champions Clash, you were the tournament MVP. Do you want that again here at the Esports World Cup? I know that your fellow teammate Chorong says that he wants it too. So is there a little bit of competitive rivalry there?
일단 준빈 선수가 또 챔피언스 클래시 때 또 토너먼트 MVP를 받으셨잖아요. 그래서 또 이번 대회에서 또 이렇게 받으시고 싶으신지 그리고 이제 초롱 선수가 이번 대회 또 직전에 인터뷰에서 이번 대회에서만큼은 초롱 선수가 좀 MVP를 받고 싶다고 했는데 약간 좀 선의의 경쟁 관계에 좀 있는지 궁금합니다.
근데 뭐 사실 큰 욕심은 없는데 어차피 그 초롱 선수는 메인 힐러여가지고 받기는 좀 현실적으로 힘들 것 같고. 제 생각에 뭐 딜러 중에 한 명이 받을 것 같습니다.
Well, honestly, I mean, I don't really have that much of a, expectation about the MVP. But that being said, Chorong is a main healer, so I don't think he's up to qualification. I think one of the DPS will get the MVP.
Okay, interesting. Now, we saw a lot of Overwatch played yesterday. You saw all of the teams compete. Who do you think some of your biggest threats could be here in Paris?
이번 대회 또 16개 팀이 지금 참가하는 만큼 정말 또 많은 팀들이 이렇게 또 대회에 참가하게 되는데요. 그 중에서 좀 가장 위협적으로 다가오는 팀이 있다면 좀 어떤 팀이 있는지 궁금합니다. 엄청 위협적으로, 그러니까, 네.
일단 제 생각에 아무래도 아직 메타도 유럽 쪽으로 많이 좋은 것 같고 그래서 제 생각에 유럽 팀들이 좀 많이 견제되는 것 같아요. 트마나 뭐 그런 팀들.
I think the current meta is slightly towards the EU, so I think EU teams like Twisted Minds are still the biggest threat for us.
Absolutely, they looked incredible yesterday. Just finally, can we get a message for your fans here in the building and all around the world?
이제 마지막으로 현장에 또 와주신 팬분들과 또 이제 전 세계에서 시청해주시는 많은 팬분들께 마지막으로 인사를 해주신다면요?
일단 그 응원해주시는 팬분들 너무 다 감사드리고 또 대회장까지 직접 와주셔서 응원해주시는 라쿤 팬분들 다 너무 감사드립니다. 이번엔 좋은 성적 꼭 거두도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Yeah, thank you all the fans coming here and cheering for us also and watching our games in all over the world. We'll try our best this time to make a good results here.
Chumbin, congratulations, and to Crazy Raccoon as well. We'll see you later on in the tournament. We'll find out which team will join them very shortly in match 2.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. Congratulations to Junbin and Crazy Raccoon. And you two in my analyst booth, both called the 2-0. Zoe, who shined the brightest for you in match number 1 of the day?
It's a team effort. I mean, that team is
sitting on the fence.
No,
choose one of 5 players.
It's not possible because
choose
Crazy
one
Raccoon,
of 5
they're
players.
a hive mind.
You're doing great.
They use it. They're a unit. You don't understand. Like the pressure this team puts on any other team, the relentless aggression, the way they move in, no one being
the
ready
hive
for
mind.
It is the hive mind. Honestly, they move as one. Like today looked much cleaner. That's what I wanted to see yesterday.
Johnny, is it not Junbin and his beautiful domino play? No, who are you watching in this one? He's saying looked awesome in the first round. What do you see?
I mean, honestly, the fact to get away playing domino at the highest level and teams like SSG are struggling to adapt against it, it's just mind-boggling because it's just a hero we haven't seen being played at the professional level.
And can you explain this? Why does he make it work when none of us can in matchmaking?
Well, first of all, they're playing maps that cater kind of to Domina. And so here on Village, like everything is so close-cornered, and so you have a lot of room to get a lot of value from you're pushing enemies into the wall. Whereas on some of the maps, there's more room to operate. You can play longer sight angles. That's where Domina isn't as good. But Crazy Raccoon fitting Domina in seamlessly here, and also their Symmetra play has been phenomenal, Puckett. And so this is a team that is really scary. SSG, I don't think they should be too upset, though.
What I've been most impressed by is the fact that all these players are able to rock the wedding band while gaming on a keyboard. I don't know about you, but I have to take it off when I get on there, Johnny. Otherwise, I'm clicking keys too loud. Junbin was clicking a lot of keys. He was on fire for, I believe, 72% of this match, it felt like. So it doesn't matter if he's on the Hazard, if he's on the Domina. He's making things look easy. On the other side, Sugar Free looked like he had a tough time. Was trying his heart out, didn't have the right character, it seemed, most of this game.
I mean,
They're
they had
still
to
looking for
try,
answers
right?
on
Like
SSG.
They couldn't quite stop the aggression there from Crazy Raccoon. But as Johnny already said, it wasn't theirs to win, so they shouldn't be upset about that. Like every team going up against the Korean team will feel the same way, especially against Crazy Raccoon. I mean, if you look historically, SSG has never even taken a map off of a Korean team on LAN.
That is
Not
the
once.
best phrasing ever. It wasn't theirs to win. Space Station Gaming is going to drop down. They will fight against the winner of AGAL and Veryl. That will be an interesting matchup of regions. Johnny, who do you expect to power through, as that will be our third match on the day?
Look, honestly, I think Veryl should be the favorite here against all gamers. The Japan scene is on the move. But then Space Station, pretty good news, I'd say. They should actually be coming out on top against Veryl, I feel like. So even though you take a loss here early, Puckett, they still have a good chance of qualifying for the playoffs.
Stage is getting set for the second match of the day. We will see you for that on the other side. In the meantime, congratulations to Crazy Raccoon, our first team into the playoffs. We'll be right back.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the read, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse. He thinks he can come in here. Nothing but
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Go to house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, this feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
We are Team Falcon, reigning Overwatch champion at Esports World Cup. We are here to do it again.
opening salve. It's a pickle lambda, the perfect answer. Symbol comes up, Merit has to dance it now. Ziad knocks out of Mech, can't get back in. They will claim the map from behind. Unbelievable.
World Cup was led by their Overwatch 2 team. Their win in Overwatch was what sealed the deal for Team Falcons in winning the club championship in 2025. That was last year. This year, they come in the EWC somewhat a shadow of their old selves, but still with championship expectations. They did not qualify for our first event of the year, the Champions Clash, and are here in Paris thanks to their amazing performance last year. The loss of Stalker has been huge, as he's moved over to Crazy Raccoon, who have been a powerhouse to start the year.
이적을 한 이후로는 연락을 딱히 한 적은 없고, 네, 그 전까지는 조금 친했었는데 아마 이적하고 나서 약간 라이벌 팀으로 가다 보니까 좀 안 하는 게 아닐까.
Falcons is to repeat as the club champions in EWC this year. They'll need its Overwatch team to rekindle some of that championship magic that's still on this roster. With the competition stronger than ever, they'll need an all-time performance to defend their title.
You can't checkmate a checkmate like that. Well done to the Falcon. And let's take a look, though, at their opponent. Walking in first, representing China, it's Guxue and Weibo Gaming. We welcome in the most eligible Junkrat in Paris to the studio, Jake Rat. Are you excited for this one? Guxue versus the Falcons?
I think it'll be interesting. I wonder how much we'll see Guxue in the lineup. You know, this has been a Weibo that has kind of transitioned to be playing more of these off-tank based setups, and I think that's going to be important in this match. They're going to have their hands full. Falcons look mean. They look about as good as they've seemed all year, maybe even longer.
We just saw a Domino. We just saw a Hazard. Zoe, the tanks have been out, but when it comes to the DPS, looking forward to, we have the Falcons facing off against Weibo and what could be a high elimination matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo has been heavily investing, of course, in the Xion, like most Chinese teams. So Reaper mix there as well. So I expect them to do pretty much more of the same. There's no real reason for either of them to change it up.
As we take a look at the matches yesterday, Weibo matched up against Team Liquid from North America, and Trian Crew, well, they felt the wrath of Shy and Leave. There were good moments, but at the end, it was Weibo walking away with the W. Jake, what did you see in the intro matchup out of Weibo?
I mean, Weibo was able to adapt. They do get it over the line against Liquid, but that series was probably one of the closest we've seen so far here at the Esports World Cup. So, to barely squeak a win over Liquid, honestly, isn't an amazing sign, considering how good Falcons are. They look to be in peak form. I'm looking at Weibo as an extreme underdog. I think this could be a real tour de force from the Falcons.
Extreme underdog. If you're watching that game, of course, Weibo had to come back into control, and then Zoe, they were able to take this third game. Talk to me about the key players, though, in the matchup on the other side. For Team Falcons, we know Weibo is going to be dangerous, but the Falcons are the favorite to win the event, right? They're the returning champs.
Yeah, they definitely are the heavy favorite, especially after the performance they had yesterday against the Dallas Fuel. They rolled over them, and much of that was thanks to Merit and Checkmate. I think they played phenomenally yesterday, just firing in all cylinders. Also, every time you're talking about Team Falcons, you have to talk about that backline. Fielder and Shio are just so solid, untouchable. They just don't die.
There is a look at someone. He is one of our favorite personalities in the game. He is going to be in the tank matchup against Guxue. And in a moment, I'm told we will be taking a look at Guxue behind the scenes. Let's get to that now as he is there with Danny Lim.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Gushui from Weibo Gaming. As you can see, he is the myth, the legend, the man himself. This is a correct height. The Mr. Translator and I are very short, and he's very tall. Anyways, Gushui, thank you for taking your time to do this interview. Very important match. You guys are going up against the defending champions, Team Falcons. What are your thoughts on Team Falcons?
顾姐，后面一场是一场很关键的一场比赛，你们的对手即将是卫冕冠军战队 Falcons 战队，你如何评价你的对手呢？
首先我觉得 Team Falcons 非常厉害，毕竟是去年的冠军。这次呢，我觉得我们作为一个挑战者来挑战 Team Falcons， 我觉得希望能打出一个非常精彩、非常好看的比赛，然后去赢下他们。
I mean, Team Falcons is a really strong team, or else they wouldn't be the defending champions, and they've been pretty consistent all year round. They are very aggressive, they are very tactical, and we just hope that we are able to perform our best. We can deliver a strong enough performance to take give them a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely sure, Gushui, you could definitely do that. How are you feeling? Like you said, are you feeling nervous? And also, do you have any message before you go up on that stage and face the Falcons?
那你在上场之前，你有没有什么话跟你的，比方说你的队友和你的粉丝们说的，来鼓舞、来士气呢？
首先谢谢大家来看我们的比赛，还有来线下支持我们的朋友们。然后呢，昨天赢下第一场比赛之后，现在我们很有信心去赢接下来的比赛。
Well, a big thank you to all the fans who have supported us, and to my teammates and to fans as well. Well, we won the games yesterday. We're on a bit of a roll, and we're feeling pretty hot right now. And I'm sure that we can win this and go much further.
I believe that as well. Gushui, fighting! Jayo, let's go!
Gushui and Weibo so hot right now, but on the other side, you're matching up against the Falcons. They are a fan favorite here, and if you take a look at some of the percentages, 91% of the fans are taking the Falcons. Everyone's been waiting on esportsworldcup.com. And of course, the fan favorites are returning, not just as club favorites, but winners here for Overwatch. Jake, have they shown you enough to give you the same confidence as the community?
Yeah, I mean, seeing Merritt back in the lineup, it's a complete game changer for the Falcons. This guy is one of the best hit scans in the world. We were talking to Landon yesterday. He was telling us about the importance of this role in the current meta. You can pump a lot of resources into a hit scan, but it's up to them to actually deliver the goods. Merritt, though, ice in his veins. He is so calm, so effective in these clutch moments. Yes, Weibo are a team that can put a lot of pressure on him, but I think Merritt's the type of player who can rise to that occasion and still deliver an MVP-worthy performance.
Now, I saw a splint on his middle finger, so what does that affect? Like zooming in on the mouse hand?
Probably. I don't know. I'm not a pro player. Ask the pro player.
I was going to say, Jake, what kind of injury was Merritt dealing with?
I'm hoping
is he back to 100%?
I'm assuming he's not playing with the splint. I mean, seeing it, I'm like, he has to be taken off, but it might be a point where after an injury has progressed, it's still good to wear the splint. It can still maybe help the healing process, but you can take it off the play once you're cleared. And having Merritt cleared back into the lineup, I'm sure he was feeling the pressure of that injury because the team without him, they didn't seem the same. I mean, Spin and Checkmate are phenomenal players, but they seem so much better when they're able to be in alongside Merritt rather than instead of him.
And for those of you who called it a road rage injury in chat, you are wrong. We checked behind the scenes. There was actually muscular or tendons involved.
Was that a word on the street? That's
road rage incident. Yeah, apparently he
I don't think Merritt has ever raged.
He's more of a thumbs up kind of guy if you've met him behind the
Can
scenes.
that man even be angry? I don't think so.
So let's take a look, though, at the Falcons a little bit deeper. We mentioned that we love watching someone, but this team has had so much success. What does it take to get to their level, and what have they shown you over the last 2 years?
I mean, I feel like all of these players individually have just never really stopped performing, right? They always found themselves at the very upper echelon of Overwatch esports. Ever since each of them has broken into the scene, they've been able to perform on a tier 1 level in a tier 1 team. And the competition, obviously, in Korea especially, is very, very steep. So that's good practice.
Jake, we got 30 seconds before we throw it to the stage. So give me players to watch on that screen from the Falcons. I think everyone is taking them to win this matchup. Who is going to lead the way?
I got to give a lot of credit to Merritt. I mean, we're talking him up a lot, but I think it's always right to talk about Chio and Fielder. The two of these guys together, this is a duo that has been together for years and years at this point. They have lifted trophies together. They're looking to do so again. I mean, speaking of the strength of the teams out of Korea, we talk a lot this year about EMEA with that region really rising to compete with Korea, but it speaks volumes really that Falcons wouldn't have qualified out of Korea, right? They're here because they're the previous title holders, but there are that many strong teams from the Korean region that Falcons wouldn't have even made it on the merit to the qualification of this. So, I mean, that's a crazy statement of strength, and yet you look at the name value on this team, you wouldn't be surprised to see any of these players lift the trophy. So maybe the Korean teams, I think, are back to show a bit of a dominant performance here with all of them looking strong at Esports World Cup.
44% of the field, Korean players or players originally from South Korea now living elsewhere. So, Zoe, let's talk a little bit about the players representing China. If this is going to be anything like Street Fighter, where we see crazy upsets in the opening rounds of a tournament, how does China get it done? Is there a player that you're looking at? Is there a team play or play style as we get 30 seconds to the stage?
I mean, it's going to be on the DPS to perform once again. Leaf and Shy, we know they can get it done. They're just like really high caliber players, but I think the back might get, especially with how aggressive the opposition is playing.
I'm going to kill that mosquito for you.
I was
Shout
trying
out
to,
to
guys.
everyone here in the crowd. It is bright and early in Paris, and they are already loud, and it's not even the weekend. Lock in. It's Overwatch here at EWC, and we're getting ready for match 2 of 6 on the day.
We're already back here in Paris after a quick game, because even though we've been selling you underdog stories here in Paris in Overwatch, it is very clear that when it comes to upper brackets, favorites are in the driver's seat.
Not just in the driver's seat, they've got their foot on the gas. Crazy Raccoon with a crazy performance to kick things off here on Play Day 2. And now they get to sit back, relax, put their feet up and observe their competition.
Because we're going to welcome 2 big titans onto the stage before elimination match. Should we get it?
Let's do it.
Vous le savez, mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, the favorites, the kings of the region, it is Weibo Gaming! They already have 2 domestic titles under their belt, but they come hunting for more. Here on the international stage, ils pourraient venir chercher leur premier titre international ici à Paris. Parce que si les géants chinois sont injouables à domicile, il s'agit encore de le prouver à l'international.
And their opponents, Team Falcons! 1 year ago, Team Falcons lifted this trophy and stood at the summit of the mid-season championship. Now, since then, the road has been far more difficult. They entered Paris through the title defender place, searching for the form that once made them champs. Yesterday, they took the first step. Today, they hope for the next huge leap.
It is Weibo Gaming versus Team Falcons, China's #1 versus the title defenders, starting now.
Here we go, second game of the day here. Falcons taking on Weibo Gaming, and they've met a couple of times in the past. And don't underestimate Weibo Gaming when they face specifically Falcons. They've been to 2 map 5s with this team. They are finally looking for that upset here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find another upset. As expectations, I think, for Falcons off of yesterday's performances, they've liked to start with these bans onto the Mauga. They won't have this opportunity unless Weibo defer the ban. Since Weibo are the higher seed, they get the opportunity to ban first unless they defer it. So expectation from their end would be going for a tank ban, potentially that Ramatra, that we've started to see Falcons really leverage their composition around for someone to not just take it out of the hero pool, but also save the Mauga for Gushway to be able to play.
Okay, what are we looking at? What are we looking at there? Yeah, I think a lot of people's mind is going to go to if Weibo or even like JD Gaming, is this China's year to really make a big splash on an international as well?
Oh, hello. That's not saving the Mauga. In fact, that's removing it from play.
Okay.
So China, we've always seen them rely on Mauga, on control. Play it on control. They play it on Flashpoint. They play it with the Xion, the Reaper. Some teams play it with the Cat, where we've seen the dive variant of the Mauga to set up the slam onto the backline to instantly force like Suzu, teleport, get a pick off very, very quickly. We've seen it with the Lucio to just be able to run at them directly with the speed boost. This is the first time that we'll really be seeing a Chinese team play control with the Mauga out of the way.
Yeah, they banned that one straight up. And the Sojin as well, taking that away from Shy. Good work from Falcons, to be said. Now, Guxue is starting in the roster here today. Saw a sub or so yesterday from Weibo.
Yeah, so Sunzo is their Sigma player. If Guxue's in, it tends to be the Mauga, or if they're banning it, the Ramatra. As Shy will continue with the spray. They tried to run the spray yesterday, lost a fight, had to swap him very quickly onto the Reaper though. We'll see how it fares, how long it stays on the field. As Falcons running Merit on the Bastion with Checkmate on the Sim to teleport him round.
It's such a nice map to do it on as well with the Sim. Very easy to traverse this giant crevice in the center of the map. Someone setting up really early, very forward position. It's up to Weibo to kind of poke, prod, and then hopefully Shy gets an opening pick with these bolts. There's the teleport straight up to the high ground, trying to make a nice little flank angle for themselves, but Weibo expecting this, already topped up to full HP. It's Team Falcons taking the brunt of the damage as they lose Chio first.
Yeah, great rotation from Weibo, perfectly kiting out the Bastion form. Although Guxue left behind, gets hit by the rock from someone, vulnerable, taken down. Weibo gets the cap. But how long can they hold the point without a tank?
Yeah, not too much longer. Another teleport, and they're just catching them off. This is just expert play from Checkmate so far, TPing into such good spots. And a lot of body blocking there from someone too, just making sure Guxue can't get healed.
Yeah, we'll see how well Weibo can disrupt the Symmetra teleporter as well. Now that Team Falcons are in control of the space, it becomes much harder for Weibo to be able to apply that poke pressure as you're already losing players. But Guxue actually closes up the distance. Just Nemesis form pummels right through Falcon's front line.
They have to wait though, tentatively, for Merit to get out of that turret form. And now he can move on to the point. Someone's going to be a tricky Sigma to deal with. Although eventually with this flank from Leave, it should be enough for him to get off the point. Well, there's a bolus that connects with someone. Shy managed to weave that over the shield and making sure he couldn't move anywhere. Good pick up from Weibo as they now get a flip.
Yeah, totally boxes Falcons right into one main lane, one main choke. Weibo do have to watch out though. Yes, they have Maka's Rush, but someone with the Flux can totally disrupt any momentum taken from it, or Fielder can just match as Merit, he's onto the Cassidy. He's seen how aggressive Weibo want to play. He's going to try to slow things down, punish if they try to get aggressive with Guxue with the flashbang.
Lee Sumin's on his own though, but it doesn't seem to matter. There's the Flux. Lee Sumin is fine. Good Suzu from Market, and now the Tidal Blast comes out. Pops it on himself, goes a little bit aggressive straight to the back, and that's a knockdown. That's a double, in fact. Sound barrier from Chio is going to help Merit stay alive for the time being. Same with Fielder, but Checkmate does end up getting run over by Leave. Dashing back now with Spree in his back pocket, but Falcons have the numbers. No support. So no chance for Leave to make an impact. Would it be a waste to pop this ult too? There's a flip. It's been pretty back and forth so far. Weibo up to 66.
Yeah, they just saved Fielder's Rush. They relied on someone with the Flux to match Maka's. Well, actually, see Maka, yeah, just going for a very fast rollout, providing speed boost before swapping back onto the Kiriko. Leave with the Spree, but Falcon should be able to just teleport out of the way of it if they can scout out where that Xion comes from.
Well, that hit the shield. Unlucky Shy, pretty hard to do at the best of times. There we go, Guxue's in. Teleport away, there's the wall. Checkmate is walked off of the edge of the map. Okay, well, Checkmate, unfortunately, my son, we caught that in 4K. Field is going to go down, leave to follow. Gushue gets a Suzu, it is back to blocks that rock. There's the Annihilation, and Weibo Gaming run over Falcons. I mean, what was that? Come on. Did he not have his teleport keybind?
Maybe we have to checkmate some glasses after this match.
He doesn't wear glasses.
He might need to start wearing them, as Falcons at least will have that Deadeye. It will be relying, right? Merit with the High Noon, trying to find these picks off. Someone can flux them up, or you can just rely on the teleport. The teleport's used to just get
nice
through the door.
TP. Again, they're just so decisive. There you go. He's made up for it. Good teleport.
Oh, Lee Soo-min down
Lee
as
Soo-min
well.
there you go. All right, okay. 95% for Weibo Gaming. They know they just have to int onto the point, get this fight over with.
I'm down to a whole alt dump of a fight. Falcons, they can last this out too. This can truly be brutal, as Weibo have to take a little bit of time. Maka not yet with that rush. If they push too quick, Falcons will punish.
These have been so close to this title boss as well. No's teleporter is down, so can play a bit more of an aggressive angle. It's the rush. Flux too, trying to protect the backs. Falcons, they've managed to secure 2 kills there. Marker Leaf already dead. Bolus kills Merit, but now Chio pushing people forward with the beat. Gushue falters, crumbles to dust. Team Falcons have the point, and they've got the round.
Yep, ult tracking, just perfectly on point for Falcons. Understanding, TP down, you're going to be vulnerable. That's when they'll try to make that move, use the rush, hit first, hit fast, use your ultimates, guarantee you get the kills, take the Kiriko out, have the sound barrier afterwards.
Here we go.
Packers already out of
Here we go. And there he goes.
That's so dirty from Prod.
That's perfect from Prod. What are you talking about?
Oh, poor check.
I want to see that in slow-mo first. Hear the drum behind us as well, Moxie. It's no need to Twisted Minds have got that drum. Team Falcons fans have it as well. Let's jump on to the second round now. Someone's still on Sig. Merit, Cassidy. Same kind of situation here for Weibo, but Lee Soo-min on the Cat, making use of that aerial verticality now on this point.
Yeah, on the Cat. Going to have to go up against Merit on the Cassidy, though. That hit scan will make it very hard for Lee Soo-min to move around this map.
A lot of high ground defense, though, to be fair, to kind of counteract that point. Realistically, though, you dipping in like this is going to be dangerous. At least knows it. Literally takes half his HP. I'm good. I'm just going to go back to the rest of the team.
You can safely heal your team, but the moment you get aggressive, you have to hope that the cast is looking the other way.
Oh, Shy is so low. Same with Marker. You got to be careful. Merit is just kind of walking forward and taking kills. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the silver bullet. Got changed recently. A little nerf on the Cassidy, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You can't really tell. It still does a whole bunch. Cass is still one of the best DPS in the game currently, and Falcons will be able to sweep that first fight to secure the first cap. Now, does Lee Soo-min swap, or do they try to stick with the Cat? Nope, there we go. There's the Mizuki, but because the swap is now, you don't have the Sanctuary pre-built to be able to absorb the impact of things like that Deadeye. You do at least have the chain to be able to bypass someone's shift and more damage from your poke.
Oh, TP, look at that. Lee Soo-min on edge almost. Chio, though, on the edge of life. Look at that. Vortex ends up killing him off, but Shy does take a bullet to the head. That hand cannon from Merit is hitting. Teleport as well is going to put him in a good spot, but the Flux connected with Gushue. That's going to signal the end of the fight. Look at those assists, too. The entirety of the team shooting Gushue out of the sky.
Yeah, but that's 2 ults committed from Falcons, hence why they're taking so long to take Maka out of this fight. They know. Weibo, exhausted, nothing. They just walked onto the point. The Falcons only picking up 37%. Have to look for late kills to be able to get past halfway. Now you're looking at Deadeye, but here comes Weibo approaching all of their ults to be able to walk forward. Gushue with that Annihilation, one-sided rush too. Falcons have to perfectly kite this.
They TP'd. Clark has managed to get out though. A quick teleport forward again. Now looking to push onto the point with the ults. However, High Noon plus the wall, like you can't really play around this if you Weibo. You have to wait this out. It's tough. There is the bowler, doesn't hit anybody at all. Shy taking an off angle now, but Leave is trying to do the most. A spree to the back line, but Merit pedals backward. Cool, calm, collected on the cast. Team Falcons running away with this map.
Oh, Kushway's trying to hero moment it though, and he's dead. Here comes the panic swaps, right? You lost your players so late, someone has to go to the point to touch.
Marker? He's got to go in. It's so sad. The cat, oh, the boot. Oh, the Hinterdays and put down. Lee Sumin's going to get back to with a Sanctuary in just 2%. But, oh, Moxie, it's all over. Overtime, sure, it's here. Ain't going to last too much longer. Merrick does end up falling down, sure. And they got the Sanctuary to play around. But as soon as that disappears, Team Falcons are taking Weibo. Well, they're going to take them to breakfast at this point. They're going to need to. That was an absolute slaughter on this round. 100-0 as Shy and Mucker are finished off. And it's going to be a 2-0 to Team Falcons of the series.
Yeah, and Falcons not relying on the Malgaban to be able to do it. Weibo exhausted the Malgaban from their own side. We're starting to see what happens when some of these teams don't have access to the strategies that they've drilled, practiced, rehearsed for so long. I think they wanted to take it out so they weren't predictable. Especially like when you know that Falcons will be relying on strategies like the Symmetra. How viable is the Malga? You'll just be able to teleport out of the slam engagement strategy, but it looks so clean from Falcons, especially that second round. Like when you hit your stride, when you have all of those perks and Merit hits shots like that.
That was freakish from Merit. Oh my god.
Yeah, Falcons. I mean, yesterday they were humble. They said that they did not feel like they could go all the way to lift that trophy up again. They wanted to see how far they could go, but when you're having matches like that, you're not just a contestant, you're a challenger.
He is a stone cold killer. I urge you to look at the player cam as soon as we swap over to Merrick POV. It feels like he doesn't even blink. He's a machine. All right, Weibo, chance to choose a map. They want to take this to 3. Want to win the series ideally, otherwise you're going to get knocked down to at that lower bracket. You again have to fight for your lives. But playoffs on the line.
Will it be Neon Junction? Because they looked really drilled on it versus Liquid, right? They were able to cap with almost 3 minutes. Blasted through first point within first fight, did not slow down second, did not slow down third. Very quickly lost the first fight on defense, just as quickly lost all of second, but they were able to totally stall out Liquid. Holding on third for so long, some really clutch moments that they were able to find those picks off with a rush from Maka, then getting to play that defensive positioning, making it so hard for you to be able to find that back line. The caveat, though, with picking Neon Junction is that Falcons have shown that they have a very strong Neon Junction themselves. In fact, they were the fastest series yesterday off of a full hold versus the Fuel on that very map.
We'll see. Or is it going to be the classic? We just go to a
Flashpoint.
Or we go. Well, no, sorry. We go to Atlas.
Yes.
There are no other flashpoints.
There's only one Flashpoint map.
You seem like one.
That exists.
New
Ooh,
Junk City.
Substitution.
Okay, Gushway gone.
Yeah, Sunzo. Okay, so we'll be playing some Sigma then. Probably Neon Junction, I would expect.
Yeah, I mean, no shot we're going to Atlas with Sigma.
No.
Possible, but not ideal.
So then, yeah, expectation would be Neon Junction. This is sort of a good curveball to throw at teams. It is still our freshest map in the pool. People still trying to work out strategies around it, making it very easy, I feel, for teams to pick up tempo, especially on first fight and second. Do they try to target out the Symmetra? Would be my question now.
Don't mind the ban.
I would quite like to see a Sim ban. Like the Sim wall, the teleport to be able to set up Merit to take so many of those angles, deny the engagement opportunities that Weibo were looking for as well. Plus just like Sim TP to escape out of ults.
See if Sunzo can be the difference maker. Falcons look very warmed up after that first round. There was 100-0 on the next. Obviously, the desk spoke about it, but they are the title defenders coming into mid-season. They won last year. You saw that B-roll footage of someone, Sparkle, jumping around with that trophy. They're ready to crush some more keys.
Yeah. Different team, though, is the thing. They lost quite a few of those players from the 2025 roster. They lost Merit for a whole bunch of time for their region playoff stages, as he was out of commission due to that injury. Recovers, comes back in, feels honestly like he was never there, like never absent. He is fitting in so quickly, just coordinating with this team so well. And speaking about coordination, we have fan chants from the audience. Falcons, they have a lot of fans.
They're always showing up on force. They want to see him take the trophy again. Of course they do. Even with the different pieces on their team, doesn't matter. Still holds the reputation in Overwatch of being one of the very best teams to do it in OWCS.
See, is that a different drum to the TM drum?
You think they're sharing a drum? No, they brought their own one. Drums aren't that expensive. I don't know, but they can't be that expensive.
Is this a thing? Like, imagine trying to walk up to airport and being like,
okay,
yes,
yeah.
I would like to get my drum brew, please.
Well, you put it on your, you don't bring it on as carry-on. You can't put it under the chair.
You would risk putting it through checked?
People put guitars through check all the time. You just have a good case.
There has to be a whole lot of bubble wrap to make sure that drum does not get
Doesn't get
popped.
pierced, yeah. It'd be fine. I'm not sure about transported instruments. I'm not a instrumental kind of person.
Yeah, true. Falcons.
Facts. Wait a second. They're
Absent from
spitting.
Tokyo.
Get that guy on the stage. He's spitting. Where were they in Tokyo?
Not able to qualify. Also, as we said, not able to qualify for the traditional regional playoffs. They are here because they are defending that title. But wow, they look like a fresh new team.
The thing is, Jake said it on the desk, though. It's like, okay, make it short, but the level of talent across multiple teams is like, come on. They're still world beaters. They're still, well, they are the world that needs to be beaten a lot of the time. Like,
yeah.
There is so much talent concentrated in that region. It's so difficult to be like, okay, only 3 of you guys could make it.
Look at Puckett's been saying it, right? 44% of players competing have been from
Get Falcons up there. Just
it's like, oh yeah, wow, didn't qualify for your region playoffs because
you're qualifying in the toughest region.
Crazy Raccoon,
Zeta,
T1, Zeta,
Neon Junction.
Oh, hey, look, Neon Junction.
You were right.
As expected, the prophecy comes to pass. We swerve. There's the Symmetra ban.
All right.
We swerve a second map of Atlas. I'm sure Atlas will be on the cards round 3 if we find ourselves going there. And that is an if. We've seen Neon Junction from both of these teams. As we've said, Weibo, we're able to full cap. Like, that is achievement. We have so many hybrid maps, which are so hard to be able to full push. Neon Junction's up there. Being able to push through third, once the defense win one fight, it's so hard to get into position to find early pickoffs. And that's something that we've seen Falcons doing a very good job of, just totally denying Weibo the opportunity on control, just not allowing any chances for those picks early on, for Weibo to be able to control the tempo.
2 stars on the Falcons jersey. Second map. I mentioned before, it was a preseason boot camp, and also last year at EWC / mid-season championship, that Weibo took Falcons 2-5. We'll ignore Wild Finals in 2025. Don't worry about that one. That was a 3-0. But
oh, hey, look. It's your
they're
favorite.
Back. They're back.
They're multiplying,
Pigeons
Jack.
everywhere.
We've gone from 1 to 2.
You should see Suravasa. There are 1 million of them.
True. It does feel a little bit like you just sort of like broke open a loaf of bread and summoned the birds.
Just broad trolling. Quick pause. Don't worry about it.
Allowing the fan chants to ramp up, motivate the players on the field. We also had a Wu Yang ban to make sure that you can't go for that double flex. Put a lot more poke pressure through. taking away as well the resources afforded to something like a Xion and a Tracer. As historically, we saw Weibo literally take Neon Junction 20 seconds or so it took them to be able to overpower Liquid on the first fight. Falcons held their ground, though, the whole time.
Quickly resetting the lobby right now. Fans were incorrect. We'll get those sorted. And then we'll jump in. Don't want any mistakes. And then we'll get locked. Very easy problem to fix. All good. Not a problem. Simple yet effective. Let's go Falcons. A lot of the scarves, jerseys, and everything. I'm surprised you're wearing a scarf, I'm going to be honest. But, you know what? Respect. It's still pretty hot in here.
Do you know what? I identify with that sign. I'm so happy someone else is just as bad at drawing as I am.
Oh,
I was like, is it cat?
Please.
Is it an axolotl?
It's perfect.
Yeah, see, what do you think? Cat or axolotl?
That looks like an axolotl.
Yeah, it has the fins. I don't know if random facts will
She was watching
the official term.
17 nature documentaries on the plane while I slept. It was
Yeah, you had the same flight. You just slept the whole way.
slept the whole time. Zoe
just
was
locked in.
binging watching nature documentaries. She's cooking with the facts.
She does. She throws us with some amazing animal facts.
Let's get on to it, though. The bans are correct this time around. Bans in the lobby, that is. The teams have not changed their bans. It was just the bans in the lobby itself. Sim ban for Weibo as they start on their attack. Falcons banning that Wu Yang. Don't want to have that extra pressure from the poke as they lock in Chio with that Mizuki for the defense.
Yeah, Weibo showed this before, having that really good damage. The poke, wow, they
So
really
bad.
are trolling you.
They know I'm on
at
the
this
stream.
point. A Jackcast means that we get a million
They're everywhere.
pigeon POVs. They'll find chat at the moment. We'll just be spamming.
Oh, they're popping. They're popping off. Let's have a look at this defense, though, as well. Checkmate on the Mei. This is going to rely on Leave and Shy getting an opening pick to make Sonzo's life a on this Sigma, and something like this might just be how they crack this first point open. Farah for Leave, Shy, Freya.
Yeah, Far is so hard to shut down for both the Mei and that Mizuki, right? Shio being able to try and hit chains on Leave, a much harder task than trying to catch them onto Sunzo or Shy. So a lot of pressure on Merit to be able to hit these shots. As Far approach for Weibo, onto point they go.
Sunzo takes 1 million damage as he moves 2 feet onto the point, sure. I mean, that's going to be the big problem. Again, you're relying on Shy to pick up kills. Look at that ult charge already, though. 70% or so on the Freya. But it's Lee Soo-min that goes down first. The eventuality of this comp cannot be understated, especially with Checkmate on this Mei. Walls are nice, gets a double.
I mean, that Sim ban, right? Just stops Weibo from instantly putting their DPS behind Falcons on the off angle on the high ground. Allows Checkmate Merit to just shoot the DPS when Chio chains Sunzo the moment he's on that point, trying to create space for Shy and Leave to work with. Shy has brought an ultimate up, but there were no kills off of the back of it, so Weibo can't even go for a fast push when they know that Falcons are weak.
Fielder's got the rush too already. Look at that. That's how much damage Shy's been doing.
Yeah.
Healed all the way up by Fielder. Bolus in the hand, or Bola in the hand of Shy. Getting an angle on someone again. Gonna be tough. No one's really peeking him. Don't want to overswing or anything like that, because you will get one-tapped by Shy and Leave. Now, Checkmate checking again. Shy drops to sub 50 HP, but pops the block of the Mei really early on. Very early pop of the Suzu too, but Mark gets lifted high in the sky. Can't quite save himself either. That's a solo kill from someone with the Flux. They're still going to use this rush on the point as the Sanctuary from Chio could be what they need to kind of patch up the wounds here. Checkmate Dovon, Leave, Shy. They're going to crack this one open. Weibo Gaming now can push on the points.
Yeah, the Falcons push back with Rush.
Is that even possible to win this fight though with the rush?
They
That
feel
seems
so.
way over eager.
I mean, Sanctuary to absorb Barrage, but Weibo just holding their ground.
Flux hits 2. Need that Sanctuary now. Yeah, Chio's going to use it. They've only got 2 ticks, so maybe there's a chance here. But Leave waiting in the wings. Barrage straight on top of the head of someone. He's so damn low. And yeah, using that Karas to absorb all those missiles leaves him pretty vulnerable. A Blizzard on the point for checkmate, but it is Team Falcons. They're throwing in ults and they're making it work. Checkmate field that end up coming out with kills, but you got to deal with Sunzo eventually.
They're off point as well, so if you're Weibo, you're happy that you drew those ults out from Falcons towards the tail end of that fight. They don't have them to be able to shore up their resources. The first fight second, Merit has the Deadeye, but Lee Suman can perfectly react to Sanctuary. Just absorb all of that pressure. You don't have to save it to be able to live through the Blizzard or the Flux.
Play the Sanctuary on the corner too, if you can get in an aggressive position.
Yeah, if you can catch onto someone's position to absorb the healing onto the Sigma, that's brilliant.
Not exactly baiting them in though, or at least Weibo not kind of falling for this push that could result in them getting cleaned up from Merit on his own little angle here with Fielder.
I mean, he's getting so close to Rush, actually, is Fielder, off of just the poke that they're taking.
Oh, checkmate. He's now going to kind of spot this guy out. Guy just gets the solo kill and shy. Sure, he's on the high ground. Completely isolated and alone, but no one checking him. Nice little block's going to actually stop Sunzo from moving past that wall.
That's huge from Falcons, too. They just got early pressure onto Elysium and forced the Sanctuary. Just for the base healing alone. Not to absorb the pressure of things like that Deadeye. So Falcons in perfect position to totally bleed out the time bank Weibo have available. Double support ult. Maka will have Rush. Sunzo ahead on that Flux, but Weibo, they're going to put Leave onto the Shion. They want to have that flank potential.
Oh, nice rock. Terminal velocity there, straight towards Sunzo, and there's the Sanctuary. Flux is going to connect too, but it's going to get slammed back down and instant killing someone. An aggressive push faltered here. Falcons, they use Sanctuary to try and get one up on Weibo, but Sunzo, again, kind of standing tall. Yeah. There's been a big difference maker so far. Gushue stepping out, and you can see why they want to have him on Sigma on this map.
Yeah, Shy 2 will be pressure for Falcons to have to deal with. Falcons, though, more ultimates in the fight. Weibo have to respect the fact that Falcons will be able to regroup before they find that cap. It's all about what Shy can get done with this prayer ult.
Yeah, Marcus spamming the Z key, making sure everybody knows that Rush is available. Same with Fielder, though. He's going to pop one that down, and unfortunately, yep, Chio caught in the wrong place, wrong time. Oh, the high noon. He's going to get too much. Oh, quite nice dancing there from Sunzo. He's got his tap shoes on. Straight to the face of Merit.
About, like, when you sub different players in for tanks, you can have a specialist, right? And Sunzo just makes that Sigma absolutely sing. Perfectly cycling the cooldowns, absorbing any opportunity for Merit to use that Deadeye as we head to third. But this could be where we see the domino impact of losing time on second. Falcons aren't expecting.
Absolutely dominated. They do trade, though, with Shy, but it does give Weibo a chance to push on and just hold in this choke point.
It's so crucial that you keep that tempo, too. If you let Falcons win one fight, they set up that backline, Weibo won't be able to touch them.
All right, well, they got Flux. Sunzo not too far behind. Blizzard for checkmate 2. Again, finding an off angle has been his forte for the time being.
Falcons just playing full preventative at this point. They don't want to oversell their position when Weibo can punish. More than happy to let the time burn down and just clear the lanes that Weibo tried to take.
They're just playing the May game. You come to us, we'll wall you off, no problem. Oh, high ground for Merit. Didn't quite check that angle, but they put down the Sanctuary anyway. A double Sanctuary, in fact. Leave trying to find an angle to actually do damage, but Merit just drops straight on his head. Goomba stomps him.
Brilliant Sanctuary from Chio as well. Fully absorbs the pressure from the spree. On Leave's end, and Weibo, yeah, they lost that fight on third. Now you lose the tempo. You still have to walk to the Blizzard. Now you have to walk into the Flux, the Deadeye, and the Rush. And cycling those ultimates, Falcons should be able to complete a whole.
Good rock. Flux is going to hit 2 as well. Someone absorbing all that damage with the grasp. It don't matter. Sunzo unrelenting, but frozen straight up. A good Deadeye Blizzard combo holds this push. They've traded the Sigmas. Silver bullets from Merit are still hitting on the side, but needs to get a little bit closer. A little bit more effective range there required. There's now Falcons. They use the rush to stabilize the fight again. 40 seconds to go for Weibo to complete.
Yeah, rush buys you time for someone to come back into this fight. Merit
Don't die. You can't die here. Oh, and he gets a second one as well.
That's brutal for Weibo. That might be map.
He's just so clean.
He's back.
Oh, no.
Oh, the late pick on Lee. Lee Soo-min makes it away, but can anyone from Weibo actually make past Falcons on the point?
The chains kill him. Someone's going to touch. Weibo, you got to get your moving shoes on. You got to run. They're going to try with Venture. Oh, the body block. 2 seconds to go. The body block. The body block. The wall. Not quite. The payload regressed enough, but the fight is broken down, and Falcons just hunting their prey. A good hold, a good defense. No extra rounds are going to be acquired.
It feels like Neon Junction might be the new Havana. Like,
oh, wow. Impenetrable, the third point. It's like, yeah. Comparison, yeah.
Like, look how hard it was, because not only do you have to worry about main, where you can't see the backline, you also have to worry about those high ground angles that Merit's playing on, right? So when you walk through main, the Cassidy just there to be able to play off of the chain setup.
I want to just real quick in that double Merit, not this one, but the one previous. The way he puts himself up against the wall, hits the roll so his crosshair doesn't move, and it's just like he's so interlinked with Cassie, or just the game.
It's the min-max, right? It's making sure that you have as little time as possible between taking those fights so that you don't get traded, because you're taking a 1 versus 2. There are 2 players who have an opportunity to be able to kill you. But those late picks from Vulcan, it totally stops any opportunity from Weibo's regroup. Like, it forces you to have to go onto Venture to be able to try to get past the team holding that choke. Then we have the ice block, body block, followed by the May wall block. And then your Venture's utility, it's all burned. No one else from Weibo is in position to be able to keep that overtime going. Merit, not on the Cassie just yet, seeing if anyone from Weibo peeks a little bit too far forward on the Widow before swapping right back to it. And someone actually on the Ramatra, so Falcons will try to just run at them.
Yeah, no one's fallen for that since 98, so we're not going to see that ever again, it feels like. Although, never say never. Violet can play Baptiste. All right, well, they're going to try and take statue control first here. Weibo Gaming play a bit of a different defense, pushing way farther up than Falcons did.
Yeah, wanting to play a little bit more open space as well versus checkmate on that May, having to be very careful about where exactly they take these fights, not wanting to have that tank totally cut off from heals.
Okay. Oh yeah, don't want to mess with that. Shy's up HP, decides, yep, not today, not going to die randomly to Merits. Looking for trade, not going to happen. Yeah, Filter explodes.
Yeah, trade denied. Someone just trying to find any kill that would allow Falcons with closest spawns to run at Weibo when they're one player short, forcing them to have to hold a little bit more back behind the point and allow Falcons to take that space to set Merit and checkmate up. But that strategy, totally denied. Falcons back to the drawing board, back to trying to find an opening pick. But now that Weibo have the chance to defend, they're not making it easy.
Oh, Rock to the back. Checkmate almost going the way of the dinosaurs there. Has to put the block instead. Chio, though, the one to explode. Again, another 2-player mission to try and get a flank angle onto the Sigma. But it's just not happening. Weibo, their defense is strong.
Yeah, Sunzo's been able to build up the flux too, so Gilda's one-sided rush.
Look at Sunzo.
Might just be totally taken down.
He's playing on the statue right now. Team Falcons are going to have to use this rush to try and get past him. Flux from Sunzo's good. Merit's dead. Someone's 1 HP. I mean, there's not really much they can do from here. Chio also dead. This is an unbelievable, look, a remarkable defense from Weibo playing this far up.
I mean, Sunzo's living as well versus the May. Like, Falcons are trying to do everything that they can. Wall him off when he's setting up that position to be able to flux, stop the rush, but they can't find the kill on tank. And Weibo, meanwhile, just taking Falcon squishies to absolute town. Last fight, still a little bit away, so Falcons more opportunities, but at the moment it feels like Weibo are just impossible to unseat.
I know Avril somewhere pumping his fist right now, seeing Sunzo playing Well, maybe he is Sunzu. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. The way he's playing right now, he might as well be. Nice kill onto Maka. However, that Sanctuary is going to prove quite a tough situation for Merit, but apparently not so much. I mean, Lee Soo-min gets his head ripped off, and that is Weibo Gaming's defense eventually failed. A good team kill, but Falcons still with a lot of time drained off of their bank.
And the true difficulties, we know, still ahead for Falcons to have to deal with. I do like the fielder swap onto Juno. It allows someone to be much more proactive at running towards Weibo. Speaking though about proactivity, Checkmate, unchecked, gets the Wolf onto Sunzo.
Yeah, Rock doesn't matter too much there. Yeah, Sunzo with too much to kind of deal with. Falcons. It's the comp. This is the bread and butter of the comp, right? The Mei hits the wall, the Rama Archer runs at you, and you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, you just give speed ring as well from Fielder for someone to be able to run in with that Nemesis form. Soon, Falcons will be equipped with the Orbital Ray as well to run directly at Weibo. When there's no Flux, no Sanctuary to be able to absorb the damage, this is Falcons' odds of the fight. Weibo have to find kills to shut it down.
Double DPS ult for Weibo. Very tough to get this spree on an off angle though. Although saying that, Fielder going pretty low. Instantly though, whoa, leave! A double on the back. Last just usage of the spree ends up getting both supports straight after. Fielder used great.
Yeah, and split from someone as well. He was playing low ground. Fielder, Chio, they were all stacked high, trying to find the drop onto Weibo to hit their backline with that Ray.
A reset and a change of comp.
Yeah,
Fielder.
Kiriko time. I mean, Suzu for Flux.
Has to be, right? All right, Merit still on a heater, it feels like. Yeah, I can hear something above him right now. They know someone's going to be up on the train tracks. Lee Soo-min teleports away. A good headshot to Shy sends him reeling. There's the Flux, dashes out of the way, or at least tries to. Yeah, oh, dearie me. Again, Weibo looks so damn strong when they can play their own game, when they can utilize Sunzo to the best of his ability on the Sigma. They look like a completely different team.
Such a late kill on someone as well. Lee Soo-min has been doing such a good job with the chains on this Mizuki to be able to stop Falcons picking up the momentum. The engagement's totally denied for the Ramatra to find space. The DPS and they're able to break first with the ult jump fight. Now we'll see if they can break second with it too.
Blizzard, checkmate. Sunzo's on the wrong side of the fight right now. And teleport in. Oh, teleporting to his demise. Marker tried to save the day there as Sunzo separated thanks to that long-range yeet to the Blizzard.
I honestly would have preferred to see a hold of that rush. As Maka, there's no way. Yeah, you're just running Lucio to be able to speed everyone from Weibo out of spawn that little bit faster to try to get one more fight crammed into second before we head third.
Oh, the high nuke from Merit's going to make this rather tough. Sanctuary's going to come in too. 2 meters to go and now as Merit is looking for people. Oh, and look at that. Fancy footwork on leave and Shy's going to clean up with the bowler. Someone gets rocked even in that annihilation. It's going to be a team kill for Weibo with 40 seconds to go. Final fight.
Yeah, look at this.
He's connected with Merit's head.
Yep. And then just dances on that back line. No one's looking at him. Totally uncontested through that fight. Falcons fall, and we go to last fight territory. Someone's on the right. They have 20 seconds left to try to get through Weibo and onto point.
Lee Soo-min couldn't be more 1 HP. My goodness, he is critical health right now and has to rejoin the rest of his team. Shy, by the way, yeah, that's another bowler straight into the back too. It's going to force the block onto Check. Maybe they still need to manage to make it to the point. 3 seconds to go. There's the spree in the small room. A lot of that shield is going to eat it all up, but they don't even touch. Weibo Gaming with an immaculate defense on Neon Junction. They're taking us to a map 3.
Is Chinese Overwatch back? This feels like the most competitive we've seen this region be for a very long time. Weibo first seed for a reason. Neon Junction, what a great map pick. A risk for sure. We talked about the fact that Falcons defended perfectly yesterday. but they're able to bind the full push, and then they're able to hold on second. Bleeding timeout, that Symmetra ban coming in absolute clutch to make it so much harder for the DPS to take those angles, to instantly put the pressure on the back lines. Sansa does his job so well as well. You can see how much it means to the players too. Every win for Weibo
They
is a
know
new miracle.
they can go all the way against Falcons. They've done it before. They can do it again. A map number 3 coming your way in just a moment. But first, a quick jump down to the stage before we lock in.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, we're going to map 3. Paris, how we doing? We've got a good crowd out here, Lou.
Yeah, I'm actually really pleasantly surprised. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important question for you. J'ai une question très importante à vous poser. Who is here to support Weibo Gaming?
Hey, that's good. That's good. What about the title defenders? How about Team Falcons?
Once again and one more time, we're all wondering who's gonna get this map 3 and lock their spot in the playoffs. Is it gonna be Weibo?
Good crowd, but the Falcons fans have drums. So let us hear you. Is it gonna be Team Falcons?
I'm not sure. You know, I feel like the Weibo fans are maybe a bit more numerous, but it's true that the Falcon Buds have been doing an amazing job. Ian, who's taking it?
Ooh, you're putting me on the spot. The answer I have is, we will find out. Of course, one of these two teams will put their spot in the playoffs. Let's find out.
All right, map number 3 coming up. One more map to decide who advances to the playoffs. The 2-0 record. Gushui in, Sun Zhou out.
This feels like Atlas. This feels like Atlas, Falcons 2, losing that Neon Junction, get the opportunity for first ban. This, I feel, is where we see the Mauga ban from their side. And this, I feel, could punish the fact that Weibo banned the Mauga themselves on control.
Yeah, and especially with Gushui, like, where do you pivot if you're Gushui?
Ram, probably, but that plays perfectly into Falcon's hands. That's what they've done yesterday. Mauga ban, force Ram mirror, win the Ram mirror.
Yeah, someone's winning that 9 times out of 10. And that one might be the miracle that can take them all the way. It's always been the tipping point. It's just the hurdle you need to overcome, and a heck of a hurdle it is.
Simban's gone as well.
Yeah.
Is the issue for Weibo. Like, they were able to deal handily with Falcon, stopping them before they could get DPS in problematic positions, but you can't do that anymore. And I don't see Falcons deferring ban. I feel like this has to be a Mauga ban.
Yeah.
There's no chance that Weibo have the opportunity to take first ban, save the tank, defend against the Mauga.
Merit's been hitting too. Cassidy's been so powerful. He's just still such a good hero right now, especially with how prevalent Cat and Bastion is. Oh, there's the empty seat. That's going to be Gushui's in just a moment. Going to be joining the rest of the team. Let's see where we go. But your bet is on Atlas. I think my bet is on Atlas as well.
Yeah, I think, like, for Falcons, you're probably punching the air when you saw that ban draft on control. Like, oh, you'll take the Mauga away. We don't have to burn a ban on it. So if we drop map 2, we go map 3, we get first ban, we can still target it. Perfect. I mean, if you're Weibo, though, you have to be expecting this. you have to know Sim, Ram, likely the composition that Falcons will try to force you on to. How well can they play versus it is the question. They struggled versus the Sim on map 1. They banned it out map, so they did not have to deal with it, which means that they still have to find an answer. Does that come in the form of new hero picks? Do you try to just push forward with something like a Vendetta, potentially a Hazard, to be able to disrupt the Symmetra teleport? I mean, have we seen Gushway on the Hazard?
It's yeah, I mean, it's not an uncommon pick, but against that Sim, it's still tough.
Yeah.
Symmetra does break the game in a way where it gives heroes with almost no mobility, like infinite mobility.
Same issue
but
as
it is on a
Cat.
timer.
Yeah.
It is on a
Same
timer.
issue as Cat, but at least tied to a timer.
Yeah.
And also tied to, hey, you have to go through teleport. You can break teleport. Cat lifeline just is endless unless you kill that cat.
Yeah, there's not too many edges that Checkmate can walk off either this map.
You're really just going to harp on that poor guy.
And that's not going to be in the replays after this series, because it will be.
Oh, check and mate
Look,
to production team. I feel to ops team specifically.
I just like having a
for
little bit
that
of fun.
one.
People aren't going to complain.
That might be my favorite keyboard. Hold on.
The pure
We're
pink,
cooking.
Translucent pink keycaps. Yeah, looks good.
Heck yeah. Weibo though, like there's so much pressure on them. I feel like Chinese Overwatch has been out of the scene for a very long time. There's so much expectation. So many of these players, we've seen them through the years for so many different metas. And then we lost sight of them for a little bit of time. They came back. The game had evolved, had moved on, played faster. The question was, like, these are old players. Do you still have that reaction time? Can you still keep up with the young blood?
Yes.
For Weibo, there's so much on the line. It's not just about proving that Chinese contenders can still hang with the rest of the regions. It's also proving that you still deserve your spot as a player on a roster. Oh, yeah, you're tired of Atlas? There we go. I'll do the translation of that sign.
What did it say?
I'm tired of Atlas in French.
When we get to the first of threes, the BO5s, that is when we will see a few more maps, a little deviation in the formula.
I love that production was so surprised I could do the live translation. I just got you speak French? Through my ear.
Contextual clues, your biggest friend.
Well, no, actually, I did 6 years of French.
Oh.
I actually got an A in it. So if you don't know the British education system, it is actually fully mandatory that we have to study French or German when we're in primary school. And then when you go to high school, that continues. You have to do a minimum of 3 years. I took an extra year of it, passed with an A. Came back to France, found out, yeah, my French, not up to
If
scratch
you're not
currently.
practicing a ton, it's difficult to kind of keep it popping, you know. Just still waiting for Gushway to set up. Shouldn't be too much longer on the Goosh. At the end of the day, I want to make sure he's in fighting form here for this map 3, going all the way again.
The good news for Weibo is that this is still upper bracket. We're not yet at the matches where a loss means key crush.
Right.
And dreams crushed as you are sent out of the tournament. That we reserve for the next 4 matches that will follow this one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of key crushing today. Some people's favorite parts, and it's definitely one of mine. That's for sure. Looks like Gushway is nearly about ready. Just a guy under the table making sure the computer is plugged in. I'm not sure what he's doing. I'm not sure. I'm just assuming.
Ah, yes. The true pinnacle of tech support. Have you tried making sure that it's turned on?
Is it switched on? Yes. Then I don't know what your problem is. pull back.
turn it off, then turn it on again. Has the problem
It solves so
resolved?
many things.
Yeah.
Apart from maybe
Or kick it.
winning a series. That solves not many things, I will argue. Doesn't make you speak quicker, doesn't make you...
I don't know. Like growing
getting
up on
kicked under the
countryside,
tail?
no router. Like we had to slam the router a few times.
What? When? When was it? Today? Yesterday?
No,
What you-
me growing up.
Oh, growing up.
Scottish countryside.
Were you getting like 100 kilobits a second?
Oh, it was worse. We got 15-minute sections
That's
of
epic.
successful connection.
Using those AOL free trials.
It
The best
no like exaggeration. It took me a straight day to download games off of a disk drive.
Wait, okay? How is that possible? If a disk drive, the read-write speed of a disk drive is not that low.
That's how bad it was.
You made your own disk drive, your own optical drive at that point.
Well, we had to run up a hill if we wanted.
You had to
receive
run up a
text.
hill,
Yes,
go
we had
plug
to run
the
up a
CD
hill
drive in,
to
put the
receive a
CD in.
text. That was the only way.
You must marvel at people being able to call each other on the phone.
Yeah. The first time that I walked into an actual city, I was like, whoa!
Peasants from the 1200 be like when they're transported to the 21st century.
My home actually is a historic site. We had a Celtic settlement, actually, in our backyard. They
Well,
excavated it, too.
Thankfully for the
findings.
audience, we are just about ready.
Yes, we can stop digging through my past and start sifting
Digging
through
through
the
Weibo's past now. To two map versus Falcons and maybe even just toppling them here. Gushue is about ready to go. He lied to me. Production informed me. I've been lying to you for the last minute straight. He should hopefully ready to go in just a moment.
Well, you're one map away from Weibo pulling off a third upset versus Falcons. This would be.
There's potential that they've been 3-2'd by Falcons twice now. In mid-season last year and in the preseason boot camp.
Well, you know what they say. Third time might be the charm.
Third time is a charm.
Oh, headsets going on. We should be heading into match fairly soon, I would imagine. Just a reminder, if you're joining us, this is Upper Bracket, Weibo Gaming versus Falcons, map 3, everything on the line. And probably Atlas. We're yet to see the map selection. We're yet to see the ban draft. We're expecting Melga to be targeted by Falcons since losing Neon Junction allowed them to pick up that first ban. Weibo don't get the opportunity to guard against it. Now, what they could do, they can't ban the Sim. They could go for the Cassidy.
Yeah.
Or the May, actually. But probably the Cass, since if the Sim's available, you're playing Sim Cass.
Okay, still two refs behind Gushue, but he looks pretty locked in. So Weibo's key there on your screen. Won't be crushed after this series, after they get knocked down to lower bracket. That is where the danger will lie. Key crushing ceremony, always a good one. The players' faces, I think, was it last year? Someone, I think, had some incredible. We have some incredible clips of someone.
Wait, when he was crushing keys, or
When he was
players'
crushing.
keys were crushed?
Yeah, when he's crushing keys.
I was about to say, if we're enjoying watching players, just like their faces.
Oh,
drop,
no, the
I was
other
like,
way
keys are
round.
crushed. Okay,
He's a
I
elated
had the
face.
totally wrong end of the stick. You were taking so much enjoyment watching Checkmate walk off the map. I'm like,
Everybody took enjoyment off of that.
wow, Jack.
No, someone's face when he pushes the key button, or like any player. It doesn't have to be
Oh,
someone. But
yeah, the childhood joy of shiny button burr and large
slow,
thing
elongated,
just
deep red.
slowly get shredded.
Great. It's a fantastic time. Zoe doing a crab walk in front of us. Thank you, Zoe. Still waiting.
We'll have to ask her
Our
when we see
entertainment
her
for this
in
evening,
green room.
Zoe.
Yeah, sadly
Doing
you
the crab
can't
walk.
see the Zoe crab.
You will later. She'll do it on the desk.
Yeah, she'll do it on
You
the
can't
desk.
actually
We're
hear me
putting
right
her
now.
like now on the spot. Well,
Yeah.
we'll text her.
So no,
In
we
the
expect
chat
her. We
to
just
tell her that
expect
she
her to
has.
do it, and she won't. And then like, where's the crab walk at? I did just hear the lobby music in my ears go. So I'm hoping we get into the game in a moment. Looks like they've walked away, and it's wow, it's going to be a Colosseo pick. No Atlas. There you go. Where's that front sign? Good. No more Atlas. Colosseo is the map pick, and the bans Shion and Kiriko.
Yeah, first Colosseo, actually. First push map, actually, of the whole tournament so far.
Okay, I'm excited to get in.
Kiriko, Shion, Mauga still available. Kiriko being targeted means that you can't play the Kiriko cat the way that a lot of these teams do like to pair with that Mauga. But the Cass, still there. And actually, that is something to talk about. Falcons with the first ban, not going for the tank. Instead, guarding the Cassidy. They lock the DPS role with the Shion first ban.
There we go. The drums are getting louder. The crowd's getting louder as well. The Falcon chants are here to stay. Defending champions here at mid-season EWC. Weber Gaming once again taking him to the edge. A 1-1 in this first to 2. No draws here. Don't you worry about it.
Well, theoretically, if no one pushes,
it is possible. Yeah.
It is possible,
but highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely.
You
So-
have to literally hit checkpoint and then it be just a ridiculous circumstance. So.
Yeah. Okay, Falcons, what composition will it be? Someone not on the remap for rolling out the Sigma. Merit on the expected Cassidy, but no Cat to lift him up. Fielder prioritizing sustainability with that Baptiste Chio, the speed on the Lucio. Weibo actually putting leave on the Emre too, so good range, good pressure to be able to try to put the tables and damage on the Falcons as Shy gets split by Lucy Moon.
That was an unbelievable amount of damage sent towards Shy just then. Yeah, they want to play a range here, ideally. They know Merit has to be the one to kind of force the issue. Good damage onto Shy, but yeah, he's just lifted to safety.
I think Maka on the Ana as well will make it pretty hard for Falcons to be able to run down Gooseway. It's all about Merit finding these opening picks with the SimTP setup. Great rock, but no kill off of the back of it. What Falcons do have right now, though, is objective presence until Weibo push them out.
It's much tougher for Shy, really, to be an impact in this fight because the roof is fairly short for the Bastion. Can play on the outside, Bast to shoot inwards. Gushway very low, has to pop Nemesis form already.
Yeah, Merit actually has Deadeye off of all the poke that he's been able to do to the Bastion Cat. Leave, abandons the scope, moves to the main lane. Shy, though, he's trying to find that flank angle, gets found by Merit. They're just not letting the Bastion Cat pass.
Yeah, they're still getting meterage, although insignificant realistically at this point in the game, only 16 meters on the board.
It feels like Weibo are going back to fishing for Nano Boost, since they can't get anything done with this Cat Bastion at this moment. Falcons more than happy to respect it, though.
What is the record for no kills on Colosseo?
Well, that would have been about 2 minutes 40 something back when we had Sojourn first release, and we didn't have all of the panels.
It was like I think it was almost 3 minutes.
Yep. Because it was literally just one
Sojourn, railgun,
rail,
waiting, yeah.
wait.
Yeah. Well, it might change this time around as the nano boost.
Going to the window. Don't want to be dangled there all too long.
He's going to use this ultimate though, although it looks like a very easy kidnap. What a catnap from Lee Soo-min.
Uses it like a Mauga slam right through the middle of Falcon's whole team. So many players just knocked down versus that artillery strike, and Weibo find the moment, the opening that they were looking for. So good, we'll see it again.
The perfect setup. That's the duo you want in your ranked games.
Encouraging Cat Bastion.
There's the swing in again. Fielder so low. Teleports are going to get him out of there, but they are losing ground. Flux from someone. Looks like Gushue has got other ideas, though. On the high ground, chasing away Checkmate. 2 different fights on 2 different angles. Leave goes down. Sound barrier from Chio pushes him forward. Gushue going to fall too soon after. There is the push. 45 meters on the first one for Weibo.
You can see how much value Falcons place in keeping Merit alive in this fight. Sound barrier was forced because Merit was going too low. They keep the cast alive. Now they get to try to flip the tables versus Weibo before they can set Gushue up to run at the team with that annihilation. Fielder about to hit the amplification matrix as well. Weibo going to have to be very careful. Deadeye from Merit just allows Falcons to just push more space.
Little teleport. Going to the high ground there. Look at that. They're going to delete it though. Oh, Gushue hit by a rock. Lee Sumin dangling Shy straight above Merit though. Has to go on the retreat. Same with Fielder. Does end up jumping, dashing away. The wall's going to come out. Shy dipping on the other side of things. Gushue running forwards now, trying to separate Team Falcons from their own wall.
Crucial though, Weibo run at Falcons with annihilation before Falcons can pull away with the distance lead. And Weibo are still finding more as the fight wraps. Falcons denied a clean disengagement as Lee Sumin actually drops Gushue outside Falcons' own spawn. They have to contest with the Ramatra on steps, which allows Weibo to start leading more distance.
Falcons with 40, close to the checkpoint. 4 ults for Weibo though, and almost at the checkpoint as well.
They're off the cast, 2.
Bastion. Oh, straight through the window. Awkward angle though. Lee Sumin's really low. Merit needs to hit this shot. He can't quite get it. Fielder also going really low. There is the M-Ray, the living weapon unlocked. A double for Leave. Sure, the turret kills him. Job's done though. Checkpoint unlocked.
Yeah, forward spawns picked up for Weibo, and Falcons starting, it feels, to panic versus the Bastion Cat. The first fight, they felt so much more in control, but the fact that Merit now is off the Cassidy onto the Bastion, trying to just burst Weibo down before they can try to fish up for some of these really heavy-hitting ultimates, is showing that they're very unsteady at now dealing with that Bastion Cat flyby, since Merit gets mobility off of the Sim TP, but Shy gets to take these off-lane fights and put pressure on Fielder.
Yeah, Cassidy much more well-equipped to deal with the Bastion in the skies rather than the Bastion of his own. There's the teleport onto the high ground. Swing for Shy. Straight in. Fielder going really low. Lap already popped too. There's the catnap from Lee Sumin. Fielder leave trade, and the healing up of Shy is just not there. You need a double support pocketing the Bastion at that point, but Lee Sumin just dives in. Cat scratches Merit. Gets the kill anyway.
Yeah, Falcons though still present on the objective. Weibo will get one more fight before Falcons start to eclipse that lead. Gushue drops down before they can find her.
Yeah, no checkpoint garnered either.
Huge turn for Weibo. Leave now actually onto the Tracer so that he can detach from the main fight. Go put more pressure on Fielder since he's having that land force so early by the flybys from Lee Sumin and Shy.
Yeah, a lot less to worry about too with Merit on the Bastion rather than the cast. Still deadly for the Tracer, but much easier to navigate around. There's the nano boost, and someone cancelled out of his ult, and Shy booping people down from high ground as well. This nano Bastion is just so devastating. And Team Falcons have to disengage again.
It was a great anti from Maka as well. Falcons teleport up onto Weibo's high ground, trying to catch the back line. Maka antis the ground, hits someone.
Someone's on Rhine.
And
Someone is on Rhine now.
Falcons fully hitting emergency buttons.
There's 3.5 minutes to go. Someone's going to be able to get out, sure. But look at this. Checkpoint, more meters, high ground. Like, what's the answer here from Falcons? Oh, come on. He's being dangled off the map. They're going to clear this high ground out. They're going to push him all the way back. There comes the mortars. And now the punishment of this ram, and Falcons just trying to swing through their own wall. They managed to take down someone. Lee Sumin eventually fell too. Checkpoint in the hands of Weibo Gaming. And with only 3 minutes to go, Falcons, they're looking to be perfect.
Oh, they get Merit late though, which means that Falcons, they can push. They can try to find more space on this objective, but they won't find distance lead, and they won't be able to stop Weibo from having a fight fast on main, with Gushue swapping to the Mauga now that someone's on the Rhine. No more opportunity for Falcons to run at Weibo. They'll take the fight first.
Flexible here for Weibo Gaming.
Where's the pulse bomb from Leave as well? Like, there's no Kiriko, no Suzy.
Yeah, good connection. Could end it all. Going to try and elongate this fight. Leave already looking for an opening, looking for a chance to pop something. Teleport. Make sure they can't go back. There's the catnap. Lee Su-Ming going to try and drag somebody. Oh, the anti is massive, but the beat is better here for Chio. Mark gets pinned to the wall there by someone as Gushwei takes an alternate angle to try and punish them. The stomp is good. Lee takes down Fielder. It's a dirty little trade here as Team Falcons, they need
2 minutes to go, and a clean fight is not what they'll find.
Mac has been so brutal with his anti-nades. That Kiriko ban, no Suzu. Both the pulse bomb, but the nade as well. And Weibo dispatch Falcons. Lengthy fight too. Falcons won the last one. This is the cruelty of Colosseo, right? When you start having that distance lead for these other sides, they're able to just set up for the next fight. You take so long pushing the objective through main that they just push it a little bit more through main, force you to have to take a fight on this one angle that Weibo can just flank around, pinch you with.
There's the teleport, the shatter in the hands of someone too. Leave, trying to look for another entrance here. However, these turrets are going to be a little bit annoying for him. Looking for Marco, he might. Oh, Leave takes down Shio of all people. Someone, does he end up using the shatter here? It looks unwise.
This is just Weibo fully in control. Like, Maka has been so efficient with these nades. Someone on the Rhine has not been able to block enough of them to stop Fielder from being forced into using Immortality Field in a reaction. And without that cooldown, the Baptiste and the rest of his team are just too vulnerable. This is last fight territory, Jack. Weibo one fight away for a Chinese team to continue in the upper bracket.
Can't go down. Does manage to dash to the Mega Health Pack. One more fight is all that Weibo need here. 25 seconds remain. Leave with a pulse. There's the wall to open things up. Someone already kind of dissuaded here by Gushwei, who's lingering in the backline like a tracer right now.
Where's the Sim TP? Gushwei waiting for that Sim TP. Knows once it's burned, that cage will find value.
No, the cage is going to come. Soon you've got to imagine the nade's going to come in. A nice little slam there from someone, but the cage is going to come in regardless. Lee Su-Min looking for action, however, looking for somebody. Shy takes down Merritt with the artillery barrage. Lee Su-Min lifts him to safety, but Gushwei and Mark are already dead.
One fight for Falcons to be able to try to find this lead.
It's only checkmate. It's only checkmate on the point. Gets annihilated by Shy, and now it is all on to someone. The tag team duo, Shy Lee Su-Min, finish off the fight. Shio, a last-ditch attempt, but it's just not to be. They've done it. Weibo break the curse. They take Falcons all the way to 3 and knock them down to the lower brackets.
The hopes and dreams of Chinese Overwatch rests on the shoulders of Weibo Gaming. And they continue in the upper bracket, emotions on their faces, pure adulation that they were able to complete that match. The Kiriko ban, able to keep the Malga. Maka had some questionable performances, I think, in the past. But that map on Colosseo, he is a hero. Those anti-nades made it almost impossible for Falcons to be able to start the fight with the tools that they wanted.
They've got all the way 2 times before, 2-5 maps in the last year. They finally get it done versus Falcons. You can hear the crowd. You saw it in the cameras too. The Chinese fans who always also come out in force to these LAN events. And they can stand proud, advancing to the playoffs, beating the returning champions in Falcons.
Huge for Weibo. Means that you avoid a lower bracket run-in with some of these really strong teams. Gives you a chance as well to be able to survey your opponents.
Leave it down on the stage to give us some words before they advance to the playoffs with Lou.
Indeed, what a showing from Weibo. Congratulations, Liv Gongxi. You did amazing, and I think your fans are very happy here. You were facing very experienced players that sometimes you have faced previously in your career. So how does it feel facing, familiar faces, maybe friends? And do you wish to Falcons to qualify for the next stage as well?
Leaf，首先恭喜你们成功晋级到了就是后面的淘汰赛。然后呢，你们打的对手 Team Falcons 也是身经百战的一个战队，而且很多选手呢，你们也是交手了很多次，也算是很熟悉的面孔，甚至可以算是。那你们这边成功晋级之后，你们是否希望 Falcons 战队也能从败者组晋级呢？
什么？究竟什么？
你们是否也会希望你们的对手 Falcons 从败者组也会同样晋级，能成功晋级进淘汰赛呢？
我说实话不想，因为他们实在太难打了。
To be perfectly honest, not really, because Team Falcons are a very strong team, and we kind of don't want to face them again.
It's better not to have to face them again. I think that's a very good answer. Première question, tu jouais contre des joueurs très expérimentés, tu les connais, tu les as déjà affrontés. Est-ce que tu souhaites quand même que Falcons vous rejoignent en playoff? Et ben, pour être tout à fait honnête, non, j'ai pas envie de devoir les réaffronter à nouveau parce que c'est une très bonne équipe. And we've seen all other Chinese teams knocked down to lower bracket, one game away from elimination. But you guys at Weibo, you're already in playoffs, chilling, 2-0, 2 wins. So what's different about you guys? What makes you the best team?
中国赛区的另外2支战队呢，现在都在败者组，然后但是你们却是2-0，2场轻松晋级到了淘汰赛。能问一下，就是你们 WBG 到底跟其他中国战队有哪里不一样呢？
我觉得首先是我们的整体实力吧。我觉得，就是个8强水平嘛，我觉得对，不夸张的说。然后我们的配合各方面心态也特别稳，然后就各司其职，做好自己的事情就可以打赢这些对手嘛。
I'll say when it comes down to it, our raw skill is definitely up there in itself. I think I can without any sort of exaggeration, I can say that we're a top 8 team. Just in terms of pure skill. So all we have to do is to, keep ourselves relaxed, make sure that our coordination is on point. Yeah. And I think being able to qualify should be a very natural thing for us.
Yes, that's for sure. Donc deuxième question, toutes les autres équipes chinoises sont en loser bracket à une game de l'élimination. Eux, ils sont en train de chill en playoff. Qu'est-ce qui fait qu'ils sont les meilleurs finalement de la région? Bah tout simplement, clairement, on est une des meilleures équipes, on est une team de top 8. On a juste besoin de s'assurer qu'on reste on point, qu'on se laisse pas trop déborder par nos émotions et qu'on reste aussi très coordonné, et ça devrait le faire. And last but not least, Liv, it feels amazing, I imagine, to be on the international stage, seeing the fans and stuff. So what do you enjoy the most about these international tournaments, getting to travel around the world to play Overwatch?
在国际舞台上面也是一种很享受的一种体验，毕竟有这么多粉丝在那边给你欢呼。能不能跟我们说一下，从你的角度来讲，就是打这种国际赛事的这种国际 OWCS 赛事，你个人最享受的一点会是什么呢？
我觉得已经说过很多次，我觉得不用再说了，就是大家线下赛所有观众粉丝的支持跟呐喊吧，我觉得这是我们对最大的动力。
I think I've said this a million times, so I think this goes without saying. But just being at an offline tournament here with the crowd, with all the fans cheering for us, hearing that cheers, it is the greatest motivation for us.
Of course, I think it's the best feeling that an esports player can feel. Indeed, thank you so much for joining me, Liv. Thank you for the translation as well. It was a pleasure having you on stage. As we're moving on to our next step, elimination matches. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Lou, and congratulations to Weibo, and more importantly, the entire region of China. Look at the representation they just had on this stage. Going up against the Falcons, 91% of the fans chose the green team. 91% of the fans were wrong, Zoe, and we even thought it was going to be a 2-0. So how did Weibo pull off the upset? Who shined today?
The obvious answer would be glazing that front line, right? Leaf, Shy, they did so much for the team, but I really think who stepped it up today was the backline. I felt like the backline was the weakest link yesterday, not the individual players of it, but they got picked up off so much. I feel like they fixed it today. The compositions they played looked really good too. So yeah, I'm very impressed.
Jake, we wanted to talk a little bit about some of the compositions you saw throughout this match and the growth throughout the series. What did you see from both sides, and do you expect to see Falcons again later?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is the last we'll see of them yet. I still think they're one of those teams I expect to see qualify. But of course, they wanted to do it here and now. They wanted to just move on to the playoff stage. They didn't want to be fighting for their tournament life. So Falcons certainly going to be on the rocks in that regard. But you got to give a lot of credit to Weibo. I mean, pulling it out on Neon Junction, sticking with their guns in that poke style comp. Leave and Shy really trusted and just pouring on the pressure. Falcons, they tried to go to this brawl look, and it very nearly got the job done. I think if they get to third point, they will close out on Neon Junction, but they just inches short of the line. And then on Coliseum, Weibo goes with a very modern Overwatch style to play the Cat Bastion. And honestly, I think Falcons should have matched it or should have tried to bring at least some level of mobility. This bunkered sim style just didn't work out for them at all. Maka, Shy tore them apart from the flanks on that Ana and Bastion, respectively.
Yeah, those nades were filthy. I think they opened up so much for that team. Again, like Maka really stepping it up. Lee Soo-min also just very great positioning on that Cat and repositioning of Shy there as well.
As we take a look at some of these highlights, the big sleeps, the antes came out. Ana, is she going to be a mainstay or just for push?
I think it's probably a hero that we're only going to see when Kiriko is banned. But the ban, I mean, perfectly placed for Coliseum, right? Without the ability to cleanse those anti-nades, we saw it in the highlight, right? An insane 5-man anti for one of those final fights, forces an early beat out of Chio, and the rest of the team are able to clutch even as Ana falls. She did her job in that fight. So, I mean, I get it. Got to give a lot of credit to Weibo. They get the lead, and they just constantly pick apart Falcons on the reapproach. They let Falcons into their territory, find the pickoffs, play for the win. And that's where, to your point, Zoe, I think you got to give a lot of credit to the back line that the Cat put Bastion in a position to succeed time and time again. That's Lee Soo-min. And then credit to Maka for always finding those big anti-nades. Like, you drop in for that play and it doesn't go well.
Right.
It looks like a complete failure for the team. But, hey, full confidence. They trust it. They make the plays. And if you're able to shut down Fielder and Chio, you were doing something right.
Matt play down legends on the back line. Let's take a look, though, at game number 1, because there's one player that I think we're going to see plenty more highlights from. He goes by the name of Merritt, and he was popping. Let's take a look here at some of the Cassidy play. Shy on the other side, breaking out the Freya. We saw a little bit of the crossbows. Are we going to see more Tracers, more Freyas? Are we going to see Cassidy? What is going to be the ideal duelist moving forward in the hit scan role?
I mean, both Freya and Xian are really, really strong options right now, but Cassidy has a fantastic matchup into both of these heroes. So Falcon's concept of dumping maximum possible resource into the Cassidy is, I think, a very sensible one. The Sim TP for mobility, the Lucio and the Kiriko to ensure that you're always on the move and very, very hard to lock down. There's a lot of good arguments for that style, but the fact that they just can't quite get the job done on Neon Junction, they're still trying to force that same look without the Kiriko on Coliseum, and we see its vulnerability to Ana. I mean, Cassidy really struggles. Like, you get anti-nated on Cass, all the resources in the world, they don't mean much if you can't receive any healing.
We are now done with our 2 upper bracket matches for the day. Crazy Raccoon and Weibo Gaming, our first 2 squads through, and if you're looking at Weibo's run, Zoe, they've done it through 2 game 3s, and we're going to move on to even deeper series in the next round.
Yeah, I think it comes as a very big surprise. The Chinese Overwatch region is not ranked very highly. I think a lot of them, they just kind of fell flat the last few years, especially on LAN. So for them to make it this far, even though on paper they're now in the top 12 or something. So it doesn't sound like much, but for this region, this means the world.
Falcons got more work to do, and they'll get an opportunity to do that tomorrow in another elimination bracket. For now, though, we turn our attention to AGAL. They're taking on Japan's best, and Veryl, don't go anywhere. It's the Esports World Cup live from Paris.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time for Pickles! What's up, everybody? All right, we're going to be predicting the next match, AGAL versus Veryl. Yes, everybody, get out your EWC app and join in on the fun. So, I'm going to start off, guys. First, I'm going to be honest. I'm a big fan of Vero. I love Top Dragon. I hope they win. I think they have a really good chance. So I'm going with Vero taking the win 2-1. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would probably say the same. I think they got a pretty good DPS lineup. I do like KSG. He's definitely a good player. They were looking pretty good when we watched them yesterday. So, yeah, I reckon 2-1 as well. I think it'll be a close game.
2-1. What about you?
I reckon 2-1 as well to Vero. They got a good backline as well. Hopefully Slay doesn't repeat the Ilario from last EWC.
Hopefully. All right. And you?
Yeah, I got to say 2-1 as well to Vero. I think they're very good, yeah.
High five, everybody. 2-1 team for Vero. All right. Hope you guys also had 2-1. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out soon. Thank you. What's up, everybody? I am here at the STC Arena, and I've been talking with a lot of the fans, and it feels like they have a lot to say, some spicy opinions. So I thought it would be fun if I asked them for hot takes. Name?
BB.
Hot take.
Vero is going to win it all.
Vero is going to win it all. Vero is going to beat Crazy Raccoon, beat all of these great teams, and win it all.
Yeah. If you want a hot take, yeah.
That is very hot.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Name?
Oliver or Sam.
Sean.
Hot take.
I think Team Peps are going to win China.
Let's go!
Peps are overrated.
Whoa.
Overrated or underrated?
Overrated.
I haven't seen Peps in a while.
Neither has anyone.
Name?
Jonas.
Hot take.
Ice Gnome is the best tank in the world right now.
Ice Gnome is the best tank. Why?
I'm German. Ice Gnome is German as well. I played with him in ranked or against him in ranked, and he's the best tank in the world right now, I'm sure.
Over all the great Korean tanks, over all the Chinese tanks, he is the best.
Personally, I'm a Max fan, but I think right now Ice Gnome is the best in the whole fucking world. Sorry for swearing.
It's okay, not my problem. Name?
Romain.
Hot take.
I think TVNT is gonna be the best tank on the finals.
TVNT gonna be the best tank in the finals. Okay.
I hope so. Yeah.
Big TVNT fan?
Yeah, big.
Me too. You look like you're gonna have the hottest take. What is your hot take?
Reinhardt is the mercy of tank. That character, no skill.
Okay, I am a Ryan. I love Ryan. Ryan is my favorite character. You have to take that back. No, that's no. Mercy, I might agree. Ryan, okay. I don't like this guy.
We book Esports World Cup.
We treat them with the bananas of approval as you see AGL ready to. Can another team power through rocking red and white? We're about to find out. On the other side of this matchup, they've got to take on the best from Japan in Vero. We welcome Reinforced back into the studio alongside Jake and Johnny. I want to start with you. Thoughts on this matchup? Are you surprised to see either of these teams fighting for their spot to stay alive in the tournament?
No, I'm not surprised to see other of these teams down here in the lower bracket fighting for survival. But I am perhaps a little bit surprised by what we saw from China just recently. And so now usually I would say Viral should be the favorite in this one, but maybe All Gamers, after all, they are stronger than we think as well.
Let's take a look here at the Viral squad. Jake, is there a star on the lineup?
I look a lot at Top Dragon in terms of who needs to have a big performance for this team. You know, you brought on this guy to be a DPS superstar, to bring that flex pressure that often is what makes the space for you to get away with these greedier backlines that they so often like to run. So Top Dragon definitely needs to have a big game, but he's a player who's consistently delivered it and has been a great one to watch.
Yeah, and I think for the side of All Gamers as well, you got to look out for the cat players in this one. Either of these teams, they like to play the cat compositions, and we just saw what Lee Min was capable of playing for Weibo Gaming. And so in this one, I'm looking out for players like Lingsa, looking out for Slay. What kind of impact can they have dragging around their Bastions, their Cassidy's, putting their Ana in a good position in this one?
There's a look at Viral. On the other side of the matchup, we have AGAL, and I'm told there's some birthdays out there. The coach is going to be celebrating his, as is a player. So, Jake, is it good or bad to play on your birthday?
I feel like for these players, you know, it's about the win. I mean, that matters so much more to them than a birthday, right? For these guys, this is something they've worked for months and months to be here at the Esports.
So you don't believe in birthday luck?
No, not at all, man. There's no luck in this
I do,
game.
Puckett, I do.
Right?
Yeah. Surely fate has, good things in store for you on
You
your
wake up,
birthday.
the right music is playing, the birds are smiling and singing songs your
You guys
way.
are so cute. I love it. There's no luck involved here. You got to earn this win. Nothing is given for free.
Blow out the candles, pop some bottles, and celebrate here in Paris with us. Who is moving forward and staying alive, and who is hopping on the airplane and going home early? Well, 79% of the fans think AGAL will survive, and it'll be Viral headed back to Japan. We got 13 seconds. Make it quick. Johnny, where are you going?
I got All Gamers in this one.
I'm going to go with Viral. I think Japan has risen to be a serious competitor. They might be able to topple China here.
Chat, do you agree? Let us know. It is time for match 3 on the day.
All right, we've seen our first upset of the day here with the win of Weibo. On a vu notre premier upset de la journée avec la victoire des Chinois face à Falcons. But once again, we want more, and we're getting to the crushes, Ian.
Yeah, it's about to get really upsetting. We might have seen an upset, but there's going to be tears on stage now because we're moving into the elimination phase of the tournament. The next 4 matchups will result in keys being crushed live on stage alongside the dreams of the teams that exit the tournament of ever lifting this trophy here this year.
That's going to be very exciting. And it's a very, very important day today for our first contestant. It is AGAL. It is one of the players, Lengsa, and their manager, Yongshin. Birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lengsan Yoongjin. Happy birthday to you. And what a better birthday gift than a win here in Paris, Ian. What do you think?
Unfortunately, there are no gifts at the Esports World Cup. Let's welcome their opponents. It's Viral! Japan's champions have spent years building towards moments like this. A stable, experienced roster that has won almost every stage in the history of OWCS Japan and already produced one of the region's greatest results by defeating Crazy Raccoon in Asia. Yesterday, they could not deliver. Today has to be different. Their experience brought them here to Paris. Now it must keep them alive.
Are the Viral boys going to deny the birthday gifts for the AGAL squad? That's still to find out.
AGAL are here because China has depth. Viral are here because Japan has a dynasty. It is one, though, that is not recognized internationally. And this match is a big part of that team continuing to put themselves on the map, Matt. We did not see much of a showing from Viral yesterday. In fairness, it was quite the uphill battle, albeit against the team in Zeta who they pushed to the limit before. Was it an underperformance or a Varel simply warming up?
I think it was kind of Zeta obviously playing to their potential, and I think we'll expect to see Varel play much better. This is also, right, loser, this is out here in this lower bracket.
The key
now,
crush
right?
game.
So yeah, we're starting to go, crush those keys, which is always an exciting thing at the Esports World Cup. I would say that Varel probably is the favorite going into this. I expect them to bounce back from their performance yesterday, and I think it's a team that a lot of fans even have expectations to go much further than just double first rounded.
Now, AG can beat JDG domestically. They can also take maps off Weibo, but they are, as it stands, that third string team from China.
Yeah.
So much in the same way as Team Liquid face this conundrum, they have to find a way to distinguish themselves. They have to find a way also to raise the estimation of their entire region with a win here. But the stakes are about as high as it gets.
Yeah,
no more easing into games.
But I also think you see the difference, like in the last series, between Weibo and like AGAL, right? Like Weibo, like sure, they can drop maps. We've seen Weibo drop maps to, everybody at like events. But then they also have the highs of beating a team like Falcons. I don't know if AGAL has those highs just yet.
Sure. As for Varel, they've certainly monopolized Japan, right? They are so good, in fact, that they don't bother screaming Japanese teams. They just don't.
Yeah.
They had to look further for a quality practice. It's Nepal. This will be more than just quality practice in this series, of course. First map already having been selected.
Ram Lucio ban. Interesting.
Yeah, okay, so Lucio ban on the control map. Something we do see every now and then. We've seen teams just pivot over to like Juno Kiriko in the past to still give themselves like a ability to create that impulse via a speed boost. But it's something that I saw a lot in NA. I haven't seen it in a little while.
Yeah, well, I know the games that we've casted, we haven't seen Lucio out, right? I know we do see a lot of Lucio Kiri just kind of across the board. So I know Juno Kiri is an option. It's a little bit easier to kind of like expose the Juno as opposed to like Lucio, for instance. So maybe that's something they're going for.
Can Varel make their authority visible outside of Japan? I don't know if this is even a game that convinces us fully of it, but it's their last chance to show their quality here in Paris. I'm looking at EasyHan and Top Dragon. They're two Korean DPS players playing as foreigners in their regions, looking further afield for their shot. So they got the Paris. That's all well and good. There's only one route deeper into this tournament. It's through this match. The Key Crush is quite a visceral experience. Adding insult to injury for a team.
Also, don't want to be
tournament.
the first one, man.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to be the first one that has to have your key walked over there and go underneath that press. I mean, that is brutal. So, I mean, look, obviously, Jetpack's still available here. I know that kind of makes it on through. With the Ramatra gone, I think that opens up KSG to kind of safely play this Sigma. Can AGAL play this aggressive style of play well enough to get past this shield and make Varel sweat?
My eyes are on Slay here, Matt, as well. Their MVP from Japan, Stage 1, coming across, joining this team with Top Dragon, taking them to heights unseen. Slay in the map is also going to try and do the same for Nico. You'll see KSC sort of be the pivot here, but Nico will be afforded a pretty bizarre off angle because of that connection with the Jetpack Cat, and Top Dragon is already sniffing here. EasyHan's going to be able to dash forward. That evade offers some overshield, but Varel have out-rotated AGAL here.
Yeah, they just kind of get that Sigma out of dodge, and now all the cooldown's gone from AGAL. It'll be Varel here. They'll have Top Dragon contest the point. It's not exactly where Varel want to fight this, though, right? They want to take these long angles, poke with the Sigma. Don't want to just kind of get on the point, fight the Reaper in the Xion head on.
Outside of the Jetpack Cat rescuing people, there's not a good way to disengage. Nico's just found that out the hard way. Apparently the Siphon Blaster is not going to be enough to save him in the matchup against Alfari. It looks like EasyHan had an involvement in elimination as well. KSG trying to be a center focus here, but frankly, just too much damage taken, and Kinetic Grass doesn't quite eat up that Joyride motorbike.
Yeah, it can only survive under that pressure for that long with the Xion and the Reaper in the mix. So 15% quickly for Varel. We'll see if they feel the need to make any changes. They've been using the Jetpack Cat to get Nico and the Emre up in the sky. Not as much burst damage potential as like a Bastion per se, but there's really good consistent damage output. Also, Slay doing a nice job of even kind of moving around some of the other players, right? Just getting the Sigma in advantageous positions.
Nico, though, can only really just hope. At some point, you want a full commit here, and Top Dragon was kind of part of that plan, but Recall finds a kunai that sends him packing. Played it out, though, as Nico's able to find connection with the grenade. KSG thought he might have had an opportunity here, but is being repositioned. Barrel still need to... That's the problem. They're sitting up on that high ground. They're poking. That's fine. They're ripping. They're tearing. Alfari, though, has found Nico, and AGAL are very hard to shift.
Yeah, I mean, you do find Alfari here. It's going to be a bit of... Flux.
Oh, nice charge.
Actually, yeah, that's the charge, right? So Mog obviously becomes indomitable during that charge. You can't do anything about that, so the Flux goes for nothing.
Okay, we've got a spree here for Easy Han. Should it be required? Top Dragon has struggled so far to deal with this Xion here. And it comes. The spree. Big damage, though, coming down. Nico at long range is able to get Easy Han rather out of the game. Now he'll try and drop to the point. There's more work to be done. Lengsa has fallen. Alfari sitting out in the open. It's a Suzu that had to be used by the Recall was in Wraith Walk. So some value lost there by Recall. And yes, this overrides a problem. Liga's able to bring Nico down, though. But Top Dragon's been able to flip the point, and the Mauga eventually will succumb.
Yeah, but I do think you're going to be able to kind of flip this, though, if you're AGAL, right? It's just kind of the winning at the end where you have the Reaper here. You're not going to contest, and Lengsa staying alive on the Jetpack Cat is enough for AGAL to get control yet again as Cage Fight Death Blossom, a little bit of a cat classic combo here for AGAL. So Barrel, you're going to see the Diva come out here to try and get a little bit more aggressive.
Mari really values keeping control of the point here, even uses Wraith Walk to contest it for a brief moment. We're a bit of a trough in terms of Varel ultimates, especially with the switch of KSG over to the Diva now. Alfari wants to contest the high ground, but this is extremely telegraphed. He may as well send a strongly worded letter to Nico at that point. He will be dragged up there. Top Dragon is down yet again. He's just not found success on this Tracer. It's again Recall picking him up, and a cage fight on KSG is well worth it. Deny any sort of remake opportunity, and AGAL are already north of 90%.
I mean, Regal has had a great map, right? Getting different kills here. Now finding Cloud, was able to find Top Dragon in numerous different fights. We'll get to 99. You still have a contest here. Pulse Bomb from Top Dragon, not over just yet.
Finally, Top Dragon's able to get something done, but he is very much alone in this endeavor. KSG finally back off respawn now. The Diva has arrived. Can they stall? That's really the only option for the time being for Varel. They want to stall without losing any players, and so far that seems to have worked out. Yes, Slayer's here. Catnapping also going to be available in just a moment. And AGAL are the ones that are forced to concede point control.
I mean, a great job to just kind of touch it for Top Dragon for a period of time. KSG then jumps on it, Slay as well. And you're able to get everybody back in the fight. That's unbelievable there for Varel.
Slay looking for his next victim, I have no doubt. Alfari spotted, and yes, catnapping to try and get that Reaper. He's held in place for long enough to be picked off. But Slay doesn't need to get out of dodge quickly, but this is much better for Varel.
If AGAL lose this one, I mean, that is, this should be a rough round to lose. It looked like they had this one sealed away. It was just Top Dragon there for an extended period of time. KSG coming off the spawn was there for a little bit, and then Slay, and they allowed everybody to just get back into the action. So, pretty brutal scenario here for AGAL as they move away from that Malga and Reaper. They'll go Tracer, Diva here, try and pull it out at the end.
Nico switching off the Umbra to the Xion. Might have done a little bit of something here for Varel. Top Dragon are going down. Is he able to find a connection with a motorbike? Is he now going into the spree? And Nico caught behind the pillar. KSG catches him out. The Lengsa has fallen. He with the Kitsune Rush in play. It's far from guaranteed here for Cloud is out of the mixture. KSG low has a remet. Can stall this out if it's sequenced correctly. In fact, no one's really looking at KSG right now until Liga doubles back. Self-destruct here. Can it clear the room? Yes. KSG's able to get back in mech now, and Liga is rather low. This is going to be AGAL forced to take a back seat yet again. Group up for this fight, but both teams are now at 99%. It is AGAL in control, though, with Slay has fallen. Now Lengsa can double back, get some healing. Catnap attempted, Top Dragon taken down once more, and Varel are running out of gas. A competitive round, to be sure, but no cigar for the team from Japan.
Man, it's AGAL. They barely hold on there. So that got way too close for comfort for them at the end as Nico is getting very close to the spree there. for Varel, but doesn't end up building up to it in time. I also think we talked about highlighting Recall and some of the really nice things he's done for AGAL. Top Dragon had a little bit of a rough go there in round number 1. Just really finding his mark on Tracer.
I don't think there's a path to victory that doesn't involve Top Dragon playing at peak potential here, Matt. He has done just that for Varel and their entire road here. So going AWOL for a round is acceptable. For a map, for a series, absolutely not.
It'll be Sig here again for Varel. AGAL, they're going to not play that Maga off the rip. We'll see a Brig. So maybe this is the answer to some of that extra aggression, right, that they probably thought was going to come out with like Tracer Xion.
Yeah, I think they're expecting Xion here.
Yeah.
Nico, though, going back, always wants to trend back towards some mid to long range hit scan. So it's tough for Linksa to keep a shield intact now against this Sojourn, who is getting a lot of value for shooting at it. Finally, some incentive to shoot shields. They get back behind that pillar. KSC trying to make a bit of space here. It's not going to really break up the healing. Now, eyes on Top Dragon. He's certainly been delivered a mandate to carry. Hey, early point flip here. Timing not quite there for AGAL, but KSC is Recall has the Suzu, stays alive.
And it just takes a little bit longer for it to develop for AGAL, right? Because you don't want to just have that D.Va consistently on the point, just standing there with that Sig in play. That'll be AGAL ends up flipping it. So they kind of have to like work the outside angles, right? You're not going to just kind of take that Sig head on. KSG basically takes the point solo. As that happens, it is Liga who ends up finding Cloud, which opens it up to allow them to flip the point back.
This switch, though, allows KSG to play off of Top Dragon a little bit more. Just give another element to this dive core. Where Top Dragon might have been hoping maybe that Hazard would have turned up there. More mechanically demanding role, I feel, for KSG now. A nice Suzu. Good stick, though! And the Suzu having just been used, but Alfari knew the way was clear to get a big stick onto Nico. It's a trade, though. They actually end up eliminating each other. As posthumously, the Pulse Bomb still does its job. Slay here, got to be careful of the D.Va. Yep, tough to break that line of sight up, and Easy Han has an easy clean up.
Yeah, and it's much harder for Slay to play that aggressive, right, with the D.Va out there as opposed to the Maga. See Liga able to just kind of chase him down up there, and then I think the Hazard. So Slay now goes over to Brig. Brig is obviously really good historically against D.Va, right? I know Hazard doesn't have as much trouble against the Brig, right? I mean, Hazard has pretty good mobility, but then also just like damage reduction and life steal up close. Right?
Yeah, it's also you just farm whip shots for free off the D.Va, and if you perk into an extended Inspire duration, you just get more healing over time more reliably. Thanks here for the rally.
I don't love stacking the support ults here for AGAL, right? It's just the Kitsune Rush use on the other side. Now they burn both.
I think they saw a support switch from Varel and felt like it was safe to do that, considering that they wouldn't be losing out an ult economy because the Brig had just been picked up by Slay. And when you're at 60-odd% and counting, it's not a terrible proposition, even if it's a bit, I don't know, scrappy of you.
It's going to be everything used here by Varel. It's going to be the downpour. Used by KSG. Top Dragon desperately trying to find the kill on Easy Han.
That's sick. Easy Han able to stay alive, get that execute elimination, and your Recall did go down, but it took him an absolute eon to fall. Varel, though, still running in numbers here. Look like they're in good shape. Liga, though, was able to remech. We'll get back into the fight, and AGAL still prefer to regroup.
Yeah, without Easy Han, though, you're not going to continue to fight. It's been so difficult to kill in the Xion. I think this is going to be a change. We see Hazard here as well. No, it'll be Maga. All right, so hey, you essentially need to win one fight. Cardiac Overdrive, a Stomp, maybe even on top of Slay, right? Interrupt that rally-like charge. And then you're able to just use Cardiac Overdrive with the Xion and the Tracer. And you are just about unkillable at that moment as Maga, so.
Top Dragon is a pulse. Knows that dropping it on the Brig shield is not the way forward, as she can simply drop the shield and drop the pulse at the same time. Needs to stick it to her body itself. Okay, Lee get knocked off the edge. There's the pulse, yes! So they brought down by Alfari. Nico on a bit of a flank angle, but AGAL are able to respond and rotate, but Varel have been gaining capture percentage this entire time. They are down to 4 now. Slay also intact. So this represents a window to get in, but Nico uncontested across the map. Alfari is put down, and now AGAL with only 3 players, 2 perhaps. charges there. Slay, yep, finds himself the rally. Stun on Liga, disrupts him, but where's the damage going to be to take down? The Malga is just not there. Now at 97% and counting, AGAL are in prime position to take the round away. And a spree for Easy Heart around the corner might be the nail in the coffin. Desperately, KSG trying to maintain some position here. The charge through. We have a Kitsune rush from Cloud, but Slay is out of the game, of course. And here's that ultimate for Easy Heart. Is there an option? Yes, it's Cloud. Just riddled with bullets from this spree. And enough damage here on the KSG to ensure that the Malga is no longer a problem. As Liga finishes the job with a shoulder charge. And that is all she wrote for Nepal.
As the joyride comes in from Easy Han, makes a connection, then ends up going with the spree. Just finds one with it. And honestly, Slay ends up using that rally. It's a Kitsune rush that's used on the other side. And then, I mean, you're not challenging Maga inside of the rush, right? I mean, damage reduction with the charge, have that off a cooldown faster, cardiac overdrive. They kind of get nothing with the rally. And even with the rally rolling, they just get bullied off of the point by the Maga in the rush.
But I mean, you pointed to the layering of support ultimates from AGAL midway through the round. As it turns out, they still had a Kitsune rush to match the rally when it ultimately came around.
You do listen to me.
Yep, every now and then. What's crazy is that they layered support ultimates when Slay had like 44% of his of that rally, and they were still able to match Kitsune rush later on. The backline, the backline of AGL team are legit.
Yes, and Malaga is just a battery for support ultimates, right? I mean, if once he starts kind of get rolling, it snowballs down hill pretty quick on the Malaga. I wonder if that's like if you're looking at Varel potentially trying to get rid of that here going into that next map.
So what's it going to be, Varel? It's tough staring down the barrel of elimination. In a match like this, losing control.
This would be a brutal loss for Varel as well. We were talking about, how great they've been, the expectations as we move into international events, and then even when we bring less teams to some of our OWCS events, even the possibility of them sneaking into one of those, 2 and done here at EWC would be rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. It's been a rough year for them in general. It's pretty unsatisfying, dominating a home region, and then when you get out to land, be denied those opportunities. Here's the history for Varel this year. In Asia Stage 1, they beat Crazy Raccoon, fair and square, 2-1. They took Seder Division to a map 5 and lost in that game. That was upper semis, and ultimately, they can't play in Tokyo. Yeah. They're not part of the Champions Clash. That's a tough pill to swallow. For a team of Japanese players who have played together for many of them 5 years.
Yeah,
5 years.
That close.
5 years for these guys. Like KSG, Cloud, all these, like a long time. And then come out here after dominating Stage 2 in Japan, 7-0. It was like a 4-0 grand final. So it's not much to write home about. So they qualify here to the mid-season championship. And then their first 2 opponents are Zeta Division and then an AGAL team who surprisingly are scrappy and are demonstrating the depth of China as a region already.
Yeah, look, I think it would be an extremely impressive win for AGAL, right? I know, especially off of the back of Weibo just beating Falcons, right? Maybe China starting to come alive a little bit more than we expected at the international stage. It would just enter a lot of questions for Varel about, okay, where do we go and how do we move forward from this point?
Yeah, I mean, you're faced with the prospect of returning back to Japan and just trying to do it all again next year. But what of Top Dragon and Slay? Are they going to start thinking perhaps we should pay the piper and head back to Korea?
Shambali. So this is, they probably want to continue to play that SIG that they tried at the start. It'll be a Curie ban, and it will be Bastion gone here. So honestly, AGAL didn't seem like they wanted to play that much Bastion here at the start. This is a ban that, protects against Varel playing, Slay obviously going to play the Cat. Playing Cat Bastion there with SIG, right? Which would be pretty nasty to deal with.
You might not be a Cat Bastion team, but when Shambali Monastery gets locked in, even the most ardent feline haters are going to be tempted. It's a kind of map where
the Curie
you feel
ban
like if you don't have that in your pocket, you're in trouble.
The Curie ban does hurt the Maga a little bit, right? Maga and Curie work really well together. The cardiac overdrive, with the Kitsune rush and being able to kind of have those Maga cooldowns available more often really kind of makes him untouchable in those types of situations. Now, you can play Ana, right? We've seen teams play Ana.
Whenever I see a Curie ban, I do wonder if a team's trying to lean into anti-heal.
I think it's probably more that like you can play, let's say, Bat Mizuki Sig, right? Like that's a shell that we saw at Champions Clash pretty often. You can play that and you take the Curie away, it's not really going to bother you that much at all, right? You kind of play that Baptiste with the Mizuki, a really strong combination with the Sigma. Very good at keeping the Sigma alive for as long as possible.
So we come to Shumbali Monastery. Crunch time, or crash time, as it were, for Varel.
I expect better from you.
I've had worse.
Yeah,
I've had worse.
But I mean, you know,
all you're doing is saying I've set a high standard.
Yeah, it's true.
That's fine.
It's true. Okay, so interesting. Varel, who tried to play a lot of Sigma at the start there on Nepal, they come out with Ramatra. You know, we may end up in like a Ramatra head-to-head here. Like it could have been where they think that, you know, Ligue A is going to go over and play the Ramatra early. You don't want to kind of fall behind, so you're going to come out and play the Ramatra and think you're going to end up matching. It'll be Diana here for Varel with Nico on the Freya, who we've been seeing getting a lot more playtime now than really, you know, almost ever before since her release.
She's looking much better. Also, we saw a lot of it from Weibo just now. Okay. So AJL's attack side is going to feature a Freya of their own. Still under the brick. It is a bit of a Lengsa special, I will say. Curious how placing the Freya comps or anything that's like super long range or poke oriented, it's sometimes pretty hellish to try and play the brig through that, but she offers you so much when your opponents are actually forced to stand and fight that it might be worth just grinning and bearing it.
It's also, I think, like brig is a pretty natural fit alongside Juno. Like Juno Cap would be really weird. You know, Juno with the Mizuki not exactly that great. And the Juno back, you know, fine, but like Juno with the brig seems to work really well together in combination.
Yeah. Varel already feeling some pressure now as AJL with a pretty high mobility composition and trying to go upstairs, but Slay is able to find Itihan. The rib. Quite clear to see why Varel wants the Jetpack Cat with or without the Bastion. And that has reset things for AGAL once more. Very passive positioning here. I mean, normally we see a few players with the tank up on that high ground, but Top Dragon saw fit to chase
Alvari and Top Dragon are playing their own game over there on the side.
Yep.
Well, you know, whoever's the winner obviously going to have huge impact on the fight. But
yeah, they speak their own language, these Tracer mains. Echolocating with each other. What's Slay looking for? Itihan, obviously a floating target. Pretty easy one for the Jetpack Cat to pick up, but no perk into the slash yet, so not quite as lethal a weapon as he otherwise would be. Interesting rotations here for AGAL. Yeah, Liga trying to double back. Nico was got a ridiculously wide off angle, and Cloud's not able to be pressured down. That does, of course, use the sleep, but a nice fire in here on Alfari means there's no help for him.
Yeah, and it's just a really weird spot here for AGAL to play from, right? They try and like, you know, flip the map, so to speak, and they get that, but then they kind of get pinched. They set themselves up and they're getting kind of pinched. You know, Varel here on defense. See, he'll be able to kind of get, you know, Nico top.
Dragon over the top here with a pulse bomb.
Ooh, that went wide. Now out in the open, Top Dragon has no choice but to stand and fight. Low on blink cooldowns and no recall. He is basically committed to this. And I think Liga is doubling back to try and help out. Good peel from AGAL.
Yeah, I mean, really deep from Top Dragon. I mean, honestly,
choice.
No choice at that moment in time, right? Kind of has to fight in that situation. Pulse bomb there from Alfari trying to catch Nico on the way up. Does not connect.
Nico gets an added boost here. Ball shot.
Quite connecting on Nico. He's able to get clear of it, but Ligo has had him caught up in that corner. And somehow, Slay not able to get him out of dodge. Now it's starting to break down a little bit here for Varel. Annihilation in play, though, to try and put a lid on things. And Varel are going to be able to force Liga away. Diva does not have an answer to this ultimate. And Recall gets caught by some flailing fists right in the back of the pack.
Yeah, and Slay actually kind of connects with Easyhan with the catnap and just drags them right into the Annihilation at the start of that. So you lose a lot of like your damage, you know, hit scan. Alfari loses the Tracer battle on the opposite side of the map, as this has been a really rough offense so far for AGAL.
45 seconds left. Heads up map selection here for Varel. The Shumbali Monastery pick so far has panned out well. But walking into a situation where AGL have already kind of made use of a lot of those impactful ultimates in the previous fights. This is going to be raw sauce for both sides outside of Top Dragon's impending pulse bomb. No one's bothering with it. Must be nice. Top Dragon sitting up on that high ground, waiting for an opportunity. They'll note that EasyHan is looking to try and wrap around, so Cloud and Nico instinctively just pull a bit closer together.
Well, with 14 seconds left, Mitch, I mean, AGAL, one more fight. It's actually, Top Dragon gets slipped there. That's massive.
Bio to finish off the job. That is big. EasyHan is going to be forced out of position. Shoot. Oh, the sleep comes in, but follow-up. Cloud has put himself in harm's way. Okay, Afari's going to be able to pick him up, but EasyHan does go down. Top Dragon's going to return to the fight soon enough with a pulse to spend. And where's the touch supposed to come from? It's Ligue on the card. Recall switching over to the Jetpack Cat brig comp position. It furrows the brow, but it might get the job done. Stick is gone! And that's Afari falling! It just doesn't get much better than that! Now Lengsa has to chill back forward to try and get the touch. Recall over the card. It looks like AGAL's run here on Shambali is done.
I'd love to see the replay of that. I believe that stick actually goes onto the Diva, and then as League is flying away, takes out Alfari there. That is a rough one, as that offense got absolutely nothing. I mean, you're relying a lot on like that Tracer head-to-head, like on the flanks to like open things up, and it just never really materialized.
Yep, click nade, click baby. The way of life for Piranha players.
Yeah, you see just go around the cart and
Ligue
playing from.
Yeah, gets the team kill. You hate to see it.
すぐブリンク違ったけどな。
So that is pretty much a blowout there in round number one. I mean,
Top Dragon just casually speaking Japanese, by the way, legend.
4 deaths, 4 barrel the entire half. Just really, I think like AGAL's offense just felt really disjointed throughout all of that, right? Like it never felt like you never got the vibe that they were trying to set something up that was pretty effective. It was just kind of brawling all over the place.
They got the Diva comp, right? And it looks like EasyHan is not linking up with Ligue so much. I also think that Cloud and Nico just sitting with each other a lot is also there.
Yeah.
Kind of creates a strange dynamic. Cassidy for EasyHan does not want to let Slay rule the roost.
5, 4.
And you get a Lucio here as well on defense from AGAL. So
less
Lucio
common. Yep.
And you're going to just be playing this with the Maga. Obviously, the Immortality field's still really good for the Maga to play inside of. Barrel's going to switch over to the Sig. This is kind of what I thought they would have wanted to play, some Sigma-based comp during this match.
If you're Malga and you see the Sig walk up, you know you have to save for when accretion gets wound up, and you probably have to charge away from the Sig. This is a very interesting attack to take for Ligue. I mean, plenty of healing. They've got the Baptiste, right? So Immortality Field's going to give you that window. Regenerative Burst, obviously great in a pinch, but those resources have to be worked through, and there is the Bio on Ligue.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Bio connects there. The Immortality Field just going to get deleted instantly.
I don't know why we're playing Malga when Kiri is banned, and your opponent has already shown they want to play Ana. I talk about shutting down the Cardiac Overdrive.
They heard you now, because they're back to Diva.
It's too late.
That part is they've already lost. They've already lost the first fight. As
this should be pretty.
But these switches are just great for Varel, right? They can now have Slay go over and play Brig Ana here. A great combination with Sigma. So
it's very strong. Like I said, free whip shots is free real estate in the Overwatch world. Liga getting pummeled.
And because you're playing that Maga early on, Nico's able to just kind of farm explosive shots into the Maga. Already going to have a Bola here for what very well could be the last fight.
Defense Matrix has nothing to mitigate accretion as well. So you just have to like run. Make sure your booster cooldowns are always at your disposal. Or we could just not touch. That's also fine. Yeah, we just not touch.
Well, they listened to you. They said, hey, we're going to run. But they had nowhere to run to.
Listen, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So, all right.
That's one of the ways a map can end all time. We had one fight, and then they just kind of kept walking backwards.
What are you guys laughing at? What was so funny?
Until the game ended. All right. So,
okay. So, I do think that
maybe they're trying to play for fantasy points. Maybe they want more deaths or something.
Play for fantasy, yeah.
We'll suggest though that It's the same issues that we saw on the attack side for AGAL, is that they're very disjointed. So, I mean, like, trying to, like, stall card is hard. Stalling card as D.Va versus, like, Sigma?
Yeah.
Brig? Not great.
Let's see to get to this. Did he get, like, whip shot?
God, there's so much to displace you here. Yeah, okay. Appreciate it.
Yeah, whip shot, and then, okay, and then the game's over. And nobody is...
Yeah.
I guess, like, Tracer had already used recall over on the opposite side because we're seeing Nico put shots into him, but, yeah. That's one way for again. Yeah.
Nanda Tibet. Nani?
That was basically us, bro, too.
Yeah.
We get a third final map between these two teams.
That is a certified yada yada moment.
Where does AGAL want to take this point, right? D.Va, Maga seem to be the strengths thus far. We've seen Ramatra ban. Do you want to play New Junk City? All out rush, right? You can play you can go back to play like Reaper Shion there if you wanted as well.
I think you hit the nail on the head just mentioning that the Amalga is going to be a key part of the strategy. Amalga Kiri. I think if you can build a composition, choose a map that really orbits around those two, you are going to find yourself a good shape. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Amalga is still available to be banned by Barrel.
Yes, we've not seen a Maga ban. So, like, I mean, if you're AGAL, right, you could ban Sig here, potentially.
Really depends on map choice.
Yeah.
Gaga, a true competitor in his own right, spent a lot of time at the highest levels.
He should put himself in.
Gaga,
let's get crazy.
Back, man. Good times. Yeah. Obviously, someone who I would say his name was up in lights there, maybe not Gushue level.
That's how you know we're getting old, when we've casted coaches who have played maybe 30, 40 games that we've watched.
Yeah, Yongjin?
Yeah.
I remember Yongjin with the legendary C9 on Dorado. Man, look at it. I think someone posted, I think it was Tomathan, someone posted some content with like some of the most egregious C9s, and I think Yongjin still was number one on that one.
We've been there for half of them, probably.
Yes. That is why my my mental status is often in question.
I was going to say, that's why your hairline keeps going back.
I think every night, it's follicular warfare out here.
Yeah, so I think it makes sense for them if, like, AGAL, they want to go back and play some of those rush comps, right? You can, like, New Junk City is great for rush style of play. I guess that's kind of where I think they've had the best advantages throughout the series.
What about Atlas for that sort of Malga style play?
It's good. It's good. I mean, there's always, like, the threat of, like, another team playing, like, ball on Atlas and, like, getting a little funky with it. Atlas is also pretty good for Cap Bastion, which, like, New Junk City has spots for Cap Bastion, but New Junk City has a lot of the flashpoints that have, like, a clear-cut, like, roof, like, so there isn't, like, infinite verticality. They're inside, right? You can't kind of take all these outside angles, so, like, it's a little safer, I would say.
Right, it's Atlas selected here for our flashpoint map.
Are they pumping you into the AGAL comms? You're calling their switches, you're calling their maps. Did you do the bans for them too? Did they ban Sig? No. Okay, they let the Maga. Okay, they get rid of Jetpack Count, which Slay has obviously been tremendous, but that opens up the Maga ban on the other side.
Yeah, you've got to go for it. I'm a little surprised they didn't, go for a Maga Protect here. I mean, you play Ramatra, you could also play Orisa.
Well, they were also like, they were also giving Slice when Liga went over and played the D.Va against the cat.
I do think it's tough.
They were able to kind of find him constantly.
Conversely, obviously, it's tough for the Freya when you're up against the cat as well. Like a lot of those, like you end up like splitting your comp into airborne warfare. Liga Doomfist would be
the Doom Vendetta. Shion would not have been the one that we had on the cards.
Totemo Atsui desu. Let's see if we get that.
No, you can certainly play the Hazard into this. So interesting enough, Barrel has not shown really much Sim, which is really the only time we see Vendetta. So I expect Top Dragon to switch off of this and go back to Tracer. Let's see if that is the case. So yes, Spit from the spawn. They'll play the Vendetta even with no Sim on the other side. So I also think Barrel playing Slay on the wing. Just a lot of damage here.
Bro, we are in there. Look at Ganef Alfari threatening, basically just trying to Goomba stop over Barrel to get to the back.
like the Sig on the other side, right? Because like Vendetta obviously doesn't care for the kinetic grasp. They go in deep. No way that they can keep Nico alive here.
I'm not gonna lie, I like AGL's comp here. I do think that like they've got to have this hypermobile backline now. Couldn't be playing anything but Kiri Lucio with this, I want to suggest. But yeah, KSG can't really hold Lengsa in place. In fact, there's no good targets for the Ramatra to go after. I don't know what you're supposed to do here.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you see Farrell switch over and play Diva here potentially. No, it'll be Orisa. So yeah, definitely felt like a tank change was in order.
Top Dragon here just trying to stay out of Liga's arms reach. They get dropped back to the point. It's 27% and counting. KSG, I mean, makes perfect sense to go over towards the Orisa. You need some actual disruption in your front line against this. Something to divert the very aggressive dive towards your back line. But KSG can't be everywhere.
Well, KSG's flipped the point. The issue is he stares up towards that high ground. His teammates are just falling one by one.
Yeah. Now he's just getting pounded by the rest of AGAL. A really up-tempo style here from our Chinese roster. Also, it's a good look. Nice little pulse bomb there. Lengsa caught by that one, and that Liga was low enough. Varel kept it competitive here, but it's a quick flip back by AGAL.
Yeah, Varel will come back now with a Reaper, right? So going to ditch hit scan altogether.
How do you feel about the Reaper against a comp that will be able to outstrip him in terms of pace?
Well, I mean, now it's now. So like the Reaper obviously is like kind of return some of the pressure onto the front line, the back line, and even obviously giving the Hazard some trouble, right? Like Reaper is one of the damage dealers that gonna just kind of pump through the Hazard, but now with Diva out there, it doesn't feel as nice.
Nice mobility there from Slay. I also think though Tidal Blast Reaper is pretty sick. Yeah. It might just give you a more reliable delivery, but the extra durability is something Reaper can make more use of to give himself the window to heal by that lifesteal.
Sundering Blade available here. You have Sound Barrier.
Oh, they got everything.
They got everything, man. It's dangerous.
Here's the beat from Lengsa. Tidal Blast going to be used there now. Lengsa. Cloud picks him up. Slay dives deep. Was that a self-blast?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Sometimes you got to take matters into your own hands, and Slay's trying to spend some time poking KSG. Needs active healing from the Wu Yang. Slay trying to juggle the damage and healing aspects of Wu Yang's kit. Unfortunately, it doesn't result in enough throughput to keep his tank alive.
Very difficult to deal with here as well.
Big changes.
Yup. Interesting if they go over to the Sim.
Why?
Because that I feel like actually makes what AGAL doing is slightly better. Okay, Slay gonna go over to Juno now as hovering the Mizuki. I actually would have let the Freya potentially, right? Can kind of get into the skybox. I mean, that's what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
If you're gonna try and play the Sim into this Vendetta, the Vendetta like feasts on the Sim comp. I mean, if the Twisted Minds is worried about it, like, and they're playing Sim, you should most certainly move away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're playing Diva as well. It's a very odd read here.
Look at this pressure on the front line. Oh, bye, Nico. Okay. KSC, again, switching to something that doesn't have that disruptive capacity. Can't do a whole lot if Liga wants to dive in with Alfari. Ramatra here puts him in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. I can see why Orisa doesn't feel like the option, though. Top Dragon heads up. Vendetta's trying to spin to win in your backline. Self-destruct. Oh, Top Dragon! Oh, he had it. Liga gets two with that bomb, and that should be more than enough.
I tell you what, I think if Varel doesn't make like any like comp change like in a serious manner, I was going to say this is going to be a runaway here for AGAL. So now the Xi'an coming in the mix for Varel. So I feel like the way to play against this would either be to kind of like match the aggression with an aggressive comp, or just try and play like, one of those Sig comps like a Baptiste Mizuki that you can try and just kind of, fade all their cooldowns in, keep that Sig alive, and then just keep the damage rolling.
Dragon Xi'an is an interesting loop. Ends up running headlong into the Vendetta. We'll quite know how to navigate that scenario. Kitsune rush used by AGAL, and Varel a little split. They definitely feel the pressure. There's got to be a touch here on the point, but that puts KSG in a compromising spot. Close, though, to annihilation. Can he be bought enough time to make use of it, though? Is another question entirely. Top Dragon flattened there by Alfari, and frankly, there's not enough alongside KSG to save the day. He couldn't even get a point flip. Brutal stuff here for AGAL. Even with a Malga ban, they've got depth enough to craft a powerful comp.
Yeah, I'd like to see them try, like, Sig Mizuki. I know whether you play it with a Kiri, whether you play with a BAP, and then I know we've seen teams play that with like Mei, right? You can play something that can like be really disruptive, try and slow the pace of the game down, because trying to match this for Varel has not been pretty. This is an opportunity though, right? Ray, Rush, Annihilation, nothing on the other side, and Cloud is just dead at the beginning of these fights instantly. That's also going to be the orbital ray used here, and AGAL get out.
All right, there's the Annihilation here from the remote trap. KSG might have found at least Easy Hard in that side room. Spree, though, developed now for that Shion. And here is the flashpoint now unlocked. KSG has to lumber back in that direction via, of course, Alfari. He's a little bit under pressure, as is Liga. So the healing is not really where it needs to be for AGL right now. Varel have done a good enough job disrupting.
Finally, they get some control. They have to be perfect from here on out, right? One more flashpoint. And AGL will walk away with this series. We'll get our first key crush as well here for Overwatch at EWC as send Varel packing is Easy Han with a spree here. Can obviously be protected by Ligue, but they do end up losing recall early on. Slay falls on the other side. That's going to force that Kitsune rush out.
Full spot up now for Top Dragon. Ligue out of mech, though. This is good. This is a resurgence now for Varel. There's been some chopping and changing at DPS, but it looks like they've finally found a formula.
Well, they also get some ultimates, too, which helps, right?
Yes, well.
So
a footnote, an asterisk.
The worry here, right, is you're going to have beat, rush, just about everything for AGAL. You've had to ult dump in a few of these fights for Varel just to be able to kind of get that point.
All right, spree here for Easy Han, looking for a way into the backline. Hasn't quite found it yet because Varel practically quite disparately spread across the map. Here's Nico, though. Oh, the protocol not enough to find more than one. Easy Han, with that ridiculous mobility off the spree, can climb, gain altitude, and remove that threat. Varel at 99% now, losing Easy Han, not ideal for AGAO, but they're still fighting for it. There's a self-destruct back in mech sound, barrier here. Now for Lengsa. Cloud has fallen. KSG has to go for this Annihilation. It's now or never, unless you want to take a back seat. And I don't think that's the style of Varel. Ligue trying to break up line of sight as he can. Has to frankly leave the point for now. Overtime, though, still in play. AGAL still with a chance at this, and a Sundering Blade isn't far away. Nice combo. Nico's absolutely flattened. Alfari with a quick double Q hit guarantees the kill, and Slay is sundered.
Oh, that is nasty work there from Alfari. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I would have said, like, hey, you're better off holding these ultimates, gonna get another fight. You have another flashpoint coming up. They end up beating to get Liga back in mech. Alfari is like off cam, like 1 HP, and they somehow are able to turn it with those players. Tremendous.
Yeah, this is pod racing, baby. Some seriously tight team fights. Top Dragons noticed Lengsa, who then notices him in turn and quickly absconds. Bit of a fight in the high ground now. Liga cannot challenge KSG head-to-head. Needs a little bit of help. There's Alfari. Just when required. Nico's picked off yet again, and Top Dragon no controls this space. The pulse from here could really even things up, and an orbital ray beams on down. Looks like an Exterminator strike from 40k. Recall a little bit low. Speaking of which, that Top Dragon hitting E. Alfari is picked off, and now Ligue has again to try and avoid KSG for as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, but they're not going to go for recall here, and they're going to get a rush.
Yep. Recall though might get picked off. Oh, nice vortex to the high ground. That's great heel pressure, but the back line of Varel, it's gone. Thankfully, they've got big bodies, and they're happy to hold their ground. Wow, what a flashpoint. Varel barely hanging on.
So AGL almost pulled that one out as well as we moved our next flashpoint. No changes here. Okay, AGL, they're going to ditch the Vendetta at this point. They're going to match that Tracer. We'll see how that pays off. The Vendetta seem to be working pretty well, but maybe you're kind of, now with the Sojourn on the other side, maybe wanting Tracer with a little bit, safer ways to close that gap.
Top Dragon here has had a couple of big moments. Okay, Annihilation. this is rather preemptive, and KSG just wants to make sure Varel can plant their flag early. Nico's been picked up by the spree, and Easy Han maybe doesn't have a Joyride available. He is not able to slip away. But it's a 4 versus 4. That's all the Annihilation was really able to sculpt in this engagement for Varel. Kitsune rush here for Cloud. Self-destruct on the high ground for a remake for Ligue. Another sound barrier used by Lengtser to make sure that was possible at all. But Ligue has dropped low yet again. Dropping down into the Nemesis 4 is a difficult challenge for the D.Va. And so Varel have priority now. And they've also got the only Tracer on the... Never mind. Dragon ends up ending himself. Varel, though, still with a good position in that early point take.
And I think you're going to want to see AGL to even make more changes after this, right? Slay now going over to the Mizuki. Obviously, a real nuisance to the D.Va. You see right there, that binding chain coming out, just stopping Liga in its tracks.
You can cleanse that, obviously, but Recall has a ton of other targets that might need Suzui at some point. Liga trying to double back here. Alfari on the flank. Doesn't want to die instantly to Cloud, though, so needs to stay at higher health than he currently is.
It's his Liga needs to switch. I think he's really struggling in this frontline matchup.
It'd be really nice if they had the Maga available right now.
Surely that doesn't come back to haunt them in a decider map.
Surely. No. Surely it won't. I mean, you know, they're just resetting here with 70% on the pool.
Yeah, listen, everyone's going to group up.
AGAL goes up 2-0. In this flashpoint, and then now finding Varel, obviously making this comeback. AGAL, their backs against the wall here. The momentum is definitely shifted in this map.
They have Annihilation, Matt. I am terrified for AGAL's prospects of ending the map here. But hey, more Overwatch saying a bad thing. Alfari, well, there's KSG. There's Annihilation. Alfari has no cooldowns to get out of there. Pretty dominant showing here for Varel on this 4th flashpoint. And now without any of their DPS, AGAL surely have to concede here. They'll give it a crack and they'll give it a flip. But with Ligue down and Recall being chased off, that's all she wrote. We will go to a decider flashpoint on our decider map.
Yeah, and it's not like the Hazard has a much easier time against the Mizuki, right? Still a lot of the same issues that D.Va runs into. Maybe a little bit, you know, you're kind of just playing for those like insta-kill potentials, right? The Violent Leap, being able to kind of get in on top of a target there with the Vendetta, but this is Varel making a clean comeback.
Final flashpoint is about to unlock, and the Ramatra composition is a lot of mileage. Ligue better hope to have the flexibility to fill those shoes now on the Hazard. Nico backs out, overclock at the ready here. Looks like the Kekai Sanctuary was made use of by Slay, not enough to keep Cloud alive. There was Alfari, doesn't really care about projectiles being blocked or intercepted. He will dive on in, low enough that Nico could have found him there, but a great jagged wall breaks that LOS up by Ligue, and AGAL get off to a good start on this decider.
And the one thing that's really good also about the Vendetta, we talked about, you know, her a lot this tournament as we see more play, is, yeah, you see Slay switch off, go over to the Juno. Mizuki's ultimate, the Sanctuary, does not matter for the Vendetta. Can consistently find it like Whirlwind. It almost matches up with the actual like space.
There's obviously like residual tick healing, but it's not that significant.
No, I mean that's why we've seen teams play like Reinhardt against Mizuki, right? Because all that damage still exists while within the Kenkai Sanctuary. So
play those in your face rush style comps. That's why the Mizuki is not the option for Slay. He switches off and realizes that the kit doesn't offer nearly enough outside of the chain. All right, here's a spree for Easy Han rather, and Slay's picked up, but they've lost Ligue. Okay, finally Varel able to break back in. Alfari meets the wrong end of the pulse spot. I know it's circular, don't at me. I would 60% break back in.
Well, Liga has the downpour. I would not be surprised to see them try and play this D.Va again, especially with Juno Freya on the other side. I think you're probably going to get used to this downpour and then potentially a swap. We have more Overwatch to play after that.
Okay. Downpour to trap the backline, stop Cloud from dashing away. Probably the win condition for Ligue. Annihilation, though, is a problem. Down, little overhead swing. KSG doesn't really look like he took any damage from that. Alfari's going to dodge away. Checks his rear to see if he's being pursued, but no. Bigger fish to fry, apparently. Ligue low will even have the chance to make use of this downpour. Desperately trying to stay alive. The damage mitigation on Spike Guard working overtime, and eventually he falls. That's a big one. AGAL get caught sleeping now, and Alfari's picked off by a bowl shot, apparently, that connected directly. Now Farrell are on the home stretch after winning map number 2. AJL, it's do or die.
I do not like the way that AGAL just played that last fight. Now you're pretty much stuck on this hazard where you could have made some swaps if you took that fight earlier.
Nico staying clear of Easy Han if at all possible, but the Tracer now has to deal with Top Dragon on the point. It's an early recall forced out. Kitsune Rush active here for recall. He's going to pop it straight away with the Annihilation. It's a bit of a problem. It's a slight wrinkle in the plan. Downpour holds KSG in place so they can kite away from the Annihilation. And in that window, Nico is picked off. Soundberry now for Lengsa. Active. 4 players on the field for AGAL, but Top Dragon has a pulse bomb and he's not afraid to use it. Sees 2 very nimble backliners and has to be careful of those kunai. Barrel are in control of the point still. Overtime is active and Top Dragon is pacing himself. Recall flattening the front line. Liga's going to eat that pulse bomb now and go low, but Spike Guard's going to help keep him hale and hearty for the time being. KSD though wants to push a bit further. Overhead swing coming in from Alfari, but Liga is down. Slayer's fallen! And finally, outside of the land of the rising sun, Farrell stabbed their authority. Staying alive here at EWC. And as always, it's emotional. A region, a team fighting for recognition, have downed one of China's best.
AGAL is up 2-0 in flashpoints there in our 3rd game. And then they just can't figure the adjustments after that. And they had a lot of success early on with that Vendetta. You know, it was like Barrel searching through a lot of that game, right? Going over and trying to play some Sim, Slay, playing like 4 different heroes pretty much throughout that map. And then they finally figured it out at the end. And then AGAL just kind of all falls apart, man. I mean, that is a brutal way to lose, but obviously says a lot about Barrel coming up in the clutch, right? Back against the wall there in the final game of this set, and they come up clutch to end up stealing it.
And they're willing to make those swaps, especially their backline. Remember that Mizuki was looking a little bit haphazard for them over those last couple of points, realizing that against that dive comp, the Hazard and the Vendetta, they needed a better option. The Ramatra play was simply spectacular from Varel. That's a tough pill to swallow. Some real veterans of the game on that AGAL side of things. We're going to head down to the stage with Lou and KSG.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with KG. KG, congratulations. 勝利おめでとうございます。私の日本語は全然完璧じゃないから、ちょっとで、ゆっくりで答えてください。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
で、ここの試合は、なんか厳しい試合なんだけど、逆転しましたね。何を誇りに思いますか？
何を
誇りに思いますか？
トップさんとかスレイさんとかにスクリーム中にこうしたらいいよみたいなのをやってる最中にそういえば言われてたなって思いながらトライしました。
よかった。First question. So, what are you proud of? Because it was a difficult game. You guys managed to come back, of course. So, yeah, we had scrims against very good teams, and once we managed to win, I was like really relieved, of course. 次の質問はプレーの、姿勢はちょっとなんか独特ですの。この姿勢、誇りは、腰はどうですか？大丈夫ですか？いつから始めた？
なんかいつの間にかなってて、まあ絶対に悪いなっていうのはわかるんですけど、もうなんかいつの間にかなんかやってる最中にみたいな感じでもう前に行っちゃうんで、まあでも大丈夫です。問題はなく。
問題ない。よかったです。Indeed, his position when he's playing is a bit special. So, like, is your back okay? And when did you start doing this? I know it's not like a very good position for my back, but as I'm getting into the game, I'm just leaning towards it. But I have no, of course, problem with that. So we're also very relieved to know that you're okay. And it's gonna be the time for the Key Crusher. Key Crush の時間です。一緒に行きましょう。こちらです。
僕ができるんだ。ありがとうございます。
どういたしまして。So I'm doing the Key Crusher. I'm glad you're gonna get to smash. The key from AGAL. どうぞ。KSG is gonna break AGL key here in Paris. Mesdames et messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut faire du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour le joueur de Varel? KSG, who's crushing AGLski here in Paris, in front of his fans, in front of the Japanese, the Korean fans, everyone. Wow. すごい。じゃあ一緒に戻ろう。わあ。ケイシ選手、なんか次の試合でスペースステーションゲーミングと、対戦しますが、アメリカの、オーバーワッチの地域、なんかリージョンの、どう思いますかについてどう思いますか？なんか強いのが弱いとかどう思いますか？
強そうだねって、前回とかも戦ったりとかもして、すごい強いんだろうなっていうのはわかるんですけど、僕たちのチームメンバーみんなめちゃくちゃ強いから、スクリーム通りプレイすれば絶対勝てると思います。頑張ります。
自信持ってる？
持ってます。頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。Donc, prochaine question, next question. You're going to be facing Space Station Gaming in that next game. How confident are you feeling? Do you respect the region? Do you think they're strong? Yes, indeed, I think their region is really strong because we have faced them several times, but I have insane players in my team, so I'm confident we're going to do our best to beat them. ありがとうございます。次の試合も頑張ってください。Merci beaucoup. See you for the next game in a few seconds.
Huge in Japan. Shout out to Lou. French, English, Japanese. What can she do? Johnny, I know you speak Swedish and English, a little bit of Korean. Have you picked up on any French while you've been out here?
Nothing like that. I mean, that was so impressive. We got to work on some languages when we get home, Jake. You know Korean, actually, so you're sorted. You're good.
We got to start prepping, Johnny. You know, there'd be some good languages to learn for this game.
We're going to China this winter.
Merci beaucoup for the enjoyment here of a Game 3. Varel, after being down 2 flashpoints, takes it 3-2 in the Game 3. They will survive in the bracket as we say goodbye to AGAL. Can we start with that Game 3, Johnny? How do you come back after losing the first 2 points on a decider game?
I think it was a really impressive adaptation by Varel in the end because the aggression was so fast by AGAL, but instead Varel, they sat back, they bided their time, they waited for the overextensions, and then they punished AG. It was really well played by Varel.
And Jake, if I'm getting swarmed the way they did, is there a comp I need to bring out in my own game, or what do I need to switch up the way that we saw them handle AGAL?
I really was impressed that Varel was able to match the aggression, right? Like, consistently, AGAL was finding pickoffs with the aggression, but once Varel started making trades of their own, like willing to give up Nico or Cloud at times, but still coming out with kills of their own, coming out with victorious fights, I think that's what kind of changed their fate. And a lot of it comes down to KSG on the Ramatra. He was getting in there, mixing it up in the brawl, and I think he lived for like the last 3 flashpoints consecutively. I mean, they just could not deal with the Ram. They didn't have the answers. And I mean, to come so close, that has got to be brutally painful for AGAL with their key now crushed, eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
KSG, quite the entertainer. Johnny, who had your eye, though, in-game? Who is the most entertaining player to watch?
I got to say, well, like Jake said, if you're like a Ramatra, you're essentially free farming against that composition because, like Jake said, like no one can really kill you. Ramatra has so much survivability, and it's definitely the hero that I'm looking in ranked because I just want to live.
Looking at the rest of this bracket as we take a look at this Varel squad, where is their strength? What do they need to work on if they want to survive? As you can see here in Group B, we're done with the opening matches. We just started with our decider match, and Varel will be moving on to play Space Station Gaming, who fell to Crazy Raccoon to start the day, Jake.
I mean, it could be winnable for Varel, but I think that's going to be another tough match. Though Space Station Gaming have shown a lot of versatility here in this tournament. Yes, they dropped the Crazy Raccoon, but it's not really a result you can take to the bank as Varel. Crazy Raccoon are one of our tournament favorites, so no surprise that they've already advanced to playoffs. Varel still has more fight to go if they want to match that and get a chance in the playoffs, which frankly for Varel would be a huge win for them. If they could survive to be in the playoffs, to hit top 8, like that would be an overperformance from this team, frankly.
Yeah, that'd be a big success on the weekend. Johnny, expectations for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be 2 cat teams. So I'm going to enjoy seeing a lot of Sky Noons. I'm going to see a lot of enjoyment out of the Flex supports. Ultraviolet has been a sort of standout player now on Team USA here as well. And obviously Cloud on the side of Varel. So I think it's going to be a matchup of similar see a lot when it comes to these cat news, etc. So we're going to look forward to Space Station versus Varel.
We'll look forward to that matchup when we come back. We've got another great showdown on the main stage. Secret fighting for their lives in the battle against JDG. Don't go anywhere. It's EWC featuring Overwatch and some crying fans.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, friends. I'm back. Why? You know why. It's time for pickups, baby. Yes, we're going to be talking about the next two games. It's going to be Team Secret versus JD Gaming and also 9Z versus T1. All right, let's start with the first one. Team Secret versus JD Gaming. Who do you guys think? I'm going to start first. I think JD Gaming seemed pretty good yesterday. Very surprising. I think JD Gaming is going to win 2-1. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think GDG is pretty strong team.
Well, looking
And I think they're looking really good like against SLG yesterday, so I will go for 2-0. I think
2-0. Okay. How about you?
I believe in the Copper bounce back. I'm gonna say Team Secret 2-0. Easy for Copper.
You know what? Honestly, Copper there, I thought about that too, but I had to go with JD. You're going with Team Secret. All right, we're kind of split. Let's look at the next game, 9Z versus T1. I think, let's keep it honest. I think this is going to be T1 winning 2-0. Any thoughts?
South America need a win at land. That's all I have to say. South America need that win at land.
No, you don't think T1's going to win then?
T1's going to win.
How about you?
yeah, I would love 9C to win a map at least or 1 point. But I think T1 is going to win.
Yeah, we're all hoping for a good game, but it is T1. They looked pretty scary yesterday. Well, we'll find out those two matches coming up soon.
I don't really have.
Street Fighter is well on its way, and keys are also being crushed. But if I remember correctly, Trav, Falcons was competing here.
Yeah, Falcons have got 3 players in this competition and the reigning champion of the last 2 years. He won it in 24, he won it in 25. He was partaking in Fatal Fury and didn't have the best time, got knocked out a little bit early. So Xiao Hai's back to play today, and he did get knocked down to the lower bracket. So he's playing now for his life, which isn't the position I'm sure he would have expected to be in, being the 2-time reigning champion. But there's a couple more Falcons players as well. Crime8 made a real good run through the upper bracket yesterday and just swept through the competition.
A lot of expectations on Falcons this week because they are favored in almost every single game that's taking place this time around. However, it seems like the story is that they're not able to live up to any of these expectations. So we're, of course, going to keep you guys updated as things progress.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, where we just crushed our first Overwatch team key. Up next, we have another elimination battle as we get to see, for the second time, JDG taking on Team Secret. Let's start with the Team Secret squad here. So if you're an international fan, there's no team better to cheer for than this squad. They have representatives from all over the globe. If you haven't met them yet, who are some of the favorites to look at on this squad?
I mean, the favorite is gonna be Kafar, right? Everyone knows him, everyone loves him, and he's kind of leading this squad, which consists of the 2 representatives from Thailand, 2 representatives from Singapore, all of these representing their respective countries in the Overwatch World Cup as well. So they're well-known faces taking the stage today.
Yeah, I mean, just a year ago, Kaffa was one map win away from taking down Team Falcons in the Esports World Cup in 2025. That just tells you the experience that Kaffa brings to this team. But also, I'm looking out for High Vision in this one. It's a name we're not quite as familiar with, but so much hit scan potential there. And if they are to get away with a win today, High Vision will have to step up.
Team Secret definitely invested in Kaffa and his crew. They're looking for some club champ. And if they can get through to the top 8, they will earn them. We talked to Kaffa before the match. Here's what he had to say.
Thanks, guys. I'm here joined by Kaffa from Team Secret for a pre-match interview. Kaffa, before we talk about your today's match, I want to quickly talk about yesterday's match. That was your first game. You guys, didn't have much luck because, you guys had to face Crazy Raccoons, right? That was a tough fight. Was there anything that you guys learned from that loss?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just like getting people comfortable on stage. I'm not really, worried about it, but these guys haven't really played on stage that much. So getting them, warmed up a bit. First map was pretty rough. We didn't have a warm-up scrim, so people just went straight into it. It wasn't a good start, but I think we had pretty good footing. I think overall we're pretty happy with how map 2 went. Obviously, we're not expected to go remotely close with that team. Expected to lose very easily. So yeah, I think that was a bit of a confidence boost for the rest of the team. I think we're pretty confident what we can do, and hopefully the cards play out.
Let's look forward for a bit now. You guys are going up against JD Gaming. What are your thoughts on JD Gaming? I feel like it'll be a much easier opponent compared to Crazy Raccoons yesterday. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. Like, you look at the players on JD, obviously they're good players, but compared to CR, there's nothing compared to CR. So yeah, I think it'll definitely be a lot more of a comfortable match. I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to say anything too bad. But yeah, I think like on paper for sure, it should realistically be a much closer match.
All right, well, that is it for the interview. Kaffa, thank you so much and best of luck.
On paper, a lot of people are saying that Team Secret is the favorite. Johnny, I want to start with you here. You heard from Kaffa, a little bit relieved that the roster easier than Crazy Raccoon. But where should we see Team Secret have an advantage over JDG?
Well, I think they're really well structured. I like their compositions. I like Kaffa as a player. The Ramatra is really solid, but also can bring out the hazard if need be, because some Symmetra might be played in this one. And then the hazard becomes crucial. You can plop down the wall on top of the teleporter, prevent people from entering and exiting that. And so I think Kaffa is really an instrumental player for this team. And I think that could be the edge in today's matchup.
So that is going to be the edge for our team representing Secret. On the other side, we have JDG. What do we need to know about the challenger that is considered the underdog in this fight?
Yeah, I think this is a team that consists of, some veteran players that we've been knowing for a long time. We have Monk, of course, there in the backline, alongside Mewtwo, formerly known as Evotal, formerly known as, which other Pokemon was it? Xerneas, I think. He's just going through the ranks of it. Yeah, right. And then
Cypher.
Yeah, and then Kaneki as well. So these are well-known players, not just in China, but we saw them already play in the Overwatch League. So definitely around town. Now, I think Pineapple is definitely one of the players to watch out for this team to make some big plays.
Yeah, this is really just like the best of the rest in China. Like Weibo Gaming, we just saw them take down Team Falcons. These players, they're not too far behind us. So you got to put some respect on their name.
Are you playing for a spot on the top team right now if you're JDG, or is this a growing roster that you think could eventually challenge Weibo for the top spot?
No, I think you use it as motivation, saying like, we are better than these guys. They rejected us. They didn't pick us up. Instead, we're going to craft our own narrative, our own team here. And I think they're playing fired up. They've improved stage after stage, and they might be peaking right here.
The storyline coming into today was that China was considered the weaker region. Well, Weibo handed Falcons a loss at the start of the day, a major upset, which means that already China has a representative in our playoff bracket. Will this team survive to make it there? Only time will tell. If they're going to power through over Team Secret and pull off the upset, what is their edge, if anything, Zoe?
What they need to do in order to take Team Secret down is shut down the aggression. Because I think what we saw from Team Secret yesterday, what made that last map against Crazy Raccoon so close, was that they opening and they used it. This is the first time we actually saw Sierra making mistakes like that, and Team Secret were quick to abuse those.
Yeah, I gotta go back to the damage players as well. Pineapple and Kaneki, veterans, they've been in the Overwatch League, etc. And so they got plenty of experience under the belt. They're great compositions. I'm really confident in those guys.
30%. Sorry, 82%. That is not a 3. That is an 8. 82% of the fans are going JDG. Johnny, final answer. How many games are you going with? We got 20 seconds.
I got JD Gaming, but I think we're going 3 maps. I think we're going the distance. I'm putting some respect on Secret.
What he said.
I'm going Team Secret. I believe in Cuff. If you watched him last year at EWC, he is a tank to witness. Enjoy the glory on the stage. It's time to get it started here with match number 4 on a 6-match day.
All right, so now you know the deal. When you lose your elimination match here at the Esports World Cup, you don't get to exit quietly. Your rival gets to take your representation of participation, your key, and crush it for the world to see. It's tough, but it's what we got to do.
Yeah, and Ian, it's brutal because not only your opponent, but everyone hears it. So you're going backstage, picking up your gear, disappointed after losing the game. Then you see that noise and you hear that noise that makes the stage tremble. Man, that's brutal.
It really is. Should do it again.
Hell yeah, Ian, let's go.
Let's welcome onto the stage, JD Gaming! China's second seed arrived in Paris with a result no other team from their region had managed since its return. They were the first to break Weibo's Gaming, their domestic stranglehold. Yesterday, they showed that same danger against SSG, pushing the series to all 3 maps, but they fell short. Here in the lower bracket, close is no longer enough. They need to finish the job.
Please welcome Team Secret! They are the Pacific champions, a veteran roster who doesn't mind at all being underestimated. Sous-estimé, mais plein de ressources. Est-ce que les Team Secret peuvent créer la surprise ici en France? The questions everybody's asking is, will we witness another upset today, Ian?
But what we know for sure is the lower bracket doesn't forgive mistakes. Win and you live to play another match. Lose and your tournament ends.
Oh, it's my favorite day, day 2, when the keys finally get crushed. We've already had one team go home, Moxie. Now we get to see a second one.
Yeah, 4 teams total today. We send home 4 keys crushed, as it will be Team Secret versus JDG.
You sound unhappy about
China.
that. Why are you unhappy
I do sound unhappy about that. It's sad, you know? Walking past players like they were talking about on stage. It's not just hearing the keys crushed, it's seeing the dreams crushed as well. But that is esports. Someone wins, but at the same time, someone has to lose. One of these teams will go home today. And JDG, despite being the second seed, I don't know here. Since of the Chinese teams, they have been the most reluctant to play towards that Mauga playstyle.
How much of an impact do you think that's going to play here, though, against Kappa?
It's fairly easy to track what JDG's tank line will be, right? Off of the fact that you have to substitute Bella's Riot in if you want to be able to play like the dive or pivot towards the Mauga mid-game. We'll have to see if they start with Bella's Riot to go for that Mauga, as Roxy tried to play it yesterday on Samoa, did not fare well.
Yeah, that deep tank pool required at this time in the game. Kuffer, on the other hand, like the desk, how they set it up there. How Kuffer almost on the edge of beating some of the top Korean teams last time he was here. He's a household name at this point in Overwatch esports over in the West normally, but this time playing for a Pacific team. It's going to be a good showdown here. And I'd say fairly evenly matched despite the fan vote.
Yeah, I think like the flexibility gives Team Secret the edge, especially when you sort of like look at Roxy's hero pool. The D.Va, something that JDG were trying to play around yesterday before they were forced to pivot to that Mauga, will struggle into Team Secret if we see that continuation of the Vendetta pressure that Crazy Raccoon were put to the test on New Junk City. That Vendetta, we were talking about High Vision being one of the standout DPS players, but that Vendetta was no slouch as well.
Yeah, Vendetta's been just really good in this meta. Not every team is kind of pulling the Vendetta out. Not every team has a Vendetta player on their roster either.
Is that a soon sign?
Of course, it's super long. Signs with an S at the very end. Look at that.
Where's the end?
There's the end.
There's the end. Oh,
Rocking the Philly jersey as well.
That's a blast from the past. I still recall maps on like Icon World where you saw Soon Tracer backcap payload all the way through second.
Oh yeah. Now he's on the French broadcast as well. So
Now
it has been good to see him back in it.
Full circle.
Don't be too scared.
Just saying.
You got this. You got this. Looks like they're finished sorting up. Looks like Kaneki maybe a couple of issues with the PC, but looks fine to me. Should be underway in just a moment. Nepal, once again, starting us off. Kind of sad we're not seeing a bit more Busan, but Nepal, kind of a fan favorite. Mauga and Jetpack Cat ban.
Yeah, not surprised to see JDG remove the Mauga. As we said, when you compare like their comfortability with the Mauga in play when Roxy is in for the team, so different in comparison to the rest of the CN teams. Like, they love playing that Mauga. JDG, they'll play it if they're forced, but they don't want to. Jetpack Cat ban as well to make sure that you can't play the Kiriko and that cat, which has started to be a very default backline for a lot of teams. Just airlifting things like the Casty into position, especially if Secret want to be able to play things like that Vendetta, Xion, or Tracer style play. Taking out that cat makes it a lot easier for their DPS to be able to collapse on top of JDG's DPS line.
All right, let's load on in Team Secret and JD Gaming on their final lifeline. Still first two, still the most brutal of formats down in the lower bracket. No first to three, no mistakes. Meaning, yes, you have to pull that lever of the priority bands very early on.
Well,
normally rewarded for it with not only maybe a map win, but also momentum in the series.
I mean, JD Gaming, they did have a free map series. Went the distance until we got to that last flashpoint. Then it very much was just struggling into the Cassidy, the Cat, the Mauga. Despite trying to play that Mauga, Lucio, Kiriko, Xion, Reaper style that has become the default composition for a lot of these CN teams. But as we said, JD Gaming, they like to go their own way on control. If Roxy is in, they want to be able to lean onto things like that D.Va. So I'm sure Secret, they'll be so happy at the prospect of being able to absolutely tear through defense matrix like it's absolutely nothing.
Maybe there's one drum going around.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe there is just a drum in the stadium somewhere and people are just finding it. We'll soon find out. Let's get in. Nepal, Map 1, JD Gaming versus Team Secret. First to two with a key crush at the very end of this road.
Who will march to the beat of their own drum? Who will be able to make it home after a deep run of this tournament? For JD Gaming, what is the answer? Bellatrix actually will be starting for the team, so no Roxy. Being able to lean into things like the Hazard, the Wrecking Ball, at the moment, rolling out on that Rhine. If he commits with the spawn doors, nope, there's the pivot. Ramatra, Wrecking Ball. Bellatrix has more flexibility, and I think that is a good answer to be able to try to keep up to pace with Kuffer's changes.
Yeah, Bellatrix's Wrecking Ball, though, is his best hero, for sure. All right, Copper on one of his better heroes too. Loves a little bit of dive, just Copper, but no, I'm not too scared to pilot the Ramatra. Very quick rollout, and it looks like Team Secret, okay, they're going to make the call. They're not going to try and fight this high ground. But Bellisria, quick to react, is going to hear this one coming.
Cutha taking a lot of damage. There's the ball disruption.
He's going to get a knock up on the Lucio briefly, but more of an annoyance so far. Pineapple connecting with just a right-click take aim shot on Pally's head. That's where this comp kind of falters, right? Where you're trying to make a transition to the point. Double kill from Pineapple as he kills Soggy too. High vision with a couple, but his days are numbered.
Yeah, JD Gaming, more players on the point, able to dispatch Secret, and there are the swaps. Cutha understanding the Ramatra versus the Wrecking Ball. Bellisria will just bulldoze his way past, hit the backline, look for the power drive so that Pineapple has the follow through. Swaps to the Hazard instead. Will we see the real emergency glass button be pulled? Do we get a Mizuki on the field to try to chain Bellisria's movement down as you have to push out, you have no way of pressuring Pineapple?
Yeah, no way to pressure the Freya that also has a bowler in a back pocket. Oh, wow, that was a long range. Actually, I think that hit High Vision on the tail end of that bike.
They get Mewtwo, though. That was the target that Secret were running towards.
Okay, there's the Wrecking Ball. Nice little counter boot by the Lucio. Slapped down Bellisria. High vision in his sights, has to roll back to the Mega Health Cloak, but now straight back into action as JD Gaming just stopping Team Secret making this cross. Good solo kill by Kinect.
Doing such a good job to have totally isolating Cutha so that High Vision does not have the hazard to be able to create space or hide around. Without having that body to shield, JD Gaming can just close the trap on the DPS line. Yes, they let Secret walk to point, but where's the rest of the team to actually be able to finish out the fight? And yet again, JD Gaming hold.
Yeah, and Bellisria's got mines. If they want to try and again get to that point.
Yeah, Mewtwo too, a Tidal Blast.
Yeah.
Put onto Tracer or Wrecking Ball.
Either one's good at this point. Bellisria with a slam, then the Tidal Blast, then knockdown, then killed. Like it just writes itself. Suzu already used 2 copper dam. He's so damn low. Tidal Blast on Kaneki, looking for the Lucio. Did get a little tag there. I think it was on Copper, a small stun, but he shrugs it off.
Secret having to wait for Sound Barrier to push out of side room.
So much damage though. Winter's already used this rush too, so time is ticking. Team Secret still needs to touch the point. They're going to get a tag for OT, but Winter's already dead. The late Sound Barrier only hits 3. Soggy not getting it, so has to play a little bit more cautious on the Tracer. High Vision under a lot of pressure as that bowler. The direct connection with the Tracer is just too good. I mean, Pineapple is just so free on this Freya, and that is the round to JD Gaming. Team Secret just not putting up a fight here.
Yeah, it feels like JD Gaming more than happy to just run Secret for a wild goose chase after the Wu Yang. Like, Mewtwo's like, okay, you can run at me, you can get the kill onto me, but you have no pressure on Pineapple. Look from these replays. No one's looking his way. The health bar barely drops. And he just continues to drop players from Secret. Time and time and time again.
Change something up here if you're Team Secret. Oh, big smile on Kaneki's face. Happy about that win. You will be 100-0 like that.
Yeah. I mean,
Pineapple didn't die. Monk didn't die.
0 deaths for one of your supports. 0 deaths for your main carry TPS. Pineapple too. Only really 3,000 damage, but good damage. Translated into picks as, okay, here we go. First view of Winston that we get this tournament. Copper goes for the Winston to be able to match JD Gaming's dive opportunity.
Now, this is pure comfort for Copper, but getting immediately bullied by the Freya on an off angle. Bellisria booping the Winston, forcing the bubble to come out early as well.
I mean, you get bullied by Mewtwo as well with Poke before you can actually commit forward onto a jump to be able to just get a player low for Soggy to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, look at the position here from Team Secret. They want to dive as 5, and they're going to succeed in it. All right, Pineapple finally dead. First death of the map. As now is just the cleanup required for Team Secret as the point is unlocked.
Do JD Gaming react? Do we see any form of counter dive, or do they feel comfortable just playing for ultimates? Looks like they do. Secret, especially if they have to commit 5 people for 1, JD Gaming can just walk what players are spread thin.
Oh, so low already. yeah, needs to get back into a better position here because there were two players trying to corral, just descend on his position.
Pineapple, again, barely contested until now. Forced the half,
what?
holding up the ult.
That was a bit of a weird interaction there. I think that Lucio ended up booping Bellasria straight into Soggy. And so that grapple ended up just connecting with the Tracer. That is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, Alive JD Gaming, a foothold in the fight. Totally closes it out too. No trades. Secret yet again will have to look for this dive on the Pineapple, but now that JD Gaming know the target will be the Freya, they can just play the kite. Disrupt from Bellasria. Buy Pineapple the opportunity to find these picks. Forces Secret actually to have to take these long wraparound rotations to hide away from the Freya's position.
Pineapple already just slinging take-aim shots. There's a slam, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but that's about it. Okay, there's the bowl through now, and now Pineapple and Kaneki looking for an opening.
There's so much delay though from JD Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to have the rush to at least start themselves off in a good way. Team Secret always use the sound barrier. There's a selection of mines on the point from Bellasria, and now a tidal, a blast in the near future for Mewtwo, but gets taken down before he's able to earn it. And even a double kill maybe for Soggy, but Monk still comes up with a kill. High vision, luckily going for a big trade. In fact, gets a double kill for Team Secret as they win the fight with a team kill.
But that was a slow flip. The Secret investing sound barrier kills don't come through off of the back of beat. JD Gaming still like the fight, 54% picked up. Now you can push back into this next one. If Secret try to dive you just drop the rush or the tidal blast. We'll have a look at High Vision just Viking straight through Monk. Turns onto Pineapple before looking at that Wrecking Ball, but JD Gaming can play fast here. Dispatch out Cuffer, who's trying to build up that Primal to stand in JD Gaming's way.
Yeah, before they can even set up. Look at this, Mewtwo and Pineapple already dead.
Secret doing a good job of dialing up the tempo, understanding if JD Gaming get the opportunity to hit the ults and use them, they'll get bowled off of that point faster than you can blink.
Double support off of JD Game. Here we go, now Kaneki's time to shine. He's going to get a lot of support in this fight.
Tougher with that Primal though.
Yeah, he's going to be able to make a dive in. Soggy's already in the backline too. Pineapple's going to dash away for the time being. There is the spree from High Vision, who's already super low HP. Tried to blast off Mewtwo himself. A little bit self-sustained there for the Wu Yang. Here comes the spree though in return. High Vision holding on to that last dash until the very final moment there to kill Mewtwo. Primal Rage for Cuffer as well. A disruption, a big one in the front line. It's going to get pooped around a little bit by Bellasria, and now the pick comes through. And the flip for JD Gaming on top of that.
Yeah, but not done just yet. Secret, more fights, all potential exit trade to Bellasria, but no. Pulse Bomb attaches, no pick off at the back of it. But if you're Secret, you want a fast regroup, you want to be able to walk with that rush when JD Gaming don't have a great answer to it. Bellasria, it's difficult for Secret to hold that ground.
Yeah, let's see about this Winter Rush from Team Secret. Mewtwo.
Unscouted.
They do not know.
Is he looking to boot them into the minefield?
Maybe so. Already been spotted out, though, but still a tough target to take down. Cuffer's in hot pursuit. However, Mewtwo wrong side of the fight, my guy. It's pretty low. Wow, Cuffer allowed Mewtwo to escape. Now just healing himself up with his Aura Heal. Kaneki looking for a Pulse Bomb engagement. Back's turn to him as well. His Team Secret just move on forward. Sound Barrier hits 5 players, but those mines tough to deal with now as Cuffer is just to clear them off of the point. Gives enough time as well for JD Gaming to stabilize.
Yeah.
No more sound barrier means that they can go in for a big engagement. But with Monk dead, their time is really limited here. Team Secret have already picked up 2 picks. Kaneki dives with a Pulse Bomb too, so there's no tools for them to stay in this fight.
Pineapple, at least with the spree, could be the hero maker.
He's going to try at the very least, but yeah, double spree in, make that the 3rd one, but shut down by an execution of High Vision. And that is OT running out round 3 next up.
Oh, but here's where it gets tricky, playing into the Wrecking Ball. Sanctum. Sanctum, the only sub-map left on the poll.
I don't think we're going to play ball.
True. We could just get to see Ramatra.
Yeah.
To run at these teams, especially because like JD Gaming, if they want to be able to shut down this dive, deal with the Winston, take away a lot of that mobility. Pineapple as well, like on Sanctum, if he can just play outside of the main fight itself, on the side lanes, he can get so much done. Winning one for a fight, setting Pineapple up into a position of free fire, could just allow JD Gaming to totally walk this point. As Belis Rhea actually opts for the Orisa. We do get a Ramatra, but it'll be from Cuppa's side. As the Secret wants to take tempo, JD Gaming trying to just double up on damage. So much spam pressure with both the Sojourn and the Pharah.
Yeah, it feels like an El Clasico at this point with the Pharah in this map. Low ceiling, sure. Well, okay, low ceilings. Actually, not really. I mean, the Pharah's got a lot of places to hide too, and if you're grouped up like this, getting a lot of healing from players like Mewtwo. Already, they found a pick onto Soggy. Well, Team Secret tried to go for this all-in rush, but shut down.
I mean, JD Gaming can just play from afar, break the shield of the Ramatra. Cuffa has no way, once it's down, of mitigating that one. Secret have to play respect to the amount of damage that the Pharah and the Sojourn can do so quickly. So we'll see a swap. Here's the expected vendetta, as JD Gaming don't have a great shutdown to stop Soggy just going aggressive towards that back line.
Oh, Belis Rhea. Okay, what's he going to be able to do from this position?
Oh, he's looking for that javelin spin to push someone off.
Oh, couple 1 HP. Has to pop that Nemesis form too really early on from Cuppa. It's a big cooldown used.
This is great for JD Gaming too. Like, they're so spooked about walking towards the Orisa with Belis Rhea having full fortified javelin spin. So much time.
Yeah, he's going to back off though. They managed to get him out of that little corner he was in. So there's the fortified to keep Winter with a 180 kunai shot, but gets deleted by Pineapple. Kaneki in the sky actually teleported to. Now High Vision in the 1v2. Monk shuts him down. And that's a team kill for JD Gaming. Feeling like the first round all over again with Team Secret not able to find a leg up.
Yeah, Secret just spending so much time building up that rush to have match to be able to finally walk past Belis Rhea, but JD Gaming much more value. The potency of Pharah and Sojourn playing through the Kiriko rush totally shuts down Winters. We're headed towards final fight territory if Secret take that time. They don't have ultimates outside of Annihilation to be able to deal with it, but JD Gaming, they've got so many about to come through.
Oh, Belis Rhea mid-ult from Pally ends up booping off the edge. That is one big tool removed now from the arsenal of JD Gaming. But they managed to trade for High Vision. This is a big overinvestment here from the team. They've managed to not only, kill Belis Rhea super early on, but they used the beat, used the Annihilation. They got one fight in them now.
I mean, Belis Rhea is back. He tried to rejoin the fight fast on the Doomfist, and Mewtwo used the rally. They saw that Secret were investing 2 ultimates, thought that the rally would be able to sustain the team long enough for Belis Rhea to rejoin. Does not happen, so it's back to the Orisa. Now we have the Lucio as well, so JD Gaming can funnel themselves through the chokes and get Pineapple into a position to use the OC.
Soggy trying to find the 1v1 there versus the Lucio, but it's going to met swiftly with Pineapple's railgun. The OC being ripped already. Soggy just jumps to the health pack and manages to pick up a kill on Mewtwo anyway. Just goes for the trade, so no speed boost available, but they've got positioning on the point.
Yeah, Cuffa without that Annihilation.
What?
Great concussive from Kaneki.
Come on. High Vision going down to a concussion blast like that, and they're going to get the flip too. Yes, they do. Right underneath the motor, Team Secret. Oh, and Cuffa. Kaneki with the just unbelievable boops. JD Gaming. Map 1 is secured. 2 and 1. Fairly close, but those boops.
Yeah.
You can't be losing players that early after you get a trade on the Lucio.
Especially when they have ults, right? Especially when you have High Vision with that spree. You give up the positioning of the point. They're even looking like the javelin spin from Belis Rhea, followed up by the concussive from Kaneki, just to make sure that you get past that boop mitigation that tanks have.
Wow, yeah. The El Clasico, the flank outside.
Yeah, look at this. Javelin spin, body block the Ramatra from being able to contest the flip. Concussive from
Okay, that's
Kaneki.
funny, because Kaneki got the... Wow, Belis Rhea's very happy about that.
I mean, if you're JD Gaming, you're really happy about that, right? You got that first point win.
Let's jump down to the stage, though, for a club championship points update.
Cheers, guys. JDG getting off to a good start in this elimination match, but we're just going to switch our attention to a different topic. I'm joined by one of my great friends, Jeannie up here.
Friends?
Yeah, I said friends. All right, I'm locking it in. Now, of course, these players and teams are all fighting to stay alive in the tournament.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of talk about this trophy, of course.
It's great.
Yeah, but beyond that, Jeannie, we've got to talk about the club championship. So anybody who's watching who might be unsure of what it's all about, tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, this is the trophy that you, of course, get per title, but then there is the club championship trophy, which has a shared prize pool of $30 million.
Say it again.
What would you do with $30 million, Ian?
I don't know. I wouldn't go shopping with you because I think we'd spend it pretty quickly.
That's a good point. But first place does get $7 million. In 2024 and 2025, it was Falcons who were able to close it out. And Overwatch specifically is the one that carried the weight of last year, because it was the only title win that Falcons got. And you need to win to even be able to qualify and to have the right to lift that trophy.
We're seeing some emerging teams that you might not have expected at the start of the tournament as well. Falcons that you've mentioned struggling a little bit, right?
A little bit is a nice way to put it.
Yeah. What's going on there? Do you know?
I don't think anyone knows at this point. I mean, the fans are out here. I do
Yeah.
feel like, of course, the move to Riyadh has maybe shaken things up a little bit. They have about 20 titles competing, so they have a very good shot. But when you look at them, they're the favorite in a lot of the teams that they're competing in. They're unfortunately not really able to get as many points. So in my opinion, the pressure is on this week, especially for Overwatch, because you are the title defender and because they need those 1,000 points and they really need that win.
I'm such a big fan of the club championship just because all of the teams that compete in their individual tournaments are so passionate about winning their trophies. But I think it does bring another element of playing for the badge.
Yeah.
You know, they do love their orgs. And are you seeing from the players that you speak to, they want to do it?
Absolutely. And also from the org owners, when I've spoken to some of the CEOs, it's become a very big discussion about quality or quantity and how can you make sure that you're setting up your entire organization for success. Because, of course, it is a big prize pool.
Yeah. Well, Jeannie has been buzzing around this huge arena. I mean, there's this arena, there's 4 others, I'm pretty sure. There's plenty of games
But this
going
is the
on.
important one.
Yeah, I mean, but you'll see Jeannie all over the place. She's doing a magnificent job as our club championship reporter. And hey, I'm going to put you on the spot.
And you're doing a magnificent job as a stage host. I just gotta get in there. I know you're not used to compliments.
I'm not. Oh, maybe we are friends. Who do you think is going to win the club championship? Can I ask?
Oh, with the amount of teams competing, if Falcons can get a win, I think they can do it again.
Okay, good stuff. All right, thank you so much, Jeannie. Let's get back to it.
Thank you very much. Well, you know what? Falcons, can they do it? That's the question. WDG had something to say about that earlier on today. Let's jump back into this series, though. JD Gaming up a map first to 2. Final lifeline here coming through. I mean, look, if your team's secret right now, you know that key is almost placed in that crusher already.
Yeah, one map away from being sent out of the tournament and your key being crushed live on stage by your opponent. A merciless victory ceremony. But JD Gaming, we have to talk about it. We talked about the fact that backline, DPS, those could be the stars to watch. It's the flexibility of the tank line that really allowed them to start taking the lead on Nepal. I would imagine we won't see substitutions. I think keeping Bella's Raya in just allows JD Gaming to keep their options much more open.
Yeah, I want to pick up what Kuffer was saying before the game with Danny about how a lot of Team Secret players, they don't have a ton of experience on stage. Kuffer does. He's been to multiple lands before. International ones and more regional ones as well. So that might be also playing into it. This might be one of the biggest stages you've played on in your career. And being in this brutal format, that's going to weigh on you a bunch, just calming those nerves, making sure Kuffer feeling like the leader of the team, being able to inspire some confidence in the rest of the squad.
Yeah, having to rally your players, right? Playing upper bracket, one map behind in first to 2 format, nowhere near as stressful as playing on your last life. Lower bracket, one map away from being out of the tournament totally. Especially since we're headed to Flashpoint, so these fights, they'll be fast. If you make mistakes, if you overcommit ults, if you overextend to try to push for more so that you're better set up for the next fight, You can very quickly feel that tempo totally turn against you, and it's a very tricky slope to navigate, trying to slow down once you start feeling yourself slip.
A lot of JDG fans in the audience, as you can see. A whole lot of signs being passed around too. New Junk City is going to be the map choice, so we're going to Atlas.
Yes. Mauga ban from one side, Lucio ban as well, so that we try and take away that tempo push of the Lucio being able to speed boost heroes like the Ramatra forward. If you want to be able to play that Ram, it will likely be paired with the Kiriko and Juno instead to give the speed ring and simulate that engagement potential. We could see Sigma. We could see a little bit of the Kiriko Mizuki start to come into play. Symmetra also still available and open. Secret, I feel like this is them feeling confident on this map off of how close they were able to take it versus Crazy Raccoon. Trying really to let Soggy and High Vision be able to carry with that tempo push, the constant pressure of having to deal with the DPS breathing down your neck.
That's exactly what Zoe said on the desk. Just being able to deal with how quick JDG want to play.
Mm-hmm.
But let's Wrecking Ball, yes. No, not the crew.
I mean, surely not.
With the Lucio, without the Lucio,
Yeah.
I don't hate the Wrecking Ball at all.
Yeah, I like the Wrecking Ball, especially since like Secret did not play the Mizuki before. You know that Secret are going to want to try to play engagements off of Juno speed rings. Belos Rhea being able to totally disrupt the starting wheels of Secret's plans could very quickly cause everything to fall through for this team.
Yeah, Soggy going to play on an off angle on this Reaper, but Belos Rhea is going to make his life a little bit more difficult by ignoring him completely and just jumping on the front line. Monk already really low on this low ground. TP's away. Pineapple for and Monk, in fact, go down to cover. Okay, he just WM1. Sure.
Yeah, it's a fairly easy mathematical equation. +1 Juno speed ring. This home. Minus one whole team of JD Gaming.
That would happen. I'm going to be real with you.
That's great for Secret as well, because like now you can scout where the Wrecking Ball plays through. You don't have to worry about the disruption, totally taking away the engagement potential of your team. Pineapple on the Shion, Kaneki actually on the Tracer, so they want to really try to overwhelm Secret.
Yeah, it's Pineapple trying to go for a solo kill. Winter already using that Suzu. Got fancy footwork, but not fancy enough, apparently. Pineapple's going to look for another one, too. Forces that Wraith form from the Reaper. And now taking an off angle. These supports are under an immense amount of pressure. Even Monk's getting up in there as well.
I mean, Monk teleported to Pineapple's side, actually, since Soggy was forced totally out of the fight. Had to burn the Wraith form early. You don't have to worry about him jumping on your backline. Pineapple's just 1v1ing. Does eventually pay the cost for it. Trying to play close in the pocket to a Reaper at shotgun range.
That was a crazy amount of value Pineapple just got there. Just solo operator.
Secret, though, they stalled out for 74%. One fight win away, one rush to be able to engage away from finding this flip. Winter just has to survive to be able to build the ultimate.
Yeah, looking for a flank. Uh-oh. Well, there's the tidal blast. Winter's going to have to be careful now. Good Suzu timing, but Pali's already dead. Winter booped up to the sky as well. Not enough cooldowns to stop all that damage being flung at you. Team Secret, they end up using their rush too to try and stick on the point, just get themselves back in. But now Copper is being staggered out.
Oh, yeah. JD Gaming already found the flip, so they'll just leave Copper alive as long as possible, taking us to last fight territory, not allowing Secret to set up as well. High Vision could not look for an angle, and Belos Rhea will just disrupt before Secret can regroup and try to walk point.
Yeah, goodbye. That's just a perfect stagger. You know, even if it's onto someone like a tank, like Cover can't do anything in that angle. He's so low, like even with the Nemesis form, it's like, you're not going to do anything. Quick note from Team Secret, they grew back up again, all the way on the point already.
They've got 4 ultimates, at least. Everything minus that rush. Pale, at least, with the Orbital Ray, trying to stand up to the presence of Monk's rush. All eyes, though, on High Vision currently.
Oh, he's going to have to dodge that bike. That was a very slow-moving one. Keep him to the speed limit. Oh, nice headshot on to Kaneki. Forces the recall, but here comes the rush now. Monk using that close to that point. Belisria is pretty low. Pineapple posturing up for a spree as well. Beverly a little too far away from him for the time being. High Vision forced to now slide back. Mines deployed on the point.
So far, no cap, though. For both these teams, a very slow fight. JD Gaming only having the spree to be able to rely on, and Secret get the cap, but they trade cover for it.
Might not matter. Yeah, look at that spree from Pineapple. He's just always in the perfect position. A double from Pineapple as JD Gaming makes short work of Team Secret.
Yeah. JD Gaming more than happy to give up, 18% of that point to guarantee secure Pineapple's entrance with the spree onto Secret's whole squishy back line. No chance at reacting, and now JD Gaming just apply early pressure on mid before Secret can get onto point. If they force ultimates here, that's a huge win for their defense.
Now, Cuppa, the only thing he can do right now is just get on the point. Eustace trying to chase somebody, of course. No one really you can lock down unless you hit a nice Ravenous Vortex.
Yeah, but that means JD Gaming's DPS can take whatever angle they want.
Oh, that pulse was filthy. Suzu, though, from Winter is going to help save the day. However, now JD Gaming have got this Tidal Blast.
Yeah, but Secret flip. JD Gaming disrupt, no kills, lose point.
Nice Vortex, good dash. Pineapple out, Cover really low. Uh-oh, Cover's now in trouble. There's the Tidal Blaster on top of Winter, but another Suzu well-timed, but there's too much damage, and he was so far pushed up on that point. Pineapple again. My goodness, cleaning house.
Secret, it feels like they're just being baited. It's one way. They have ults, they have the point, and then one of them goes too far. Like, Cover there trying to chase Pineapple yet again, leaving the rest of his team defenseless when those pressures start looking towards the point.
Oh, sorry. We'll get into the action again, shall we? My goodness, they are taking on fight outside of the spawn. Mewtwo, a little wave to push Cuppa back, who's now on the Winston, chasing after the Wu Yang. He picks up the kill, but what is left in the wake of him? It's going to be a lot of his team torn to smithereens. OT is here too, and they're not going to be able to touch it all. That's a 2-0 for JD Gaming now.
Yeah, opening spree for this next fight as well for Pineapple. Secret, they have to find an answer, a response to be able to deal with JD Gaming's aggressive dive, and it will be a turn to Brig. Inspire, since you're going to be fighting so stacked up. Good bashes, whip shots to deny JD Gaming's entrance for that dive. But really, if you want to win at this fight, it's a huge one. A showdown between Spree and OC.
Good slam from Belisria. Look at that. Already Winter sent incredibly low. Soggy dead. High Vision trying to find targets to shoot at, but JD Gaming, they are not giving him an opportunity to shine. A post bomb for Kaneki, however, and there's the spree to just assault after assault after assault. Is unrelenting from JDG. 15-player kill streak as well for Pineapple.
Yeah, I mean, Belisria is pile driving as the Wrecking Ball, and the rest of JD Gaming are pile driving on top of Team Secret. Kaneki finding the opportunities with the Pulse Bomb, Pineapple the follow-up with the spree, and Secret yet again locked out of capping first point, having to walk into Hammond's mines, having to walk into a fight before they even get to see point.
Oh, good kill on Kaneki though. Okay, now High Vision's getting in this. Winter down low to Monk, not a good start. Bellas is going to have those mines and get back to the point as Mewtwo, yeah, he's in no man's land right now in enemy territory. He's super far away from the rest of the fight.
JD Gaming just stopped Secret from being able to find the flip as well. Belisria is like, okay, well, we might be missing the Wu Yang, but we've still got point off of Hammond mines. Secret have to find the flip here. They've got the ultimates to do it. But with JD Gaming 73% plus, if you commit all of your ults here, they just take a dry fight and win the next.
They weren't even pressuring that point the whole time. The mines faded away naturally, died of natural causes. I'm not sure Team Secret are going to get the same honor, though, sadly. There's the rush from Monk, putting them on the point now. Everybody grouped up, you two in trouble. One clip from Soggy. A blink smack, pulse bomb in his back pocket. Forces the Suzu. High vision across the map, though, is going to do a lot to the front line. Pineapple down. OT, Team Secret's hopes and dreams relying on this point being capped.
Budget win, and that was required for Secret to be able to stay alive in this series. Great back flank from High Vision and Soggy, just flanking into that backline, putting the pressure on the supports. They have to do that, and then some, though. As JD Gaming, like, you've got the Tidal Blast to engage with your Tracer or your Xion. Secret, you've only got a rally to be able to sustain. We have to see something out of that DPS now.
Cubs got Primal Rage to handle with it, but Kaneki has got the Tidal Blast. Rally, oh, there's the boot, and Kofa ends up going down with a Primal Rage. He was stunned, so couldn't use it. Bella's Ray's going to have mines too. It's all falling apart for Team Secret. A good stun bash from Pali, but is it actually going to be enough? Pineapple again separating the team with his spree and now hunting for more. Kaneki gets a couple. Winter trying to hold on to. Cover gets back with the Primal Rage, but it's all Pineapple here. JDG, they're crushing the hopes and dreams of Team Secret, and their key is not far behind.
Chinese Overwatch, Jack. We might be oh so back here for 2026. JD Gaming survived the lower bracket run, and that dive, it looks so devastating. We're starting to see the discipline from Bella's as well. In the past, he's been a very aggressive player, very easy to sort of like bait and punish when he's too far forward, taking down the tank, then turning your attention to the rest of his team. We're starting to see him holding back, though, tempering that aggression, using it to set up the rest of his team, punishing the expectation as well. And then for New Junk City, the Wrecking Ball, immaculate.
Yeah, it was just a dismantled Team Secret, it felt like. JDG, second Chinese team here to win alongside WDG. Team Secret are going to go home. Although, you know, showing up on an international stage like this takes guts, takes brawn, of course, but now their key is going to get crushed. This is going to be a time that JDG are going to remember. Let's jump down onto the stage, in fact, with Pineapple in here.
Thanks very much, guys. JDG get the dub here. I'm standing by with Pineapple and our wonderful translator, Jin. Pineapple, you're still alive. JDG lives on. How did you recover from the loss to SSG yesterday? How did you regroup?
保罗 ，JDG 又成功的活下了一天。你们昨天失利之后是如何调整回来，来应对今天的这场战斗的呢？
我觉得昨天大伙都太紧张了吧，今天就比较放松，就打得比较正常一点。对。
I'll say the main reason for our loss yesterday was that we were too tense, and that resulted in us just not performing as per normal. And today we are much more calm, much more relaxed. So we definitely played a lot better.
When you saw Weibo Gaming advance to the playoffs earlier today, did that motivate you further to get the win here?
那今天上午我看到WG 他们成功晋级之后，是否这一点也给你们带来更多的动力去全力以赴呢？
怎么说呢？当然，然后怎么说呢？我想说走好每一步吧，打好每一场。
Absolutely, but for ourselves, we have to take every step as it comes and be able to do our best through every single step.
Pineapple, you can see over your shoulder here that the key crusher is being revealed. Big smile on your face. Are you ready to crush a key?
那现在我们后面这个碾压机已经露出来了，你准备好去碾碎对方的钥匙了吗？
Oh, yes.
Yes. No translation needed. Come with me, Pineapple. For the second time today here at the FTC Arena, please go and join our key master here who will talk you through the process. And another team is about to exit the tournament. The Pacific Dream ends here. Team Secret carried a region to Paris, but the pressure was too much. Their key will be crushed as they are eliminated from the mid-season championship. Pineapple, I've just got one more question for you. You got a lot of fans here, by the way. The fans are absolutely loving it. Let's stop here. Is Chinese Overwatch back?
最后一个问题，中国的守望先锋是否又崛起了呢？
Yes, we're going back.
Yes, we're going back. JDG, congratulations on a big win. We'll see you as you continue that lower bracket run. We'll be back on stage shortly. Thank you.
I just